I really like Arlecchino's idle animation. It's pretty good. She doesn't stay sitting forever because, you know, she believes in the value of standing. Just like this video's sponsored Flexi. No, this video's not sponsored. I just thought that would be funny. Hello, peoples. I don't have my chat up right now. Give me a second. There's my chats. I went live slightly early. I scheduled this stream to go live in like 15 minutes, but went live early because I'm available, and now we're looking at Arlecchino's crotch. Okay, well, I had framed this in a way that was appropriate a second ago, and it seems no longer appropriate. It's not my fault, okay? This was not... Oh well. Where's the audio for the game, by the way? I have no audio. What happened? That's supposed to be making a sound, right? I have literally no audio. Is this me? Am I broken, or are you broken? Give me a second here. Hello, chat. Hello. Oh, I do have audio. Okay, there was just no audio being produced. Anywho's. Hi. Okay, it's fine. I'm mentally sound. Okay, we're gonna level Arlecchino today. I already finished, well, pseudo-finished, as finished as I could, leveling Arlecchino on main account last night. And she is level 80 on polearms only here. Someone, by the way, in my chat said that there's people that have gotten banned, supposedly, for doing this big text. So, I don't know, I guess I don't want to get rid of the big text, though. I don't know. I'd rather polearms only didn't get banned, to be completely honest. Well, you know what? Let's change one of our showcase characters. Goodbye, Shao. Hello, Arlecchino. Blam. There you go. So I don't know. I could research this more. It might just be, you know, people fear-mongering, because the Genshin community tends to do that for anything that, like, oh, that's not allowed. Like, you know, for example, the 120 FPS mod, people fearmonger all the time. I don't have that mod, but people fearmonger it all the time. That, like, oh, you can get banned for using that. And literally nobody has ever gotten banned for using that, the 120 FPS mod. And if they have, it's usually, from what I could find, the only people that have gotten banned for that said they got banned for using it actually got banned because they were using other things that were ban-worthy. But anyways, just in case, you know, goodbye to the big text thing, because after I edited this, they fixed the thing that allowed you to have larger font sizes or custom colors. So after I get rid of this, it will not be coming back. Sad. Oh well. Polearms only. Now it's back to small. Just in case. Would prefer not to get banned. Lost 50-50 on the weapon after all that saving. I'm cooked. Yep, that be how weapon banner is. I'm sorry. I wish you the best of luck in acquiring future things, or, you know, quit while you're ahead, or quit while you're behind. Don't lose your insanity. Well, don't lose your sanity. Losing your insanity is probably fine, but don't lose your sanity going all in on the weapon banner. There's a reason I always advise caution on it. So, anywho's, yeah, Arlecchino is for polearms only. She doesn't actually have to really be much past level 80. But there's no reason to not level 90 on her this account on this account, because I have just about 5 billion heroes wits. So, and then on my main account, I leveled 90'd her because I had to make sure she was level 90 for properly testing version. And, yep, so anyways, we're gonna get her level 90 here very shortly. I cannot level her talents anymore, because limited by the weekly boss trial, but I have plenty of materials. She is triple crown ready. I am only limited by the weekly boss drops. In case anyone didn't see the polling video, I have C4 Arlecchino. I am probably not activating that this stream. The reason being is because I want to do a separate edited video where I, like, activate these constellations on polearms only, and, like, I'll be showing some of the teams. I'm doing initial testing for some of the teams on polearms only and my main account today, but then I'm going to do a separate video after the fact. So this is just going to be like first impressions testing. Is it going to be this live stream on top of, you know, leveling and whatever else? As far as Arlecchino's constellations go, because of the fact that we have C4 and the fact that polearms only, in case you haven't noticed, hasn't done a lot of exploration. Like, there's probably a good pity's worth of poles, for example, between like this area, Fontaine, whatever the get from the new area, Chenyu Vale, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I get like 100 total wishes just from like general exploration in that area. It would be I'd have to play the game a lot, but we are in the realm of C6 is actually feasible, which is kind of wild. I'm not going to spend any more money, to be clear. So, that's my current inclination, is to try to get C6 Arlecchino. If we lose the 50-50 for C5 at Pity, it's probably not happening realistically, but anywho's, you get the point. Is her weapon worthwhile to pull? I mean, if you're not playing her with Bennett, it's more worthwhile, but realistically, it's how many wishes do you have saved up? Are there characters in the future that you want? Are there 4-star characters that you want? Is Linny's weapon valuable to you, either because you have Linny or because you don't have a generic stat stick bow like Skyward Harp available for whatever other bow character? Like, you gotta evaluate based on all those factors on whether her weapon is actually worthwhile. I think for most players, Constellations are probably more worthwhile than her weapon, but it depends on what you have for like existing polearm weapons. So like, it depends. On polearms only, I think it is very much going to be worthwhile. On a normal account, particularly if you're at higher investment, if you have like a Jade Spear available, if you have a Staff of Homa available, heck, if you have a high refinement deathmatch or whatever, she's got a good enough amount of teams that she's versatile in, and a good enough amount of weapons that are relevant in teams she's usable in. Like, White Tassel with Bennett is quite good on her. And like, she's a good enough character that is it necessary? No. Like, I honestly think the main reason to get it is just because like, you're a high investment player. You don't care. You just want it because it looks cool. And like, yeah. So I don't think it's advisable over Constellations if you're deciding between one form of a high investment or wishing investment further more than another. But it depends. It depends on your account, right? The easiest shortcut is like, if you can get value from Linny's bow, that makes wishing on this banner a lot safer. But like, I'm not going to touch this banner on my main account because I have plenty of other polearm weapon options for her. And on top of that, I would get 0 use out of this weapon. So like, no, it's just not a banner I'm touching on my main account, right? But on polearms only, it makes much more sense. So anywho's, so we're gonna do a temp poll to start the stream, and that's probably the only wishes we're doing the stream. And yep, is the C6 Arlecchino dream real? Probably not, realistically, but we're gonna try to reach for that dream anyways, because why not? We got 3 weeks to do it, and it shouldn't be hard to get to another pity at least, but getting a second pity after that pity is going to be a bit hard, and it would take getting quite lucky to get C6, to be clear. Like, it's some combination of either earlies or winning 2 more 50-50s after we already had our stretch of like 2 early 5-stars for getting C3 and C4, right? Like, it's asking for a lot to be able to get a C6 Arlecchino on polearms only, but it would also be super cool. So, why not, right? Why not for the first time we've gotten a new 5-star polearm in forever, and she's basically the only 5-star limited polearm that I think has a relevant C6. Like, it's not like, oh my god, I need it relevant or anything, but she has strong constellation scaling, right? And like C6 Zhongli, no. C6 Shenhe, no. I mean, like C1, C2 Shen wouldn't be useless, but this would do nothing. She just has strong general constellation scaling. Even C4 I actually think might be relatively useful, because I might end up playing her solo pyro fairly often. And yeah, and then because the only time she has any energy needs is basically when she's, if you didn't see the video, is basically when she's solo pyro. And when she is solo pyro, she's only got like 30% energy needs. Her C4 should basically eliminate that. But there's also some weird nuance of the fact that her C4 reduces her burst cooldown to functionally, I think, 13 seconds, which means you can have weird longer rotations, say with, Chevreuse, for example, where you use her burst twice in a rotation, which is weird. It opens up some weird gameplay things, so point is, I don't need C6, but she has interesting, potentially relevant constellations all the way to C6 for polearms only. That makes it relevant. Like, Sino has like technically not useless Constellation 6 too, but the problem with Cyno is like it doesn't fix Cyno problems, which is that his burst lasts too long, and I don't have like Candace can be active for a whopping like 2% of his burst. This is hyperbole, exaggeration, but you get the point, right? Like the characters I have to support Cyno can't be active long enough. C6 Cyno does not fix Cyno problems. Arlecchino doesn't have Cyno problems. And therefore, like, her C6 is actually relevant, and we're close to it. C6 Raiden, not really relevant. Not technically potentially useless, but, like, really not that relevant. Also, I'm pretty sure C6 Cyno would still be worse than C3 Raiden. So, there's that, too. I'm not 100% confident of that. I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure. Anyways, you get the point. Hu Tao, C6 is whatever, and obviously him, yeah, so, you know. It's actually like the one truly relevant C6 that feels like it will be meaningfully valuable. So I think I'm gonna try to farm for it. So if you're someone who has wanted exploration content from polearms only, I will probably be streaming more, doing some mix of exploration, story quest content, to farm out some extra wishes. Is C6 Farina good? Yes. Should you get it? Probably not. So, anywho's, free to play, so C0 Arlecchino for Arlecchino okay for now? Yes. On a normal account, C0 for Arlecchino she's going to be a very good character. Like, I'll show C0 Arlecchino on my main account without her weapon. And obviously I don't have her weapon right now because leveled up right now. Because it requires new enemy drops, which are in the new area, so this is going to be part of this stream. Although, wait, there's some over here. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, there's this dude over here. I forgot about him. So, anywho's, yeah. The, I didn't do this first, I'm being dumb. Her constellations are not active yet, if you didn't notice. So, you know, I have to, I don't have the, you know, the C2 aspect wherein her mark is immediately set as soon as, you activate it. That will make her, C2 basically makes her rotations just like more like a typical character, basically. So, you know. What do I need for drops for the next ascension? I might need to bounce around to people's worlds if anyone is on NA in this stream, so I can try to. I want to try to get this weapon to level 90 in this stream. So, and then so the goal is to get her to level 90, and then get her weapon to level 90, and then we can properly start playing around with some things. And yep. Why don't you use Raiden in the team? In this team? Because this is a melt team. Like, I will use Raiden with Arlecchino, I assure you. And probably it's going to, like, probably... Where be the team? Is it... What? Where is it? Am I blind? What the F is this team? Why does that exist? What happened to my Chevreuse team? I had a Chevreuse team configured. Oh, there it is. I'm just blind as a bat. Like, yeah. This team... Where there.
Insurmountable problem.
Insurmountable problem. With potentially Toma instead of Xiangling in some cases. And, yep, there you go. This is probably the team I will likely end up using in Overworld most of the time. And oftentimes using in Abyss, but it also depends, right? Because some format of this team, at least. Because Raiden is a desirable character for other teams sometimes. Xiangling is a desirable character for other teams. But the notable thing with Arlecchino is that she has enough team context, I think, where she will be good enough on polearms only to allow me a lot higher team flexibility compared to even like Hu Tao. So yeah, we'll see. Do I think Cappuccino Virgin is a viable team? Cappuccino, is that Arlecchino's nickname? Yes, I plan to have, well, okay, Astros, I haven't actually tested it that much. Arlecchino's main downside, by the way, if you're the type of player who really doesn't like fragile characters, she's fragile. That's her main downside. It's a give and take, right? I think it's perfectly fine for her to be balanced. In that, hey, she has strengths, and her weakness is that she's potentially fragile. And the problem with Virgin Arlecchino is that it's going to make her even more fragile, right? So, realistically, based on the very limited testing I did last night, it does work, but it actually, I think, is going to be a little bit more high skill expression type aspect. And there is interesting nuance in like when you can use her burst, and it makes her much more burst reliant because you're going to need her burst to heal. for Virgin, yada yada. So, do I actually like Arlecchino? Yes. I think she's very fun and a very versatile unit so far. She has interesting nuance, and she's very functional at C0. So, yeah. Let's switch to this team real quick. By this team, I mean, I don't know where it went. Yeah, this team. So, Yunjin is not necessarily that great for Arlecchino, to be clear. I talked about this previous stream, but basically her flat damage buff can give, let's say, like, I don't know exactly what it's giving, but actually, let's just do the math. Let's do the napkin math quick. If Arlecchino has, right now she has about 200 crit damage, and Yunjin's buff, she has 2600 defense, and her buff is 68% of her defense, so we'll just round to, you know, like 70, that's 1400, we'll just estimate to 2000. I don't feel like bringing out the calculator for this, so 2000, that's a 2000 flat damage buff that will get multiplied by any damage percent Arlecchino has, so that's going to include her 40% pyro damage bonus that she has. I thought it was in her passive. Oh, it is. She has this passive, yeah, sorry. So she has a permanent 40% pyro damage bonus, right? And then plus pyro damage goblet, and plus a damage percent potentially from artifacts. Right now, I do not have her signature artifacts, but let's pretend we have her signature artifacts on. So that's another 50%. So 50% plus 54% technically, plus it's 46. That's 100%. Plus the 140 plus the 40 from her passive. So that's 140% damage bonus, and then plus 200% crit damage, so that's a times 3. So we're doing times 2000 times 2.4 times 3, and that is, and then times enemy resistance. So 2000, so 5000, 15,000 times enemy resistance is probably something like 8 to 10,000, right? Is probably what the end result is. I'd have to. I didn't factor in the fact that, you know, she has constellations that give normal attack bonus. So yeah, we'll just say 10,000 extra damage, per normal attack, right? When she's already doing like 40k at a baseline, 10,000 is only a 20% DPS increase. Versus like Bennett might be something like a 30-40% DPS increase, right? So a normal account, I wouldn't actually advise Yunjin that much, but on a polar multi account, she's what we got, and she does buff her still, so she's not useless. The interesting thing with this team is, and I'm using this right now because this thing is a Geo Shield, and I would like to be able to knock its Geo Shield off. But the interesting thing with this team is there's this. I forgot to cook with Arlecchino. Okay, I was talking and not paying attention to what I was doing. So yeah, Arlecchino is like easy to play. That's actually something I like about Arlecchino, to be clear. She's easy to play, but also you need to play her, like, you need to be smart. Like, you need to skill before you, at C0. C2 changes this. You need to skill before doing your other teammates' things, and I didn't because I was talking. But anyways, Candace should be able to enable Arlecchino to vape consistently, I think, in my limited testing thus far. So let's see if we can actually do that. I didn't use some other characters' things, but it's fine. So that was a bad showing of that, but I'll try to show that after I stop rambling and try to play things properly. So anyway, C6 Candace specifically. Sure. C6 Candace specifically should asterisk be able to enable Arlecchino to vape consistently on this count, and that is a thing I cannot do with Hu Tao. That's just because she applies less pyro, right? She only vapes like every few normal attacks versus versus Hu Tao is constantly doing charge attacks, so it's want to vape every time. She applies too much pyro for Candace to be able to enable her to vape. In my limited testing so far, Candace does enable Arlecchino to vape consistently, but there is the asterisk of sometimes the pyro overpowers Candace's hydro, depending on like the timing of when I think the pyro lines up, and depending on like there's potential for things like Zhongli's pillar could eat some hydro aura if it lines up bad. So there's still some awkwardness, is my point. It's not ideal. We'll see. I'll try to like actually show this later. Let's go see if we can go down over here. Oh boy, oh boy. Yay for having to explore a new area that has weird puzzles and stuffs. Let's see. Anywho's, the burning doesn't help for Burgeon. Yeah, the burning is one of the main things that makes it more fragile, less than the Burgeon self-damage. So, anywho's. Oh, and by the way, this Arlecchino build is not something I'm going to be sticking with. I just thought it'd be the interesting one to test first because I have 4-piece. I've had this onset goblet, which is obviously very good, for a long time. And then I farmed enough of this in the previous patch that the circlet is okay. And then everything else is very good. So yeah, this is a pretty good Arlecchino build. I wouldn't actually recommend Echoes of an Offering. I just thought it'd be interesting to test how good it was. I don't have on this account 4-piece gladiators because I don't farm that many bosses on this account. So, you know, I guess it's possible that I end up getting, you know, a 4-piece gladiator set, but I don't even have an attack percent timepiece. Right, I have an attack percent goblet. Oh, that's one thing I have in my notes. I need to test attack percent goblet on Arlecchino. In fact, I actually want to test attack build. Although I actually don't know what I have for attack circlets, now that I think about it. That's okay. That's better. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I have some attack options. But yeah, the reason I want to check like attack circlets and attack goblets is because she gets like a good chunk of damage bonus for free. Like she gets a goblet worth basically a damage bonus for free. And if you're not playing with Bennett, like we aren't on polearms only, attack percent can have higher relative value than it might for normal characters. Enough so that I think is worth considering when you have really good attack percent goblets. Like I have, I think, yeah, this one, which is, you know, the 40 plus CV attack percent goblet, right? Or something like this one if you need the ER, etc., etc. So you get the point. She has a lot of options for artifacts, like for 2-piece combos. She has a number of different 4-piece combos depending on the team context. Like her new artifacts, the new Bond of Life artifacts, are something I am going to farm for on this account because they are nice in that they are going to be universal. And I have nothing else to farm for. That's the burning artifacts. And I have nothing else to farm for, so like why not, right? But at the same time, I think for most people, for most people that have already farmed a lot of artifacts, chances are I don't think it's actually going to be worth the small percentage points of difference if you have a smattering of good other artifact combos available to you, is all it comes down to. And if you're someone who is like me, actually, who got C2 Arlecchino, there is a very good chance that many of the teams you end up playing Arlecchino in, you don't really care that much about using her burst. And if you aren't using her burst, say if you're just relying on Zhongli to keep her alive, so you're not worried about the fragility aspect in that sense, you don't need the heal from her burst, and you don't need you don't use the skill cooldown reset, which the skill cooldown reset is really interesting. I like it for being able to like save it for like multi-wave stuff I've noticed so far, just like in domain farming. Point is, Shimenawa's is bad on her because of the fact that you need to like use her skill before you switch to your other teammates, and then like let her skill build up for 5 seconds until it lets then you switch back to her after you use your other characters, use a charge attack to absorb the bond, and then you have your infusion for a while. C2 makes it so that you can just use skill and then get the bond right away. You don't have to let it cook. You don't have to wait the 5 seconds, which means you can just play her like normal, wherein like you use all your supports first, and then switch to Arlecchino, do skill. And then you can do burst, and then with Shimenawa's would eat some of your burst energy, and she's not very burst reliant anyways. This gives her 50% normal charge attack damage bonus, the normal damage bonus being the most relevant, and that puts Shimenawa's in like competition with her signature artifacts, or the Bond of Life artifacts. So is it actually worth it to farm for me on polearms only? I don't know. We'll see.
What greater pleasure
of course,
is there than the unexpected?
it's a tease. Those little golem, those little golems? Those little golems annoyed me since you needed to go to the next area. Yeah, that's what I figured. The question is, I ignored all the tutorials when I came here last night because I was just trying to bum rush getting the boss unlocked. How do I get there? Hello, cat. Goodbye, cat. I really like that she keeps her infusion just constantly, by the way. It's satisfying to me that I can just, I can ramble and I can just spam normal attacks and have pretty animations. Like how she has a custom plunge sound, by the way. got a big, like, thump sound. Anyways. Mysterious grimoires. Press to unleash a sound wave. Okay. Okay, cool. Waypoints over there. Don't make me get stuck in dialogue. Thank you. Okay. And let's ignore the cat. Did you buy the mob drops from the shop? I did not. That's actually a good point. I think I have plenty of the currency. Yeah, I have like 8,000. I should buy them from the shop. Thank you. I forgot about that. I hope that was the right one. I think it was. I'm like 90% sure. Get these. Blam. Okay. That's not very many. How much of that currency did I use? Like 600. Okay, yeah, that was worth it. Okay. Weapon enhance. Is that enough? Yeah, next level up at least. That was at least a free, basically a free ascension. And then got the next one. Nice. Obviously, the majority of the farming is in like the final 2 ascensions, so it's not that significant. But hey, it's something. It helps. We'll take it. Is LSC2 worth going for, or C1 the good stopping point? I mean, I think C0 for a normal account is a perfectly fine stopping point. just being honest. Like, look, I once you get invested enough, it barely like pyro on-field DPSs are strong enough that like you can have a pretty weak pyro DPS and still clear the content the game has to offer right now. So like, what need is there? If a C0 Gomming, vape team, as an example, right, can clear an Abyss Chamber for you, what is the difference between that and Arlecchino? Well, Arlecchino's at C0 is going to be a lot stronger than C0 Gomming, right? And like, go figure. But therefore, do you need to make the strong character even stronger? Oh, there's enemies. Can I? Okay, I want to ignore. No. So, anyways, is that a vape team? Does it work with Candace? Yes, kind of. We'll try to use it more properly against the boss once we get not in this dialogue. So yeah, I don't know. The point is, Arlecchino is strong at C0. I think it's highly unnecessary to go for anything higher investment on her. But if you want to, don't let me stop you, to be clear. Like, do what you want with your resources. Just as always. Oh, I thought these were enemies I could fight. Okay. Just you know, evaluate for you. I should probably pick up these things. I could wait to pick them up for dailies or whatever, but I actually would like them for progressing in the statue, for some primo gems, for potential the very small chance for C6. Yeah, on a polearm only account, right, the only thing to do is to hyper invest in characters, right? Because, you know, it might be a literal year and a half between 5-star polearm character releases. It's like Sino. There's probably a lot of people watching potentially right now that were not playing when Sino released. Like, Sino was a character that was old when they started. Where is Sino? Sino was a character that released with, you know, they were, yeah, you get the point. Like, Sino's an old character. It's been a year and a half since we got a new polearm 5-star. All there is to do, okay, all there is to do is to invest this highly. Okay, how do I get down here? There's a stairway like over here. Okay, this is a freaking maze of an area. Jesus. Oh, do I have to go underwater? She's fine at C0, but at C1 the DPS increases crazy. I mean, yeah, it increases the multiplier for her Bond of Light conversion. So yes, it will be a noticeable DPS increase. That's part of why I said earlier in the stream that if you're going to do higher investment stuff, it's probably more worthwhile for most people to get her C1. I don't want to do this right now. I mean, I do want to do this, but my goal is to actually level things. Wow, this is one of the most annoying weapons to farm for, I think, at this point. This is apparently not where I needed to go. Don't think there's anywhere to go here unless... Hello. Let's do this. There's literally... Oh, there's a symbol here for something overworld-wise. Okay, no, I don't know what that is. Alright, well, there's all kinds of puzzle mechanics I'm going to have to figure out at some point here. It might not be this stream, because again, this is meant to be mostly focused on leveling up Arlecchino stream. I'm just trying to explore so I can get the freaking weapon materials. Oh boy. Okay. This is annoying. Chevy on Sino banner. Yeah, I mean... Okay. Let's do this. By the way, I'm so glad to have this. I think I might have cut that out of the video, but I'm so glad to have that on Poems Only. Although there is something interesting that I noticed. So I think this uses her stamina faster. We should go fight the boss again. Actually, I'll show it when we go over to the boss. Her charge attack start is very fast, right? And you can dash cancel it. I think that's faster than doing this. But it uses stamina faster if you do that. So for short distances, I think it's actually faster to charge attack cancel than it is to do her wing thing. But her wing thing can also go up like slopes a little bit better. You can kind of like jank your way up slopes faster. It can go over water. So it's not objectively one or the other is the better. I'm just very glad to have an overworld thing in general. But yeah, this I'm pretty sure is faster if you do it properly. Both of them use stamina, so, you know, there's that too. But how are you feeling with her? I really, really like her so far. All right, let's see if... I'm gonna shut up for a second. I'm gonna see if I can properly, like, set up the vapes. But first I'm going to get through this butthole's shield. I should let this cook, though. I think Candace's skill might get rid of a bit of his shield. Yeah. Alright. Let's do... Oh, he already got it. Okay. Alright, let's do this to start. And then let's do this. I don't know what the rotation is going to look like with this. It doesn't matter. Okay, well, I wasted the entire time doing that, but you can see he has Hydra on him. We are vaping consistently. That rotation was horrifyingly bad, to be clear, but I was too stuck in my own brain for how to do it, and then I didn't do anything properly. But I still managed to show that you can vape consistently. Oh god. There we go. I don't have her weapon level 90, correct. You can spam charge attack over water. Can you really? That's interesting. Okay. So like the pathway here looks like I can walk down this way. Okay. Let's see. Instant transmission. Yeah, true. I love that she keeps her infusion permanently. It's so nice. Like it has so many like little minor upsides that I feel like you notice once you have her. I really like this detachment from the standard get infusion for X amount of seconds. It does make her a little bit, because like Noelle has the same problem if you played Noelle before, where like her burst lasts long enough that you just kind of like unga bunga brain too long, and Arlecchino can have a similar situation. Like for example, that melt team I had before, wherein like I actually want to swap off of Arlecchino in between doing some of her normal attacks to be able to use an additional skill on Rosaria and Shenhe, but my brain's just like, I want to unga bunga, and that makes you like make play mistakes, but that's fine because it's just one of those things like wherein like she's relatively simple to play, but there's enough like nuance in how it actually feels in practice and like how you have to pay attention to things, like your other characters and etc. going on. Enough interesting things to think about with their team configurations that I quite like it. So anyways, let's try to go down this way and then this way. Hello, book. Look, a dude, finally. This seems quite unnecessary, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Yeah, okay, yeah. The full setup was probably not necessary. Alright. Give me my goods. Did I skip an Oculus back here?
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Hello? Okay, all the shields are in my face. Okay, well, if I did, I don't know where it is. Okay. Well, oh well, that's fine. Father is really strong, true. Okay. Where's the next enemy? Nowhere. That's the only ones it leads to on the map until the underground area, I'm guessing. Oh boy. Does anyone know how long it takes to unlock the underground area proper? Oh dear. Oh dear. The enemy looks kind of cool. Sadly, they're just there to die in all 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, the geo shields are going to make them a bit more interesting in Abyss, but obviously for Overworld, it's an Overworld enemy, so that surprise there. They have, okay. Okay, do that. I forgot to do her skill again because I'm too focused on just getting rid of a shield. Like, no, I gotta do this. Alright. Can you... I hate you. Please. Okay, there we go. That was 110k, I think. Nice. Yep. This is without constellations activated. I want to emphasize that. This is not... this is a C0 Arlecchino on a polearm only account. Like... I could have gotten C0 of this character without her weapon and been perfectly happy, right? That's already the feeling I'm having. So, yeah. Like I feel like Arlecchino's she's a strong enough character that on a polearm only account, I think her constellations are probably not very necessary. I will probably notice the difference in her constellations, I'm sure, but yeah. Also, one downside, like in this team, because of the fact that her C2 causes an additional instance of pyro application, it's possible that makes it that might be an additional instance of pyro application that makes it so Candace is not enough hydro application. It depends on when like the timing lines up, and I might be able to control it a little bit if I'm smart. Particularly because Candace has her like switching hydro application that I can like switch out, switch back in to try to get hydro on the enemy. So I think it won't be a problem, I think. But I will be very sad if it actually is. If her C2 makes it so she applies too much pyro to vape consistently, that would be very unfortunate. So yeah, I think this character for most players is way better than Hu Tao, as Raiko just said in chat. I think the nuance of how she plays, like I think Hu Tao is a shit character on a mobile device, for example. This character feels quite good on a mobile device, from the little bit I played on my phone with her so far. And you know that's a factor too for a lot of people, I think. So yada yada. I think the number of teams she's potentially versatile. She's versatile enough that she can work in a lot more teams than someone like Hu Tao. Like Hu Tao does not function very well in this team unless I'm doing normal attack Hu Tao, but then that's ignoring like how Hu Tao's kit was actually designed, whereas she was actually designed to do normal attacks. And then you know there's context that I'll show later. Hopefully once we get her weapon leveled up in 10 years. And that would be, for example, this team. This team is a team that does not really work with Hu Tao because Shenhe and Rosaria, if you go look at my recent Hu Tao video on Poems Only, I talked about this in a reply to one of the pinned comments in a big R swallow text with details of it. So without going into details, it's basically Shenhe and Rosaria want to use multiple skills per rotation, and Hu Tao, by staying on field for like 12 seconds straight, does not really allow smooth rotations to allow Shenhe and Rosaria to use multiple skills, which vastly increases both of their energy needs, lowers the amount of buff you get from Shenhe, lowers the amount of damage you get from Rosaria. It's not technically dysfunctional, but Arlecchino, by nature of keeping her infusion when she is swapped off field, you know, she allows that freeform swapping. That allows her a lot more team versatility, right? And yeah, if you're running C6 Kazuha, oh, sorry, I read that wrong. If you're running Kazuha, C6 Shungling, C6 Bennett, should I run Attack Cup? Probably not, because the Bennett attack buff is going to be a lot of attack. But I don't know, test it out, right? If for artifacts, like as far as Attack Goblet versus Hydro Goblet, Hydro Brain, Pyro Goblet, I wish it was a Hydro, honestly. That would be more useful on Polearms Only, but instead we get our 8th Pyro Polearm. No, anyways, she would, for most people, she'd be a worse character if she was Hydro, realistically. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so like if you have a good pyro, whatever your best pyro goblet is compared to whatever your best attack goblet is, test them both in whatever teams you like playing are in, and see how it is. Ultimately, like whatever you have is RNG determined. The thing to know is just don't undervalue the fact that attack goblets might be more relevant on her, and you should consider trying them. That's really the important thing. But stat for stat, which will be better, it's probably going to be context dependent. Most of the time, it's probably still going to be pyro damage bonus, right? If you have a 40 CV pyro goblet and a 40 CV attack goblet, most of the time pyro is probably better. But on this account, we might actually see a context wherein once I start doing a two-piece combo, so I'll try to find a two-piece combo that lets me use an offset goblet, and I'll compare like this 40 CV goblet to the attack goblet I have, right? And we'll see if it is noticeably different. And it might be more different on this account because of the fact that we have more damage bonus and less options for attack buffing. But like if you're using Bennett, you have attack buffing. So, anyways, did someone say in chat about the thing for the quest is almost 2 hours? Oh, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to get to the underwater place. Okay, good. So I can just probably go talk to the cat and do that. But let's go fight the boss another time. You got the bow instead of Arlecchino signature, so I'm building DPS Venti. Any advice? Yeah, it's probably not very good for Venti, as chat is mentioning. It's probably best for. I mean, realistically, it's official. So it's Linny's bow's value depends on like what you have for others, like generic stat stick bows, right? If you already have a Skyward Heart, for example, I think the value of his bow goes down quite a lot, but it's still probably better than Skyward Heart most of the time. It should be pretty good on official. It'd probably be pretty good on. It's probably gonna be very good at. Actually, wait. I gotta go look at the bow's wording exactly. Should be a pretty good DPS stat stick for official. Farazan can be built for DPS with C6. Yulon probably no, but you know. Ganyu, obviously. Yoimiya, yes. Tarte, yes. Tignari, yes. He cares less about the attack stat comparatively, but like it's a decent generic stat stick though. It's just a problem of there's a lot of bows that are actually decent generic stat sticks, and most notably being the standard 5-star one that you may or may not have. I don't know. It should also be pretty good on Sethos, the 4-star bow character next patch, because he is charge attack damage, so he at least gets value from the charge attack there, and the attack percent isn't useless for him. So yeah. Of course that is specifically the same elemental type, but Sethos you'll probably at least play with visual, so you know it'd be a good weapon for Sethos. But yeah, it's one of the better stat stick bows. That's all I can really say. Yeah, it's not the worst one to get, but also like as I mentioned before, for my main account, I'm not going for this weapon, even though like hey, looks cool. I don't even have the resources to consider going for it. And I'm not spending money on my main account for it. Like I already have, like I have Thundering Pulse as a generic stack stick. I have gotten all the freaking Skyward Harps. I have an R3 Skyward Harp, and I just recently got another freaking Skyward Harp. And I have Aqua Simulacra that I basically never use anymore. Like I've made enough bad decisions in the past, basically, that I have a lot of bows available. Some of those aren't bad decisions, to be clear. The game just loves dumping Skyward Harps on me. I think I've gotten 3 Skyward Harps from Standard Banner. One of them was from Weapon Banner. So, you know, you get the point. Ow. Let's do this. Watch your heal. Bam. Do this. Do this. Can I? Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. I was confused why I couldn't switch. And do that. This. Yeah. Nice. Yes, Gladiators is good enough, I think, for most people, if you happen to have a lot of Gladiators. I can test Gladiators on my main account once we switch over to that a little bit later. Which is probably gonna be towards the end of the stream, to be clear. But so if you leave before the end of the stream, just check out the VOD or whatever. if I remember to, feel free to someone can annoy me on Discord, remind me to like put a timestamp or something in the pinned comments or in the description for having a stroke. For when I switch over to my main account, because I can test things like more artifact sets like gladiators that I can't test on here, and I can test normal teams that I can't test here. So yeah, should you level her normal? Yes, her normal attack is the main one to level. If you don't have, there's contests for like team contests where you don't even care about using her burst at all, and then her skill doesn't really do that. I mean, it doesn't do no damage when you first cast it. It can do meaningful damage, but usually you're casting it before you're like using your buffs up, like setting up any hydro or doing any swirls on your team. So like her skill damage is not really relevant either because of that. And her burst damage can definitely be relevant. So like priority is definitely like normal attack and then burst, but like normal attack over all else. Like to enough of a degree that you should probably crown, like this is a case where it probably makes more sense resource wise to crown the normal attack before bothering even taking these two to past level 6, right? It is how I describe it. And like this technically could be left level 1 and you'd be fine. The burst I would probably take to level 6 because it's not that hard to get to level 6 and it's not irrelevant damage. The healing does not go up with level. It's just the damage. So, you know, but almost all of her damage is in her normal attack talent. So yeah, that's the main talent you should be focusing on. Golden Troop Arlecchino. Yeah. You've only leveled her skill and burst? Oh no. Well, hopefully you at least didn't use the weekly boss drops. Because that would be the main painful thing, if you use the weekly boss drops for her skill and burst before leveling her normals. Yeah. Anywho's, cat, where's the cat? Oh, I have to retake the blank score. Okay. Oh god, I didn't read any of the tutorials. How do I do this? Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Okay. I have symbols that are like around me. What is happening? Oh boy, this is not a very intuitive puzzle. I prefer puzzles that I can like intuit my way through. Okay, that has a 2-note above it. That also has a 2-note above it. What are we doing here? And I have random symbols popping up around me. Is the order important? What is this? This is weird. I don't know. I might actually enjoy these puzzles after I figure out how they function, but I don't really enjoy puzzles that I have to read a wall of text to understand how they function before doing them. Hold. Oh, is there a hold on this? Ah, interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, yep, that's not a thing they normally require. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Definitely thought it was just a tap.
What greater pleasure is there than the
Play the symphony on the mural. Okay. 70 meters. Oh, that's the thing that's over there. Yeah. Wait. How do I... Okay, maybe it's not. Okay, I'm just gonna walk. This is a bit of a maze of an area. I don't mind maze areas, to be clear. It's just... It makes me feel like an idiot when I'm live streaming. That's all. That's all. I hope I get to fight these and get their drops. What's your thoughts on Chlorine? Have you checked the leaks? She seems like an Electro main DPS. She seems like she'll be decent. Like as far as the previous Electro 5-star DPS that we got that released, you know, Sino, it should be probably a lot better, is my guess. But she also like I don't know. She seems relatively boring to me, if I'm being honest. Like I am genuinely a lot more interested in how Sethos plays, than Chlorine, to be completely honest. So yeah, I don't know. Like how much of what Chlorine will do is going to be meaningfully different from how like the experience of playing Kaching would be, right? It might be meaningfully different. We haven't seen any footage. We only have the text descriptions. It seems like she does have a bit of range on her attacks, which is interesting. But we need to know like when she actually applies Electro to know like how much damage she can do with a lot of those attacks, and like the frequency of them hitting, etc., etc. So like it's impossible to actually evaluate her damage right now compared to anyone. It's just like with what makes Electro useful in the game, I don't think she does anything that's that relevant over existing Electro units. Like compared to Arlecchino, who has like similar gimmicks going on in their kits because they both like do Bond of Life stuff. Arlecchino's more of an interesting character and fits more in her own niche of like a relevant pyro DPS, whereas Chlorine feels more like, if you like her, she's going to probably be quite good, but I don't know what she does that's actually unique right now, without seeing something I'm missing. So, can you show your build? Yes, in a second once I get out of dialogue. See, my problem with them forcing doing like quests, by the way, to like unlock areas is like, I generally speaking have this happens here, like where I just want to go unlock the area to explore or to farm or whatever, and because I want to do something else that isn't the quest, but I have to do the quest to unlock the thing that I actually want to do, I ignore the freaking quest. And then that makes me not know what's going on in the story, even if the story might be good because of how they designed the unlocks. So, I forgot to do this properly. Okay, is it cooked? Yes, it is. There we go. They didn't drop anything. Rude! How friggin' rude. So here's an interesting example where like this is functionally a multi-wave content, right? I can use her burst to reset her skill cooldown. I had like 15 seconds left to be able to use her skill again. So like, yeah, I really like this character. Alright. Raiden or Arlecchino, best overall value. Oh. If we're talking C0 versus C0. The thing is, Raiden has Hyperbloom Relic. It depends on like your account investment and what you like doing a little bit. I would probably say I don't really like C0 Raiden's kit very much. I'm certainly on the record saying that before, and I kind of pretty much maintain that feeling. Although C0 Raiden feels a lot better with Chevreuse than I think C0 Raiden feels and gets value out of her kit, compared to like C0 Raiden with Raiden National with Xiangling, Bennett, Xingqiu, right? The Chevreuse variation is Xiangling, Bennett. The typical Chevreuse variation is replacing Xingqiu in like Raiden National with Chevreuse. And I think that team feels a lot better to play, personally. So like C0 Raiden is fine, and particularly in the context of her being useful for Dendro. Both Arlecchino and Raiden take meaningful like artifact investment to get a lot of value out of, but Raiden, I feel like even with like really good artifacts, can feel like she struggles. Like Raiden feels more reliant even on her teammates than artifacts, and Arlecchino I think might feel more reliant on artifact quality. But even then, I think Arlecchino's going to be easier to feel like you get really good performance out of compared to Raiden. But it also depends like what weapons you have available potentially, because like if you have White Tassel, it makes you a lot more reliant on Bennett, which might make her feel worse to play potentially, because you have to be in Bennett's circle, yada yada. You just got Arlecchino, nice, congrats. So, yeah. Oh, I like the Bond of Life mechanic. The Bond of Life mechanic is just a weird way of them having an alternative resource meter to keep Arlecchino's infusion up. And then the only other gimmick aspect is that it's, no healing. Because healing would, if she could heal, it would clear her Bond of Life, right? So it's a good thing that she can heal. But, I don't know. I think it's an interesting gimmick for a mechanic, and I really, really like the freeing... Can we finish this? I really like her being freed from, has infusion for X amount of seconds aspect. Seasoning is a huge win for bows only. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Can I go? Why? Maybe this cat is saying very interesting things, but like, again, I'm just doing this because I want to unlock I want to level up my freaking weapon. Oh, good lord. Oh wait, am I in an infinite dialogue? Oh, that's why. Oh, frickles. That's why. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. The new patch, new area with new character woes. Oh my god. Can I be free? Okay, yeah. I think I caused myself to be in a loop because I wasn't paying attention to it because I was talking and things. But Sumeru Underground Desert is still more annoying. Yeah, but I never had to go to the Sumeru Underground Desert. I basically have to be able to level up this weapon in this case. Second movement. Is this the underground area? Head to the Sea of Bygone Eras. Mid-win is a huge win for your bank account. I mean, I think she's going to be pretty decent. Siege win, but we'll see. We need to know a lot of details about Siege win to actually say that confidently. So I'm not going to say anything really about her. She's a Hydra unit. The details are very important for Hydra units. What is this? Lower. Okay, cool. My problem with lore in video games is, generally speaking, that like it's cool that it's there. I'm glad developers do it, but as far as me experiencing it myself, my personal preference is like if I care about the lore, I'd rather watch someone who like made a YouTube video that someone else did the work of, you know, reading all the lore texts and et cetera, and then I experience it in like a condensed form. Just looking around, see if there's anything to grab while I'm here. Okay. Let's, wait, did it navigate to any more enemies? I don't know why, I didn't have to go to this, I could just go to the map now I think about it, but... Yeah, it did, okay, sweet. That's a very large quest area marker. Kind of looks like a narwhal. I think it's meant to be like some aspect of the whale we saw in the Fontaine story quest. There's a whale that's tied up. How dare those fishermen? But I can see what you mean with the narwhal because it do have a horn. Do I need to have the signature? No. The level 90 deathmatch. The deathmatch should be one of her better weapons. I also think that like the defense from, because one of Arlecchino's downsides is her fragility. I think the defense that you occasionally get from deathmatch in, I think it's in single target situations, is going to be potentially more relevant than you might expect in some cases. But it depends on the situation, how much you get hit, your skill level, if you're playing with a shielder, etc. So, yeah. I don't know if you have deathmatch, and you're planning to play with Bennett, especially. Like, I mean, well, even if you aren't playing with Bennett, deathmatch gives enough attack percent that it kind of balances out its low base attack, in conjunction with the value of the crit rate. Can we continue? I would just like to go and kill some golems, and also I'd like to take a drink of water because I have phlegm in my throat. I didn't want this to be a questing stream, but apparently it is. So, losing viewers by the minute. Oh well. The eye is so random. I'm just looking back in chat while I'm trying to skip through this. What does the eye is so random mean? Raiko. Oh my god, how much dialogue with this freaking cat? Yeah, I gotta seal the binds. I knew this as soon as I came in here, you stupid freaking cat, that I would have to go and unseal the seals. Like, it's typical game design. Like, I've played more than one game before. Like, I get that they're, like, pandering to babies, but, like, good lord. Do you have to force me to go through that much dialogue for it to say, hey, wow, look, there seems to be bindings that you need to free. Go follow the lines. Design. Good lord. Anyways. Look at the music. Is this entire area underwater? Okay, let's see if I can get to the robot. Oh, actually, before I see if I can get to the robot, let's go back to the service. Go back here. So we still need to finish farming for the weekly, or the world boss. Overworld boss, specifically. By the way, the weekly boss is a really cool boss fight. I like it a heck of a lot more than the whale. It's probably my favorite one they released since Raiden. I'll have to fight it more and see how I enjoy it, compared to the Raiden Shogun boss fight, but it's very cool. But also, don't bring a pyro damage team into it. I made that mistake. Down. Alright. Oh, see, that was a circumstance where I goofed up something, right? So that's what I gotta figure out with Candace. I did not have Hydro Aura on the enemy there, which is interesting, right? I didn't get Vapes. So I gotta figure that nuance out a little bit. Sure. Wanderer's Troop is not exactly the most useful of artifact sets on this account. But because we do not have Bow or Catalyst characters, and 2-piece EM is relatively not useful, but it depends. So, you know, I'll take the Looker pieces though. Let's go over here, claim our things. I don't know what battle pass weapon to get next week now that I've got R5's talking stick. I don't know. I mean, you could get the new bow for Sethos Drip or something. I'm in a similar place where like I don't get anything. I'm not planning to buy the battle pass on poems only, but on my main account I still will because I just need the resources to be able to like level more characters. I'm down to like the 2 million more range now that I finished leveling Arlecchino there, so you know. And I'm still planning to level 90 like beta this week, so rip my resources. And yeah, do I think constellations for Arlecchino are really good? Yeah, her constellations are pretty good. They're like meaningful DPS increases. Pretty much all of them are. All of the early ones are. Well, I say all the early ones, but I don't even consider C3 early. So, you know, she has pretty strong constellation scaling, but she's a strong enough character that they're not relevant. Oh, I forgot to go over the build. That someone asked earlier. So I showed this very briefly before. I'm only just testing this for the lulz. I don't actually recommend Echoes and Offering because this set is stupid and ping dependent, and I believe this is basically a flat damage buff. And flat damage buffs, as I talked about with Yunjin earlier, are of relative less value on Arlecchino, but I thought it'd be fun to test it. It seems to feel perfectly fine on her. If for some reason you have 4-piece Echoes, then it's better than your 2-piece combos or whatever. Then it might be better still, but I don't know. I should actually test switching to not 4-piece Echoes now and see what we do. So let's do, we'll just do like 2-piece attack, right? So let's try, let's see, probably this. And then that's a 40 CV piece, and then this is a 40 CV. So let's try a goblet, or sorry, circlet. I can word. Let's try that. There we go. So 2-piece Shimas, 2-piece that. 86, 209. So a little bit better of a build. More crit rate. 22 attack, satisfying. Well, that's going to go away as soon as we ascend her. And yeah, is this going to be better? Probably not, because it's not that much better a crit ratio since I had a pretty good 4-piece set, right? So we'll see. Is 4-piece Gladiator good or not? Yes, for a lot of people that's what you should probably stick with, and it's going to be good enough that you don't even necessarily need to bother farming her artifact set, is what I would say. So yeah. Claim. Do that. Alright. Let's see. What's the timer on this? 53 seconds. Okay. We're just going to wait for that, I think. Have I gone to the teapot yet this week? Let's go check. Just got Arlecchino 40 pity. Very nice, very nice. Oh, while you were saving for Wanderer. Less nice. Sorry, I didn't finish reading your comment. Rip. At least, I don't know. She's, hopefully you have fun with her regardless. You know, I'd say just hopefully treat it as like mostly a freebie 5-star, even if it kind of potentially eats your ability to get Wanderer. I think she's a better unit than Wanderer, a lot better personally. But hopefully you enjoy it regardless. I'd say just to use it as an opportunity to mess around with something maybe that you haven't messed around with before. Keep your mind open to new ideas, even though it is a little bit unfortunate, and use it as a lesson to not pull if you're not willing to risk it, right? So yeah. Farming for the new mob materials for Arlecchino weapon is pain. Indeed, that is another reason not to get her weapon. This is just annoying. Like I've leveled it up basically not at all, and I've been streaming for like an hour. Oh, good lord. I probably should just jump in people's co-op, but I want to at least see where the mobs are in my world, so I know where to head in people's co-op worlds. Alright. Loading. Okay. This should be the last time we have to farm this, by the way, which is nice, because this is, I mean, it's not that hard of a boss to farm, it's just annoyingly tedious, I would say. Alright, and do that, and you're still not down, there we go, okay. You can join me, I already finished this quest. Nice, thank you, mates. Alright. Oh, I had to replenish again. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna do this. Because we will spend... I think I'll spend the rest of my fragiles in the artifact domain, why not? Wow, thanks for the healing bonus. Alright, send. I need to go craft some of these, that's fine. We are done with that. How is C6 February? I haven't used him, but I think he's pretty good, probably. He's probably a better physical plunge DPS at C6 than Eula is. So there's that. Probably. I don't know. The nuance of plunge Eula with being able to still use Eula's burst is kind of interesting. But does that actually make plunge Eula better when using her burst than C6 Remine? I don't know. I can't say I'm going to level up. Remine is not a priority for me to level up. Because I'd rather do C6 Lynette things, and I'd rather do my Beto things that I talked about in my previous stream. So I have a number of other things to work on and not enough resources to be able to level Fremini right now, but I probably will eventually. Although, depending on how many characters I end up getting in 3.7, that also might throw a wrench into the plans, because that's like 3 characters next patch. There's no way I can build them all. It's not possible. But, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. We can get 10 of these. Converting these shouldn't be a problem. Okay, we should get one more of these from something. What's the least likely element for Hoyoverse to release a polearm character? And probably... Animo. Blam. Okay. And then, okay, that's enough for 4. We need 2 more. And, okay, let's see. What do we have? We have a crap ton of, I think, everything, basically, so it doesn't matter. We have the least Dendro one, so I'll leave Dendro. And also the Hydro ones. I mean, well, the Hydro ones probably barely matter either, but... Anywho's, I think, oh yeah, I did get a Geo one of these because I got that from the boss, actually. So may as well convert that one over. And then just need one more. Right? Yeah, okay. Always like this rigmarole you have to do when leveling up characters is figure out what freaking things you want to convert over. So dumb. Let's just do an Electro one, it'll be fine. Doesn't matter. Wrong screen. There we go. Okay, done. Ascend. Final. There we go. 219 crit damage. I ignored her voice lines. My bad. And blam. Level 90. Let's go. There we go. 2298 attack. Less satisfying. Oh well. Is what it is. And, yep. Now we gotta finish weapon. Alright. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, we'll join Mate's World afterwards. Can I press the right button? And let's see how this goes. So they're over here. They're in like a weird in-between spot. I didn't notice a spot to go to them, but we'll see. Go here. Lots of new characters have really fun. The heart is blocking the message. Kits, I think I'm going to skip and save for Natline. Yeah, I don't think any of the 4.74 stars or 4 stars characters are interesting enough to be like, oh my god, I really need them. I see an Oculus up here apparently. I think. Maybe? No? Okay. Where? Oh boy. Where to Oculus though? Oh, there's a new treasure. I never tested the new treasure compass. The new treasure compass is, well, it's not new. They're existing, but they were modified to be actually useful. Do I not have them? Have I never crafted them? Oh, that's funny. Okay. I think that might help a lot in my potential C6 Arlecchino attempts. Where is this Oculus? Whatever. What's with this secret, sneaky, hidden Oculus? Where is this? What? Oh my god, I am okay. Sneaky. I'm blind. It's fine. Good lord. Can I join for materials? LOL, I really need them as well. Well, no, wait, Chat, does materials, are they synced for all players? No, they drop individual, right? Can you steal drops? I thought you could steal drops for some reason. Can you not? If you can't steal drops, then yes, you're free to join. If you can steal drops, then no, because I need them, sorry. Where? Oh boy. Oh boy, I might need someone to join me to help me find them. Am I supposed to go to the surface? Can you go to the surface? Is there a surface? How would fighting these underwater even work?
How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Cool. Okay. You can't steal enemy drops. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, you're free to join. Welcome. Do. Arlecchino should be a pretty good co-op character, I think. And I'm just going to rely on these people to help me find the things. Only things you can steal are ingredients. Okay. That's probably what I got it mixed up with. It's been a while since I did much co-op stuff. So, alright. Follow the road. Follow the road. What road? This road? The road ends. That's what I was kind of trying to follow. Okay. Here's the cave. Oh, okay. We'll get up. Is it up, I assume? I don't know where they are. Oh, there's a... Oh, wait, it's a cave. I see. Okay. Over here? Hopefully. Yeah, okay, good. The golems are mostly in caves. Okay, good to know. I'm assuming, yeah, it looks like it converts to open air. Sweet. By the way, normally I have people do polearm only characters, but I don't feel like enforcing it today, so you know what? Oh well. I mean, it's a circumstance of... Okay, that's a downside to Arlecchino and co-op is, well, I have Candace available still, but, what was I gonna say? Didn't have the ability to just immediately yoink the thing without activating C2 at least. So.
What greater pleasure is there
All right.
than the unexpected?
Good. What's the next one's? Not here. Is there a waypoint in here? Probably not. Oh, there is. I lied. This looks like a boss arena. I will grab this though. Yoink. Okay, thought I missed it. Got it though. There's a thing over here. Alright, yoink. Okie dokie, let's go. Yes, if you have polearm characters to switch to, I would appreciate it, but if you don't, it's not the end of the world. Technically, by joining without a polearm character, you already ruined the account. Or I ruined the account by spending money on it. One of the two. How many hydroculus do I have? 19. I think I'm very low level in the thing still, so, you know. Why do I have a condensed resin? Did I condense the resin? What, good lord, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, I don't know where that condensed resin came from. It's fine. We're probably going to use it anyways. But. Alright. I would like to do all these things, but I'll let myself get distracted in a later stream, I think. Try to keep distractions to a relative minimum. Wait, they're in a cave, so it's probably... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is just going to be looking for cave entrances. Where do it be? Probably not up there. This is the second cave. Is that player 3? Yes, that's player 3. Okay, so they're over here. I am going to put a marker on this one. The other one has a waypoint near it, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Basically just finish up Fontaine today. You get Arlecchino. Very nice. Alright. Oh, there's oh, freaking god dang it. No, I just want to murder you. I don't care. Of course. I got excited when I saw there was like 3 golems here. And instead it's 2 quest golems and 1 actual golem. Ugh. Or maybe 0 actual golems. Oh my god, like... Really? Really, Hoyoverse? Like, how many people are just farming these golems right now, right? And then they're just like, nope, questing! Like, let me do the quest when I want to do the quest. Oh my god. This... Why? I just look at the abs on these statues. I just want to, let me. Oh my god, it's not done. Stop. I just want to. I heard the Chasm in Enkonomia sucks. Chasm is my favorite region of the game. I don't care that my trusty's creased. I want to murder you and get your freaking drops. Oh my god. I do not care. I can tell you I hate this area a lot more because of forced quest dialogue bullshit compared to the Chasm. The Chasm felt like it had a natural flow to it. Stop. I don't want to break the chains. I'm not... They're gone. I wanted to... Absolute bait. They're like, sweet, a bunch of things we can kill. Nope, get stuck in dialogue for another 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I liked Enkonomia too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't like... When I did the Chasm, maybe I just wasn't like, you know, oh, there's a waypoint here, so I don't need this one. Maybe I just wasn't a hater or something. But like, I really enjoyed the Chasm and enjoyed doing the quests too, and they felt like they flowed in a way that wasn't too much of like an interruption of the general experience, I would say. So I don't know. Anyways, I'll let them cook. Let them cook. There we go. Kind of want to activate C2 just for today, just because we're doing co-op things. But no, I gotta wait. I gotta wait for the actual video to test that. Thank you for the level 3 drop. I guess we can grab this. Yoink.
An impressive bounty.
Get the goodies. Okay. Is there more here? Yes, good. Unpopular opinion, but I like the last 2 regions of the desert. I barely did anything in the desert, but I might soon now. You know, like, I might revise my opinion. The fact that I might start doing a bunch of these quests for Arlecchino. Nice, I didn't expect to be able to hit those. Okay, these are a little bit harder. Okay, I might need to wait for a skill cooldown first. And then go back up here. And then try to hit them again. Nice, god dang it, and then need to wait another 20 seconds. Okay. Where's the drops? There they are. Okie dokie. Oh, frick. Really? Did I trigger dialogue by picking up a thing? Oh my god. Oh, I got this? Okay. What does this sound like? Quest is good, but exploration makes you lose a little bit of your sanity. Right now I'm losing sanity because of the quests, but thanks for the primos. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. Next ones need to be unlocked with a quest. Oh, freaking course they do. why did they design this like this? Like, like Hoyo, all you're doing is making people not enjoy the things you're putting in the game. Like, there was a chance I enjoyed the story quest, but instead you're making me annoyed by interrupting the need to farm with story, or vice versa. Ugh. Mostly interrupting the need to farm with story. Like, it's not something that affects all people. Obviously, in this case, it only affects people who got her weapon. But like, why put this in the first place? Like, why would you want this to be what people experience? It's so back-asswards. And that dude didn't jump down for some reason. Okay, well, they're gonna stay there forever then. For now, that's fine. Okay. So the question is, how much more quest do you have to do? Because I feel like the strategy when I have 180 viewers might be to just bounce into other people's worlds. So, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go jump into Mate's world because Mate said he finished, or they. I don't know your gender. So sorry for assuming. Oh, there's a cat profile icon. What a world. That's if that's a quest unlock, that's the #1 reason to do this quest. But anyways, assuming Mate's they finished the quest, so let's go do that there. We'll see how many we get from there, and then we'll come back here. So anyone else is free to like, try to rejoin after the fact, or might be able to get Mates' UID and join their world too. Okay, let's exit co-op. Alright, can we just join off of here? Nope, I have to exit first. Alright. Turn to single player. Yes, if I unlock more, you're free to rejoin. This quest made me sob like a little girl. See, that makes me want to actually like partake in the quest now. But because of the fact that I have like a goal that is not doing the quest right now, my brain is like, no, I'm going to skip through this dialogue. Like they're shooting themselves in the foot for what like might actually be me experiencing something that's enjoyable in the game because I have a different goal, but they chose to interweave these things in a way that's annoying. Like, why do this? I don't get it. It's so dumb. It's whatever. It's fine. Co-op? No. Friends. Sorry. Alright. Requests. Yeah. There's Mates UID 612-285-398 if you wanted to try to join them while I'm farming in their world. Or they're not going to let me in. They declined my co-op invite.
Something you wish to report?
Available.
Go on.
Still?
You have my undivided attention.
Good thing you have 2 accounts. I do have 2 accounts, yes, but I don't have this area unlocked in my other account. Like I'd have to do questing on that account too to be able to unlock the area. So like, yes, but no. Obviously it's up to Mates, by the way, if Mates wants to let anyone else in. No guarantees. Their world, not mine. Their decisions. Most of the world quests are too long for me to be invested, even if they're good. Yeah, that is a problem too. There's a little whale symbol on the minimap. What the heck? Okay. Hello. Let's go murder some things. I need to navigate golems. I didn't even get enough for the next ascension. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is rough. Oh, this is rough. This is a bit rough. Let's go. Oh, I absorbed it too soon. Whoops. Well, that was whatever. It's fine. Okie dokie. Weapons. Switch. Enhance. Cannot believe how long this is taking. Oop. Just Genshin co-op things. Enhance. Send. I'm pretty sure I got enough gears, by the way. I'm pretty sure I think I pre-farmed for that like a month ago. So I think I have enough. Okay, now we're just into purple drops. Now the real pain begins. Okay. Let's go. And the real pain begins with the final ascension, because it takes like 27 of those drops. Ugh. You love riding the whale bus? There's a whale bus? What a world. Is that what the icon is? I see. I did the quest, but I have no Arlecchino. Sad. Would you like to join? Yes, Noodle. Are you on my friends list already? Or not? I have no idea. I have a lot of random people on the friends list on polearms only. Only issue with joining Noodle if you're not on the friends list. Oh, frick, I think the entrance is like down here. Yeah, okay, I found it. I'll just squat down here. Oh, there's the whale train. Interesting. Okay. So what do you do? It just stopped. I thought this was a whale train or whale bus, whatever. I'm not like attached to it or anything though. Okay, whatever. We're focused. Yeah, Noodle, I can add you. I was just saying I don't know if I have your UID or not, right? So if you were in my list, I could just join you from the friends list. But Noodle, if you want to try to give you, if you're comfortable giving your UID, the YouTube though is a bit goofy with UIDs. So what you will have to do, oh, Mates is probably gonna get stuck in this dialogue, or maybe not. Oh, they're not. Okay, they already, or no, they already were here. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah. The YouTube doesn't like letting people like just post numbers in the chat, right? Like it'll probably delete your comment. So what you have to do is you have to like, I tried doing like just UID without a space and then the numbers, and it might let you. Might, but it also might still delete it. So that's the issue, is trying to get your comment to come through so I can actually get your UID. You can use the parametric transformer. What? Use the parametric transformer for what? I'm confused. C1 Hu Tao or weapon? I mean, if you really like Hu Tao, I think it makes her feel a lot better to play, which is potentially quite relevant, right? So, you know. Oh, I forgot to skill again. But if you're asking like C1 Hu Tao or C0 Arlecchino, I'd probably rather have both Arlecchino and Hu Tao on account than have C1 Hu Tao, but it depends on the kind of player you are. Hey, there we go. I see your UID, Noodle. Thank you. Whoops, almost just banned by accident. Got a copy, not banned. There we go. Let me go put that on my clipboard here. Noteboard. Delete the spaces. Okay. There we go. Alright. I will join Noodle after this. Thank you, Noodle. I appreciate the offer. We're probably going to need about 20 more people. This one's next. It's very convenient. These are all unlocked. Makes things a bit easier. Looks like they only put 2 in like every area, or 2 or 1. I love the snap. The snap is fantastic. Ow. Can't. It's a very anime thing. For really, that's it. That's it. Oof. Yes, thank you. Wait, wait, there might be some on surface. Maybe some on surface. Let's see. Depends if Mates killed them, of course. Does the one that spawns at the entrance? Because there's the entrance over here. Does the one that spawns over here? Was that just for the quest, or maybe it respawns? I'm not sure. Do we have to navigate again for overworld? No, okay. I think Mates might have just killed them. That's fine. Oh, you killed some of them because of the quest. Okay. Okay, no problem. You also have every teleport unlocked if you want to use mine. Okay, sure. I guess I'll join you first, Lewis. Thank you. Okay, yeah, the cat profile, that's the reason to do the quest then. By far. Okay, let's try to get this done. Good lord. Freaking hour and a half into the stream and having not even like level 80 weapon yet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can I join you? Right now I'm joining other people's worlds, so it's a bit hard. You'd have to join the person I'm joining. But you can try to join me after, but, well, actually no, after I'm done, assuming I finish farming in co-op mode here, I'm going to be, I have to have all my characters available to test, so, you guys can probably join, since I'm going to be trying to stream, I think, more for trying to, you know, for the chance at C6, even though it's not likely, you know, you can probably, I'll probably have plenty of live streams soon, TM, that you might be able to join. Okay, let's join, who was it, Lewis, or, I think, Lewis, there we go. Scarf is cute, yes. Some in the bookshelf? What does that mean? I'm confused. Some in the bookshelf. Like I have to do some addition in the bookshelf? Where are we? Pants. Well, of course, this one you don't have unlocked. It looks like there's an entrance over there. Maybe we can go here. Let's just not risk it. Let's just go here. That weapon was so annoying to level. Aqua Simulacra, I'm guessing people are talking about. Yeah, Aqua Simulacra was a similar circumstance to this. I feel like, well, no. Yeah, it was definitely a similar circumstance to this. Whoop. I gotta wait for people, because I think if people aren't in the area when I kill them, it doesn't spawn the drops for them, if I recall. I don't know how I feel about these wings on her, by the way. They're a bit too bright, because she's got more grays than she has whites in her like color palette. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think they're probably her nicest looking weapon, or wings, but they're also not perfect, is what I would say. So, I don't know. I don't mind the blues, because she already has some blue accents in her kit, so the blues isn't the problem. It's just like too bright of a white is all it really feels like. The PlayStation ones is obviously PlayStation ones. These don't look very good. These are them. So, like, I don't know. They're the only real choice, right, of the wings. I guess there's I have the Symphony wings on my main account, but... Wait. Okay, I guess we go, yeah, here. Give her the default wings? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I like the Dragon Spine wings a little bit more still. The default wings do look nice on a lot of characters. Nicer than I think some people give it credit for. But... are the golems still alive? I think some of them are. Most of them are. We only killed 2. Also, this is the wrong spot to go to, I think. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Okay. Natland glider this year, surely? True, yes. Yeah, the assuming the Natland Rider is some shade of red, it probably is going to be the best looking one for her. This is true. Hopefully it's just like a black and red, right? Well, you better join up, 4-player. Where is player 4? I don't know where player 4 is. Well, you gotta find your way here. Player 4, the cave entrance is right there. Oh, well, I would have waited for you. They're not. That's fine. Not my fault. It's the first impression. Is she better than Hu Tao? It depends on your play preference a little bit. I mean, some people might find her... I did not absorb that correctly. Some people might find her more annoying to play than Hu Tao, I think. And, like, might... I don't know. Both characters have, like, similar aspects of, like, the risk-reward of fragility for their strengths aspects. So, I don't know. They play quite differently. I think Arlecchino is a better character because she has far more teams she can be that she can feel good in. But I haven't actually properly tested any of those teams in depth at this point. I would say if you want more concrete opinions, check out my later videos, or like check out a week from now. If you're trying to decide today, the literal day after, like the day that most people are still leveling their Arlecchinos, right? It's not the best time to have really solid thoughts on these things. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But I like her versatility. I think versatility in teams a character can be used in is a sign of their strength. Like, Arlecchino is a far more interesting character to think about using compared to Hu Tao because of her flexibility and her lack of reliance on like being in the vape context, for example, right? I think an issue is happening here, by the way. I think Arlecchino's marks are stacking, or they override each other, so we're not able to get the... Yeah. One Arlecchino in co-op is absorbing the mark, and then another Arlecchino isn't able to get them. So like I'm just doing physical damage because they were absorbing marks. Oops, that's unfortunate. So double Arlecchino in co-op, not great. They interfere with each other. I guess what's gonna make... I think it's PyCon that makes those, you know, co-op videos or whatever with characters. So 4 Arlecchinos against the world is probably not going to be very good because of that. They're all going to interfere with each other. So only one Arlecchino at any given time is likely to have the stuff. Unless there's a C2 Arlecchino. Then it'll probably be fine. Nope, see, I didn't get it. Oh god. Well, I got a little bit of infusion. Yeah, this is it being all Arlecchinos is making this take arbitrarily longer because all of us are interfering with each other. That's really funny. Yoink. Okay. Next. I don't know what the fastest one is. This one. My god, the snap. Indeed, I like the snap too. Yep, only one mark can exist at once. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Unfortunate. Co-op L as normal. Freaking. This game is always weirdly jank in co-op. This character cease functioning properly. I don't get why they... I don't know. Like, why don't you just not have that be a synced thing? Right? Why not that be client side only? And then that solves that problem. I don't get it. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the other people. They're probably close enough that I can start fighting them. Does she transform every weapon into a scythe? I mean, kind of. She has this yellow outline that always is there. Right? And some people are like upset about that. Like, that's just like a hitbox indicator thing, guys. I'm pretty sure. Because she has a hitbox that like... when the attack is right, like so like her poke attack, because he doesn't have the scythe thing, because they don't need an indicator for when a hit is happening. So like, does it actually matter that much? Would it have been fine for them not to show that, you know, yellow scythe outline? Maybe. Like, it's not a bad thing. I don't know. I don't think it looks bad personally. I think it does help with actually indicating the AoE more. So yeah, it's like when hits are actually hitting. That is. Oh, yep, my mark got 8 again. Alright, newbie, let's just go on, burr. Alright, that's all the ones that are I can't believe there's only like 7 of them. What the frick? Okay. Is there any overworld? Yeah, there is. Okay, sweet. Is there a signature must ball? No. It's about as much for most people's accounts. It's going to her signature weapon is going to be about as much of an increase as most signature weapons is, which is about 10%. And this character is already so strong without her signature weapon, and like it's just like not necessary. It looks cool, and it's a good weapon for her, but you know, and like, depending on the level of your account investment, it might be better or not. But weapon banner can be really painful sometimes. I'm not going to advise people pull for her weapon. It's not good enough to really justify going for. It's a terrible weapon for anyone else. It's not, okay, to be clear, it's not technically terrible, but it's worse than Jade Spear for most polearm characters. So, you know, woo. And it doesn't look like a scythe for other polearm characters, if that's what you care about. Ow. I got my infusion for 2 seconds. What a world. Alright. Next one. Up here. So, no. Signature, not must pull. Constellations, not must pull. You don't the strong characters don't need to be that much stronger for you to get value out of them. But if you want to, it's not like they're useless. I do think it is smarter, though, to probably go for Constellations if you are considering wishing past C0 for whatever reason. But both are unnecessary. Oh, people are not here. Okay. Well, luckily, I can just squat here. Oh my god, people are getting lost. For waifu factor and fashion, exactly. Death matches drip anyway. Yeah, she actually has a surprisingly high amount of drip weapons, I think. Current bounty is ended. Okie dokie. So that means the one on the surface probably does not respawn, or it's already dead. But yeah, as far as like weapon options go on her, I will test on my min account probably some more different weapon options. Like as far as drip goes, Deathmatch and Black Lip Hole are pretty good looking weapons. I think Dragon's Bane looks pretty good on her, and there's contexts where Dragon's Bane can make a lot of sense too. Specifically Vape or potentially Burgeon, but Burgeon, I will test Burgeon with Dragon's Bane on my main account. And this weapon is pretty good on her, and it's a relatively neutral looking weapon, but hey, it's got the whites, grays, and then the slight blue accent, which matches her slight blue accent and her like side medallion thingies, right? I think it looks pretty good. Catch is obviously not very good for her. Like, I don't know. She's got a number of good looking weapons if drip is your concern. I don't think, obviously Homa. I don't think drip is the main reason to go for it even. So, I don't know. Like, it's not a very good weapon. It's a relatively standard 5-star signature weapon, and ultimately you're gonna have to value it based on the value of the general banners, more than anything. Like if Lenny's weapon could be useful to you, it can be a lot better. All right, did we kill them all? Yep, I think we did. Thank you. There are more, but you still have to kill to unlock the. There are more, but some you have to kill to unlock the zones. Okay. Oh well. We're gonna call that good enough. So I have other people's. Thank you. Are characters with Bond of Light mechanics unable to use MH even pair with Farina? They can. I will show that on my main account. But again, the problem is like if you're using MH, it's mostly a problem of fragility. And it makes her a lot more burst reliant, right? I don't know why am I going over there? Making her more burst reliant is potentially problematic. So it can make her rotations less ideal, you could say, and yeah, whatever. It's interesting. MH is definitely an option, but it's a fragility game that you kind of gotta play with, not dying, and being smart with her burst heal and yada yada. So, anywho's, we're gonna go convert some things. Wow, I have a lot more of those than I expected. Okay, let's see. We're gonna believe in Sucrose. Sucrose, this is 45. She should give at least 4. Give me 6 Sucrose, please. All right, Sucrose. I'll give you another chance. Give me 4 here, and you are forgiven for your crimes against me. Okay, at least that's at least like 10%. You got 2 from it. That's at least the rate to expect. But also, I'm using Dory next time. Is this not your main account? No, this is polearms only right now. I will go to my main account shortly-ish. Once we actually get this weapon leveled, it shouldn't take that long to test the things I want to test. Hopefully. So, you know. It's just been taking for freaking ever to finish this. Okay, it's not going to take that long. We need, I think, like one more person's world. Okay, sweet. I will join Noodle's world now. Let me go copy the UID they gave me. Alright. And this should be the last person we need to join. And do that. Search. UID does not exist. I need to go on the co-op screen. Or maybe they don't exist. Invalid UID. Okay. I mean, that is the UID I copied. So, and it's an NA UID. It's in the 600s. So, is it because I'm in co-op? No, I'm not in co-op. Okay. Shop, maybe I already got the shop stuff. I'll have the waypoints unlocked. Your UID is okay. Let me try yours. Co-op mode. And I gotta delete the slashes because YouTube thing. Search. There we go. I love vodka. I can't say I love vodka, but I understand it now. I understand why people drink it. My funny thing with vodka, like my friends before I like drank some of it, they describe vodka as like, vodka's never a good idea before you're drunk, but then when you're drunk, it's a very good idea. And I'm just like, what do you mean? Isn't the point of drinking alcohol to get drunk? How could it be more or less of a good idea when you're drunk? But like, no, when you're drunk, vodka becomes a much better idea. Not to say a good idea, but it becomes a better idea to your stupid brain. We all have monkey brains, so can't say vodka is enjoyable, but I get it. I don't know why I went to your chest. It's not mine. Okay. Let's navigate. I can probably start using this now. It's level 80, but doesn't matter. Thank you much, Cam, by the way. AKA I love vodka. I'll wait for them to join. Damn, AR-16, not even a main account. Indeed. We only recently got to AR-16, to be clear. It took longer to get to AR-16 on this account because I did not do as much like questing and whatever. So, you know, do less quests, get less XP. Weird. Okay, yeah. The main reason to get, unironically, if you play a lot of co-op for whatever reason, that might be a reason to get C2 Arlecchino. It's a dumb reason, but hey, you know what? I almost think it's because of how unnecessary for a normal account a you know, higher investment Arlecchino is. You know, if you want to, and don't let me stop you. And I get why people do it. C2, like, I think it's one of the more objectively valuable reasons because she has this problem of like you're just doing nothing for like 5 seconds while the thing builds up, and you don't have to do the build up with C2. It's a dumb reason, but also objectively useful. So, anyways, if co-op is your thing, let's go underground. My brain like can't pick between those two waypoints. I still don't know which one's faster. It's better on Arlecchino Homer or Jade Spear. They should be pretty similar. It probably will depend a little bit depending on team context and artifacts. Because, you know, Jade Spear has lower crit rate, like lower crit value. But and it gives attack percent along with a little bit of damage bonus. So, you know, for example, if you're not playing with Bennett, I imagine Jade Spear is a little bit better than Homa. If you are playing with Bennett, it's probably very similar, I'm guessing. I would probably personally lean towards Homa just because it looks better, since they should perform very similarly. But again, depends on your artifacts a little bit too, because if Jade Spear and the crit damage, like a cracked crit damage circlet that you have, and Jade Spear is a better combo for you than Homa, and like a terrible, like you have no good crit rate circlets to pair with Homa, then maybe Jade Spear is better for you, right? No one plays this game more than 10 minutes. Yeah, I know, right? Anything I missed in chat while we wait for people's? Just Farina with Arla is gonna die instantly. I don't know. Again, like Farina with Arlecchino is just gonna make her more burst reliant. I haven't tested Farina with Arlecchino yet, to be clear. But again, like I'm someone who doesn't mind fragility. I find it engaging. Like I find the risk reward of like, okay, we can make Arlecchino deal meaningfully more damage, but now she gets one shot. I think that's fun, genuinely. So,
I've got a sharp tongue.
you know, it depends on how you prefer to play the game.
Can't handle it.
I really like that risk-reward balance of the risk is you die, and the reward is you do a lot of damage. So, is this everyone? I don't know if it's everyone. Oh, there's 4 players. Well, oh well. One person's taking too long, so... Let it cook, let it cook. Alright, it's cooked. There we go. I just get a 45k hit without meaningful buffs going on. Oh, it must... No, they're evade because there's water on the ground. Okay, that makes sense. I was very confused how I got that much damage without anything meaningful else happening. Alright. Doo-doo-doo. They really did a new Hu Tao. I mean, it's more like... Considering she's a... What the frick? Oh, hello. What does it say? Considering she is... Wait, can we get in through here? No, probably not. Maybe? No. Maybe? I don't think we can. I think I went to the wrong waypoint. But we'll see. Maybe? Yes? No? I don't know. She's a normal attack focus if it's a charge attack focus DPS. Like, they're both polearm 5-star pyros. Obviously, I get the comparison. It makes sense to compare them. But as far as, like, what you're doing, which is, say, doing a bunch of normal attacks, I don't know. I think she feels very, very different to play. And technically, as far as being a normal attack pyro DPS, it's also very appropriate to compare her to Yoimiya. And, that becomes a really sad comparison for Yoimiya very quickly. So, you know. I think most players would like Arlecchino more than Hu Tao. That is my current feeling, and I think that will be maintained. But it's possible it might change. We'll see. The real test of time to see if I like Arlecchino and think she feels a lot better and more enjoyable to play for me is if I stick with using her over... Like if I basically never use Hu Tao again... I'm trying to climb up there, but... If I basically never use Hu Tao again on polearms only, then... That is... I love the snap. That is indicative of, you know... I think she's better, but also I'll end up activating my... That's not even necessarily a fair qualifier, I guess, considering... how many constellations I have on her. But, I don't know. Anyways. I think I'm going to end up using Hu Tao a lot less now that Arlecchino exists on polearms only. And it's not necessarily just that like her damage performance is going to be that much better, but she has more teams she can be useful in on a polearm only account. Right? So, which I'll get into... Wait, is that really... Wasn't there more over here? I thought there was another one over there. Okay, well. Or was it over here? Maybe they're just already dead. That's probably why. I wonder if the snap will get annoying? Maybe. I mean, it's not happening constantly or anything. It's happening when you burst. I think it's satisfying. I think, okay, those ones are already dead. Well, alright. I guess that's it. Hopefully that's enough. Alright. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hu Tao. Blam. Is there Arlecchino stickers yet? It's very important. Oh, well, oh my god, there's so many new stickers. Okay, none there. There's burb stickers. Okay. I see no Arlecchino stickers. Rip. Rip. Okay. Oh well. Let's see if we have enough. I have tried a couple random co-op buddies to no avail. Yeah, random co-op seems like not a bad idea since it requires questing to unlock these spots. Yeah, there's some at the beginning of the cave you were just in, but for some reason it's awkward tracking them. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna do this while I'm here at the crafting table. Get 2 more of these, so we have 5 resin. Okay, and let's see if we got enough. Be done with farming for Arlecchino, overworld farming. Well, no, I'm done with farming actually, because I have enough. The only farming I'll have to do after this, if this is enough. Also, I use sucrose. I shouldn't have done that. Sucrose cannot be trusted. No, sucrose cannot be trusted. The what was it saying? Is this enough? How many do I have? 27. That's exactly enough. The only thing I need is the weekly boss drops, which is obviously limited by once per week. So, you know, I literally have enough. I have enough to triple crown her. So, you know. Alright, 2 hours of this stream. We can finally give Arlecchino her weapon at level 90. Ascend. Good lord. And blam. Yay. Can I... What is happening? Oh, I have to escape for some reason? Okay. Weird. Alright. Yay, we got the scythe. Done. Sweet. Very cool. 2298 attack still, which makes sense considering it's the same exact base stat as Jade Spear. Jade Spear, of course, gives more attack percent. This gives more damage bonus. 6 of one, half a dozen the other, although attack percent could be argued to be more valuable in this count in some ways. But this weapon should still be meaningfully better. Yep, okay. So, what do we test first? Okay, let's test, first, I guess, this team. So yeah, there's going to be nuances to figure out. Let's go fight Mighty Butthole. We have Zhongli, so should be fine in this team. So there's 3 main test teams. Actually, let me put a... I'm gonna put a timestamp in my notes here. So at 1:56, Jesus Christ, 2 hours in and I finished leveling. 1:56 in a stream. Actual C0 it's only testing, and then I'll put a timestamp hopefully for that, so for any VOD watchers they can have a shortcut to it, so they don't need to go through 2 hours of co-op farming. Good lord, it took way too long. Will I farm new set for her eventually? Yes, I will farm new set for her now. Actually, I'm actually going to use the rest of my fragiles there. See if we get anything. Probably not, because, you know, I have nothing I really need to farm for, so just the benefit of it being a very universal artifact set for her makes sense for me to farm for. That's basically why. Even though Shimenawa's with C2 could be a very good option, it's still just better than Shimenawa's. It'll benefit her burst damage, blah blah blah. So, and doesn't have, you know, the energy drain. So, you know. All right, let's see. So C0 Arlecchino, she is on 2-piece combos. I don't know that this is the best 2-piece combo I have available, to be clear, but it's obviously a pretty good 2-piece build. In a solo, when she's solo Hydra like this, she might need more ER, which might mean, you know, actually let's test this. Let's try. I have this piece, which, oh, never mind, I can't switch to it. I lied. Not gonna test that. But I could switch to a. Actually, no, fine. We are gonna test it. Go back over here. So I think I can switch to, because since she's solo Hydro at C0, again, once I activate C4, I think 0 ER is literally enough in all contexts, is my guess. But equip this on her, because this is a Shimenawa, this is now an onset timepiece. So I lost a bit of crit rate, obviously, with that, but gained a whole bunch of crit damage. Or sorry, not crit damage, ER. I can word. But then I can use a better circlet, right? So mostly just whatever has the most crit rate and attack percent, I imagine. That's 2 attack rolls. That's 1 attack roll. Okay. I have some EM. This is 2. That's, ooh, okay. We have interesting options here. Probably this piece, I guess. Sino's piece is pretty good too. The EM is not irrelevant. Actually, okay, the EM is probably quite relevant. So it's probably, I'll just put this piece on her. And let's see. 78, 218. Now she has 125 ER. She has more attack. So I sacrificed a little bit of crit rate, but gained ER, right? And gained attack. So let's see. And considering I don't necessarily have to burst consistently in this team, since I have Zhongli, it's not necessarily even that relevant to put ER on her, but I'm just doing it as a matter of, like, sometimes you will want to, and I think it's a... Like, you don't undervalue the fact of of having a couple ER rolls, right, is all I can say. It might be nice to, because when you need Arlecchino's burst, it's going to be something you really want to have up, right? So, that's kind of all it comes down to. Let's do this, and let's do this, and let's do that. I would really like to trigger Fab. There we go. Oh, I gotta do a charge attack. I can brain. Okay, I think I am vaporizing Candace's hits. Although he wasn't having any particular aura on him at any time there. Also, I should have swapped out and done an extra Candace skill too. So I kind of goofed that out. Let's see if I can do this properly. Alright.
Overruled, everlasting as the moon. Transfixed. Flame.
I should have done that last. Okay, can I do the charge attack? Oh my god, I can brain. There we go. Now he has Pyro on him, or Hydro on him. Is this going to be the first time I kill him without dying?
Too easy.
Strike is one.
Break up your blessing. Flame.
Nice 100k there.
Keep it
Yeah.
real.
I mean, that was not the smoothest of rotations. I'm getting used to how this feels to play, but like... As a C0 Arlecchino with her weapon, I don't think that would have been that much worse with other weapons, to be clear. C0 Arlecchino, right? With a good, very good 2-piece build, to be clear. Zhongli Yun Jin, right? And that was like a normal account would use Bennett. This is polearms only. A normal account would use Bennett and probably not Candace. Candace does have with C6. She does enable her to vape consistently. I got to do it a little bit properly because if I screw it up. But there is also some nuance there that I'm also mixing up. I should probably figure out the feel of like using an additional skill on Candace or Yun Jin to make sure they get their burst back on time without relying on Fab procs potentially. And the fact that like normally like if I'm doing something like using Arlecchino, doing Zhongli, doing Yun Jin, doing Candace, and then switching back to Arlecchino, Candace has... Like, I'll switch to Arlecchino after doing Candace Burst. Her burst has 2 additional instances of Hydra application that happen in an AoE centered around you, right? And Arlecchino is also doing pyro attacks centered around you. So she has AoE Hydra application that can match Arlecchino's AoE pyro application. So I think I'm actually going to go into the Abyss here real quick and test out to see, like, in the Spectre Chamber, for example, can I, like, vape all of the Spectres at once? Because that's something that, like, Xingqiu, Yulon, well, I mean, they can do to a degree, but it might be more reliant on having groupers, like having Causal or whatever. So, I don't know. Like, C6 Scan does not have bad synergy with Arlecchino is my point. She has some normal attack buffing in her kit, which is not that significant, but it's not nothing, right? So, you know. Anywho's, use White Tassel for once. I don't have White Tassel leveled up on this account, I don't think. I don't think I have a level on my main account either, unfortunately. Wait, no, maybe I do. I don't remember. Oh, I do. Okay. So yeah, White Tassel is going to be very bad. I'll show it. White Tassel is something you're really only going to want to do on when you're using Bennett. Because you can see her attack like fell like a cliff. Well, although it's honestly still not that bad with 2-piece attack. I thought it would be more towards like the 1500 range, but it's still quite low, right? So we'll go fight Rocky over here since we're close by. So I should be trying to get those Oculus and whatever, but it's fine. Let's refill our energy. Okay. Do. Why is the new update so huge? I don't know, because a larger asset quality, probably a crap ton of sound files. So yeah, White Tassel, I'll show it here because I don't have it leveled up on my main account anyways, but White Tassel is something you're going to want to use Bennett with for it to feel properly competent. But it's probably still going to be more than functional even on this count without Bennett, right? Like a not useless option. So, anyways, hopefully this dude doesn't get knocked around. Do that, and then do that. Do this. Didn't trigger fast. There we go. We got like a 60k there at Vapes, I think. Like obviously quite a lot less damage compared to her signature, but so that was like what we got. I think we got a 100k Vape against Liam. So assuming all of the conditions were exactly the same and timings lined up the same, we're talking like 100k. You know, any like that 80, 90, 100k instead of 60k. Like, but it's still not useless even without Bennett, right? So it. Like, yeah. Like, I can beat Rocky here if I manage to brain properly. Ow. Also, I really probably should be swapping out of them. Do something like that. Energy needs are something. Really? Energy needs is something to figure out a little bit here, but. Energy needs or timings of like swapping out, not just energy needs. You didn't die. I thought that would kill you. Yeah, I mean, that was White Tassel Arlecchino, C0. Like, with a build that probably didn't even necessarily make sense because like you probably don't spec this much into attack percent like I did with the White Tassel, or maybe you do to make up for the fact that I have Bennett. But like with Bennett, that would have been much better. Although that dude moves around a lot, so Bennett might have been still annoying. I don't know. Like, it's still just not bad. Not bad at all. Like, Arla is a DPS that does a lot of DPS at the start. Yeah, she has front-loaded DPS. So her front-loaded DPS is why I'm actually interested in doing things like just say do like 2 normal attack sequences on her. And then switch to like Raiden or for example, because like and then like use both Raiden and Arlecchino as like short field time window DPSs, and I think that might work pretty well. So I'm gonna try I think hybrid Raiden and hybrid Arlecchino on my main account together, but I'll also try Chevrolet with Raiden on this account here shortly. So yeah, I don't know, this team is something I'm gonna have to play more with, but let's go to the Abyss real quick. Put Arlecchino back on her signature. Because I want to showcase the ideal circumstance where like it can be really valuable to have Candace's AoE application, AoE Hydra that is centered around her, and not to mention like having that like control aspect of how it is applied. It's possible this team would still just be better, by the way, with like swapping Yunjin for Xiangling or something, to be clear. But then it gets to the point of like we might be overwriting, like or Xiangling would definitely be too much pyro, right? So Candace would be the one vaping instead of Arlecchino. It might still be more than competent of a team option, and might be more comfortable to play. But the fact that Candace enables Arlecchino to vape consistently is, I think, a worthwhile consideration for this account, and it opens up a team option that wasn't really a team option before. We didn't have the ability to do like pyro vape DPS Hu Tao. We technically there's a team that allows Xiangling to vape consistently, but it was turning Zhongli into a Hydra DPS, and it didn't work amazingly, right? I made a video on that. It was okay. It did allow Chongqing to vape consistently, but it wasn't good enough to actually be worth doing without Bennett. So anyways, let's see what we got going here. Zhongli is kind of not ideal against this chamber, but I mostly want to showcase the like Hydra application and Pyro application aspect to see if I can vape all the Spectres at once. Just the AoE vape potential is what I want to test out here. So anyways, let's do Arlecchino, Yunjin, Zhongli, Candace, and then I just need a team that is competent enough for the second side, so something like that should be fine. Hello, hello. Does Mika work with a Knave? I mean, he does buff attack speed, and that's all he does. He could be on Noblesse, he can buff attack speed, so like, in the context of this team, right, it's possible that just the attack speed buff might be of a close to equivalent value as Yunjin, because of Yunjin's lower relative value for her buff, and then I don't have to deal with some of the clunkiness of Yunjin's aspects. But you know, you also lose Geo Resonance, and with Geo Resonance actually factored in, I think Geo Resonance more than makes up for. So I don't know. Mika's a physical buffer, right? So like it's just basically the value of the attack buff, which is not, or the attack speed buff, which is not necessarily that relevant. I didn't need to do a full charge there, but I did anyways because I can. I don't know why I switched to attack in that one. That was kind of pointless. So I forgot to switch to... Oh, that's fine. Do this. Do this. I don't know why she went over there, but it's fine, I guess. Up. Then again. Do this. Let's try to freeze them a little bit. This. Don't quite have energy on Candace, that's fine. Okay, these enemies are annoying with their grouping or whatever. So. Typical whatever issues going on. Stop moving. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's play a little bit better. So one obvious, like one sneakily obvious thing, or the thing that was obvious to me, but is always like a problem in practice, and this is the same problem that what's her bucket has. Let's make sure we get enough energy because the main chamber I want to test is the next one. Let's do this actually. Okay. You're draining health because of these freaking enemies. Like, yeah, this is just not an ideal Zhongli Abyss side. What was I saying? So like she has the Noelle problem of you just kind of keep on unga-bunging at times when it's not ideal to unga-bunga, like I should be swapping out, and it's something you just kind of get a feel for on the particular team of when you gotta like swap out and use your supports, right? So anyways, I could have obviously, oh my god, with the team I have on the second side, I can 3-star. I probably can't 3-star now. Can you stop draining my Zhongli's health? I hate this Abyss. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. Zhongli will probably not die. Good lord. But yeah, with this team on the second side, if I haven't been, you know, distracting myself, I would have been able to clear this fine still. I think Chevrolet is on the wrong build, by the way, but whatever. Get on to the next chamber. Goal was not a 3-star there. That wouldn't have been a problem to 3-star. But yeah, that was just Zhongli issues. Zhongli, a little bit of Zhongli issues, a little bit of non-intuitive. It's not, because she doesn't have a strict, like, when my infusion ends, now it's time to swap out aspect to her. She winds up in that circumstance where, like, oh, I should have swapped out 3 seconds ago to go use, you know, additional Candace skill, or I should have been paying more attention to switch to Candace or switch to someone else to get an additional Candace application out, and then switch back or something like that, right? So like switch to Candace, do a skill, switch back to Arlecchino. That's 2 instances of Hydra application. So if I accidentally overwrite the Hydra with too much Pyro, doing that can actually get the Hydra application back on the enemy to continue vaping. So did I roll my main yet? Yeah, I rolled in my main and polearms only on the video I posted earlier today, if you didn't see it. So, anywho's. So that, and then that, and then do this. Alright, and do something like that, do that, do that. Why did I do that? Brain. Bad brain. Bad brain. Okay, let's try this. Good lord, brain. You know what I should actually choose? I should just choose the HP so Zhongli doesn't die. Burst damage doesn't really matter here. Oh, it doesn't really help because 25% of 1% is 1.2. Well, whatever. Okay, I anti-group them. So there's that problem, but let's see if I can properly showcase this. Spectres are still in the wing. I don't actually know how to group the spectres properly. Is the issue? Okay, if I do something like go over here, I think the pyro ones go towards me. I think. Okay, this will be good enough. Why am I not getting any hydro out of Candace? What? Okay, Candace's C6 is supposed to activate every 2.3 seconds. I swear to God that was more than 2.3 seconds. Okay. Why am I not getting the C6 procs? What's happening? Oh! You know why? It's because we're not dealing... we have to deal elemental damage with Candace to be able to trigger them. And these are pyro. They're pyro immune. So, it doesn't proc Candace C6. If I swap to like Yunjin or Zhongli and started doing Hydra damage to them, it would proc Candace C6. Okay, so the Spectres... not an ideal showcase of that. Oh well. I guess what I can do probably to still hopefully show this, to keep them spaced evenly, is to use Zhongli's bursts smartly. So, of course, I have no energy on Zhongli. So, you know. Good. Alright, there we go. I thought I switched to Zhongli, for God's sake. Jesus Christ, I'm so bad right now. Welcome to the worst showcase of how to play this video game. Everything's dying before I even... now we only have the pyro ones again. So, yeah, the problem is all the ones that are... all the ones that are not pyro are dying. So I'm not being able to get any C6 Candace application. Just kill all the others, then Candace burst, and then only normal attack, no charge attack. Maybe. I have to do a charge attack to absorb the bond, though. Actually, no, because you can, if you kill them, you absorb the bond. Okay, true. If they have bond on them, or the mark on them, not bond on them, when you kill them, you should absorb a bond of life anyways. I think you technically get more for it. So, all right. Still want to try to use it only. I didn't. Why? Brain, what is wrong with you? Don't worry. worry about it. Don't worry about it. My brain's fine. It was a bad sign.
Solidify.
Okay, see now that I still have to do a charge attack to be able to like actually start killing any of them now. Okay, so this is just a weird mix of it's awkward because the ones are dying too quick and then the ones left over can't trigger the effect. That's really funny. Okay, so the specters were not optimal for reasons for this team for reasons I did not expect. So I'm gonna I guess I'll just go to fight the wave after the specters, which is, well, there's the water flowers, the knights, whatever the knights are, the black knights I think they're called or something, I don't know, the abyss knights. So anywho's, resetting the skills cooldown when resetting the floor was the biggest quality of life change the game ever had. Yeah, can you imagine Arlecchino's 30-second cooldown and like having to do these resets here? Oof. Yeah. Okay.
Strike is one. One leap. We shall.
Okay, that kind of showed it there, right? Because she went to attack that one, and then we had application on both. And then now I gotta kill these with not pyro damage. Obviously, this team's damage is mostly pyro. I can try to use Candace here, though, to do some Hydro Arlecchino damage. Oh, wait, she still has Infusion. Oh, no, she doesn't. Okay, good, we're good. Hi, please. Oh, you're dead. Or you're immune. Okay. There we go. So that was goofy, but it's fine.
This is order. Gather.
Break a leg and step.
I didn't get a Fab Rock? Okay.
We shall.
These things are obviously quite pyro resistant, and that was still very not bad.
Overruled. Witness my wrongs. Transfixed.
Oh, bow user, stop. Okay, let's do this.
Strike is one. And leap. Flame. Grant us your blessing.
There we go. Okay, this is what I wanted to show, although the damage happening on the ground is kind of annoying.
Attention, did you?
Okay, very annoying, I should say.
Black slide. And leap.
Alright, so as always, this is still an awkward chamber for Zhongli specifically.
Overruled.
But
Is where we fall.
there you can see Arlecchino getting a full heal, which is pretty nice. And get around this butthole.
Serve.
Alright, and yeah. Oh my god, stop.
I hear.
Okay, yeah. This is not an ideal chamber for for Arlecchino with Zhongli. That's what that is. But I think it showed the AoE application there pretty decently, working well. And not that you can't do that again with like Kaza will grouping them, and then Yelan skill will do some AoE Hydro, and Yelan burst activation will do some AoE Hydro. I'm not saying you need to use Candace or something, but for polearms only specifically, the fact that we can get consistent vapes on Arlecchino. This is a team archetype that didn't exist realistically before. Even if I'm not using Yunjin Zhongli here, right? I could swap to, because of that chamber, right? I could swap Zhongli, for example, for Mika. Wherein, like, I'm just doing that because, hey, yes, losing Geo Resonance would suck, but the shielding is actively not bad in that chamber, right? Did I say not bad? It's actively bad. And Mika could be on Noblesse, and he could be a healer for the other teammates, or himself. The non-Arlecchino teammates, keep the team alive, provide a really some minor benefit. Or I could do freaking Yao Yao. I don't know. Well, Yao Yao would be weird because she caused burning, which might interfere with vaping. But you get the point. The fact that outside of the context of those specific enemies being punishing to shields and the specters being annoying, quite good. That being a team option with Caesar Arlecchino there, that felt pretty good. Other than the annoyance of that specific chamber having specific goofiness that was punishing to Zhongli, and the specters. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I think that's enough for testing that team. I will have to play around with more and get a better feel for like when I want to like use Candace's skill again, kind of thing. Get a better feel for vape timings and when I actually activate her C2, which I'll probably do in a video for this weekend. We'll see if that interferes with it or if I can like purposely try to time vaping her C2 because her C2 is a big arse multiplier. And it can potentially get probably upwards of 200k, I think, AoE damage. So yeah, let's try the main two other teams that I know should work good or work really well is Chevreuse variations, which this includes, you know, non-Chungling variations, as well as melt variations. And the melt variation is specifically... Good lord, where is it? Oh my god, there it is. This melt variation that I mentioned before in the video. Yes, Rosaria melt. Mika's healing is actually fairly decent even on exiles. Yeah, so, I mean, the healing isn't relevant for Arlecchino, but yeah, Mika would have technically been a better choice than Zhongli in that specific chamber for this account. But it's not what I need. I don't need to test that. Yeah, the only other test I need to do on polearms only, I think, other than these two teams, other than Melt and Chevreuse variations, is testing Burgeon. So that would be Yao Yao, Candice, most likely Raiden, and then Arlecchino. Do I think it will actually be that good? Why does she have 2500 attack? Oh, because of double pyro. Yeah, okay. Love your video. Thank you. Oh, speaking of, I think we didn't... Yeah, let's do this. Plan. Okay. There we go. This count, whatever. Yeah, okay. There we go. So, let's do Chevreuse quick, because this is honestly easier. The main thing to think about with this team being that, and this is something to consider, I think, with a normal count too, and with a lower constellation Raiden, to be clear. I think it could work. The dynamic of the potential for this team should be very freeform in like allowing you to switch who you on field. And I think there's an interesting aspect to being able to do a short, because most of Arlecchino's damage is front loaded by how her like infusion multiplier, like bond of life multiplier conversion works. Like the first, 50% of Arlecchino's damage is in less than her full, less than 50% of her field time, right? So you can get more than 50% of her damage in like 30% of the total field time. So we can potentially sacrifice a little bit of Arlecchino damage, like at the point where it starts to fall off towards the end. Switch to Raiden to do Raiden damage, right? And this is one of those examples of her being like freeform and allowing for this, that I think is interesting. So I'm going to test out this, and we'll see how well that does. And again, Toma is an option here instead of Chungling. Might be even a preferable option for some mix of interruption resistance, or to free up Chungling for a different team, right? But nice HP on Arla. Oh yeah, 18,600. Very nice. I like it. I like it. I have Chevreuse configured for a full healing build, which obviously isn't relevant for Arlecchino, but it might be relevant for the other characters. But mostly she's on a full healing build to try to... She has 40k HP to max out her 40% attack buff. And then to try to... Actually, you know what? I will put Toma on here, because Toma will buff Arlecchino more. And I honestly think the Toma variation I might play more than the Chungling variation, because Chungling is useful for other teams. Anyways, so yeah, she's on a full buffing build. I'll put Toma here. Toma will be on Noblesse. And this should buff Arlecchino damage quite a bit. And yep, I do have C6 Chevreuse. This is probably going to be the strongest Arlecchino team, realistically, that I have. Although, Constellations might change that, it's possible. I don't know. The Melt team should be pretty good as well. Particularly if I can figure out how Melt ends up working as far as lining up using her C2 to melt. Like if I can melt a 900% multiplier consistently in this team variation, that's gonna be that's gonna be some damage. So, anywho's, I want to keep doing the first side. If I'm doing the first side, I shouldn't do Toma because of the shielding annoyance. It'll be fine. let's do it anyways. I can just not use Toma for the second chamber, assuming I'm doing the second chamber. So we'll do something like this. Wait, what? No. And then we'll do doot. Attack percent. Let's go. All right.
Transfixed. Illusion shattered. Justice will prevail.
Obviously, I should start with Raiden here because of the Pyro and Behold.
Laid bare.
Okay, let's do this. Heal up. Mark them. Do this. This.
Don't get too close. I got you.
Torn to oblivion. Let my magic begin. Justice will prevail. Final warning.
Check this out. Supporting fire.
Why did I do that? Whatever. It's fine. Just switch to Raiden.
Illusion shattered.
See? Freeform. You can make mistakes. This is why I like this format of a team. Freeform, like, dual DPS with, like, short windows means you can make a mistake like that, still not be punished too badly. There we go. I think Raiden was a little bit low health. That's fine. Also, I don't know how my energy needs were in general. I don't really should do that first. Whatever, it's fine.
Order guide you.
Obey.
I switched to... There we go.
Get them.
Stabilize.
Okay, what am I doing? Let's do this.
By ordinance divine.
Why my brain couldn't brain there. I was looking at chat a little bit too.
You can't run. Shiver. Manifest.
Easy. Think we'll go for an Arlecchino on a rerun. Those 4 stars are useless to me, sadly. Yeah, that's fair. It's not the greatest of 4 stars. I liked them, but yeah. Burst damage, whatever. Definitely just anti-group them, but whatever, it's fine. No, that's immune. Okay, and then obviously we need to switch to you. And they're just dead. But I don't have Tomo's burst up. Don't have overload going, so I don't have the resistance shred. But yeah, we do.
Justice will prevail. Final one. Overruled. Everlasting as the moon.
I was hoping I was going to do more damage, but in hindsight, that makes sense because they are relatively firemen.
Stop right there.
Okay, there we go.
Now you shall perish.
I'll take care of them with Raiden, and then we'll switch to the buttholes. Okay, and I shouldn't use
Transfixed.
the what's it called here? Toma.
Overruled. You asked for it.
Oh, almost used Toma.
Illusion shattered.
This is a little bit weird to play this. This is still going to be a little bit touch and go because of the yep.
Torn to oblivion.
Okay, so this is still awkward because of her not being a healer, or her not being able to be healed, I should say. Sorry.
Final warning.
She can't be healed, and the damage is plenty fine, but she can't be healed, and then the waves of crap were happening on the ground. And if I use Toma, they're going to get pyro shields, which is going to be a pain in the arse to get through with a lot of pyro damage. So, you know, That chamber's just awkward for Arlecchino is all. Those enemies specifically are, with the waves of crap on the ground, are awkward. If it wasn't for the waves of crap on the ground causing so much damage it's really hard to avoid, it wouldn't be a problem at all. It's just that specific crap on the ground. So. Oh well.
Obey! Cryo incarnate!
Really?
You can't run! Lights out!
So this team is kind of awkward against this boss. Mostly when the second phase starts, you'll probably see. 'Cause it has a problem of to get to the like final knockdown phase, you have to kill the one robot, right? And that requires setting up and doing like the full setup basically, which makes it awkward.
You can't run!
Again, enemy specific thing, not ultimately. So
Unleash!
where's the one? Over here. Okay. Do you want to come over here? Yeah, there we go. See, that's the strategy though, is I had to make sure he's over here. Although now I don't have energy because I wasn't being smart. But oh well. Might not 3-star, but I can 3-star. It's just awkward. That's all.
Obey!
Okay.
Cryo incarnate! You can't run! Lights out! Manifest!
Yeah, I just did that badly. Also, Rosario doesn't have Staff of Scarlet Sands, which would help.
Order guide you.
Probably you're late to the stream, a little bit, but you're in time for me to actually be testing things. Okay. Swear to God, Shivers is a very underrated character. Yeah, people undervalue her even at C0, honestly. The fact that she can replace Xingqiu in some contexts at C0 is absurd. Like, we're talking about the C0 newer 4-star replacing Xingqiu in some teams. Alright, let's do this. Heal a little bit. Not die. Oh god. Yep, Coppelius. Okay, yeah, Coppelius. Alright. This is just Coppelius problems. After I get healing with Chevris, I think I should be fine. I was just hoping to heal first. You stop! Freaking god, Coppelius. You try Arla, Yalon, Yai, John Lee. I don't have Zhong Li on my main account, but I can try Arlecchino, Yalon, Yai, sure. Okay, let's do this instead. Iframe their big BS. Okay, there we go. That works better. Stop! Oh my god. This is my fault. You know, frick, do this so I can avoid that. Good lord.
Illusion shadow! You asked for it! Final warning!
Don't get too close. I got you covered.
Witness my wrath. Overruled. There is no escape. Hands where I can see them. No break.
Check this out.
Now you shall perish. Ha!
Here's backup.
Final warning. Everlasting as the moon.
Oh, I thought that would kill him. There we go. Okay. Not bad. Again, Caesar Arlecchino, right? That was quite good. With constellations, that would have been very fast. I think I would have cleared probably a good. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 20 seconds faster with constellations activated. But after I was just stopped being dumb and chose the HP Restoral card, that was easy. And I'm not gonna bother with this butthole. So yeah, I don't know. The Smell team works. Or sorry, the Arlecchino Chevris team works. It's not surprising. Obviously, there's some overload knockback concerns. But overload knockback concerns are one of those things, like, when you're aware of it, it depends on the situation still. But, because, like, obviously this Abyss has a situation wherein, like, you got the 6 Spectres, kind of anywhere you trigger overload is always going to anti-group them. But oftentimes you have situations where you can actually use overload to group the enemies if you're smart about where you're triggering it. which I find makes Overload pretty engaging to try to use, and I really like it. So yeah, that was very good. And I think, by the way, like, I could just use this team without having to like actually DPS Raiden. I just think it's a very fun option to DPS Raiden. And figuring out where exactly the balance is there, I don't know. Like, you probably saw that, like, that team doesn't have any kind of typical rotations. It's just, like, use whatever it makes sense to use in a moment-by-moment basis. If you were going to try to math it out on, like a theory crafting level on, like, how typical rotations work, it probably would be something like a 25, 30-second rotation. But what it actually feels like in practice is just, like, this fluid dynamic thing where you're using different characters as it makes sense to use them. And it's something that, like, Chevreus' 30-second attack buff helps a lot with that, so you don't have to feel like you have to constantly switch to Chevreus and use her skill every 2 seconds. And, like, the nuance of Arlecchino's skill cooldown being reset by her burst felt really good there. I don't know, that felt really, really good to play. Like, obviously it's not going to get the 100k vapes that you get from a normal team, but I don't know, especially in the context of, like, when you have options to use other Electro characters on a normal account. I think it's a really interesting option and quite fun. So, does Arlecchino need much investment? Yeah, I mean, she's a crit DPS. She does ascend with crit damage, so, you know, it depends. The nice thing, though, is White Tassel does exist, so, like, when you factor in, like, White Tassel, the fact that she's a crit damage ascending character, you factor in White Tassel, like, getting a crit rate circlet, like, just ignoring, like, the need for subsets, right? Crit rate circlet, White Tassel, she ascends with crit damage, and then getting a Pyro or Attack Goblet, that's 5-star, and then a smattering of hopefully not useless substats. Like, I don't think you have to have insane artifacts for her to feel good, but she will feel probably notably better with good artifacts, is what I would describe, right? Like, with my really good build on artifacts I showed a little bit early in the stream, if you missed it, I showed White Tassel, like, with White Tassel without Bennett still being pretty functional on her, right? Not great, because it's a lot lower attack, but not dysfunctional, right? Like, in the context of this team, if we switch to it, she loses like 500 attack. So I don't know, real quick, let's just... Well, I don't want to go to... because it's the first chamber's annoying. Ugh. Let's just go fight. I already killed the local legends. I guess Masanori does. Have I played Honkai Star Rail? Yes, I still play it fairly regularly. I log on, have the game auto farm, and then log off most days. I did get C2 Acheron, which is cool. I had to spend $50 to be clear, and the only reason I did is because I got very lucky. I lost a 50-50 for Himiko when trying to go for C1 at Pity, and then I got an early welt. Then I got an early E1 Acheron the next 10 pull, and then I was like, And then I continued pulling, and like, I think 20 pity after that, so 20 more wishes after getting the like 10 pity E1, I got an early welt, and I was like, well, now I just need a pity's worth, and I can do a whole bunch of story. Like, I got like 40 wishes from story, and then spent $50 and got E2 Acheron. So, yeah, and I don't regret it, because it lets me use her in a lot more different teams. So anyways. How many Dragon's Banes do you have? I mean, yeah, the only weapons they run on freaking Weapon Banner for polearms is basically Dragon's Bane and Fab, and for some reason, I've only mostly ended up pulling on banners that have more Dragon's Bane than Fab. Also, I only have leveled up one Dragon's Bane, because why do I need multiple Dragon's Banes? So, yeah. Alright, so this is White Tassel, by the way. So, like, with the attack buff up, she goes... Wait... I think I goofed. I think I hadn't triggered Overload first. You have to trigger Overload first and fire an Overcharge Ball to get the attack buff on Chivris. So, also, let's make sure. You're at midnight. Masanori has like 3 times the health at midnight. Welt Sustain with Acheron goes crazy. Yeah, I'm still really kind of working on optimizing Welt Sustain. But it is fun. Especially in Simulated Universe. It's even with E2, it's the main team I've been using in Simulated Universe now. Welt, Pella, Acheron, Ranmei. Alright, let's do this properly now. Alright, you that. This. Technically should have done that after Shivers, to be clear. It's fine. We're still hitting, right, we're hitting 40Ks versus the 60Ks we were hitting before, right? Which is obviously quite a lot less damage. This is without Bennett, though. Can you go to your next phase? Does he not go to his next phase if you're constantly doing damage on him? I guess. I'm just gonna ignore Raiden here for this now. Oh my god. I just hit a 48k there. Right? Like... I don't know. Evaluate it for yourself, right? That's a Caesar Arlecchino with white tassel with very good artifacts. But not her signature artifacts even. And that's just two-piece combo, right? Goes up to light. She still has 2300 attack even with this. So honestly, like, white tassel's performing better than I even expected it to. We have meaningful attack buffs going on the team, right? But yeah, I don't know. She doesn't turn every polearm into a scythe, other than she adds like a little ghost outline on certain attacks, and that's just like to indicate when hits are hitting, because the hitbox I think is a bit different than normal polearms. It's not hitting like in the attacks that have the scythe outline. It's hitting like when at like the tip of the scythe, for example, not at the tip of the actual polearm weapon. I think is why they did that. But anywho's, yeah. So I don't know, like. Or weapon's not necessary. White tassel is good enough. And for most players, I'd say. There's also Deathmatch. There's also Blacklift Pole as like just generic universal options. For Vape, there is Missive Windspear. There is Dragon's Bane for Vape and Virgin. So, I don't know. She has a lot of weapon options. I think her weapon is super unnecessary. And then if you have 5-star options, Jade Spear and Homa, Staff of God's Hands, right? So, even Zhongli's weapon is potentially good for her when you're using a shielder especially. So, anywho's. Yeah, like that was, so we hit, I don't know what the highest damage we hit when we were in like Abyss there or whatever, but I know I saw like pretty consistent 60Ks versus like the 40-ish K range, so we're talking 50% less damage with White Hassle, which is big. But the team wasn't dysfunctional there, so does it actually matter? It depends on you. It depends on your standards. Depends on if it's the difference maker for clearing the content or not, right? So yeah. Anyways, Chevrolet, Arlecchino, very good. Not surprising. This is probably one of the teams I will use a lot. Okay. Apparently this is one of the teams I'll probably use a lot. And yep. Bye. Okay, let's just leave. Okay. How does it look with Homa and Jade Spear? Oh sure, yeah, may as well compare, I guess. I'm gonna do Jade Spear. Jade Spear and Homa should be pretty similar, but Homa would require changing a build, so I'm just gonna do Jade Spear instead. Whack ton more attack apparently. Actually, this might perform better than her signature. I feel like, without Bennett here, we'll see. That is more attack than I expected. Why does she have 2,900 attack? That's so much. Good lord. I think that's with the Chivalrous buff going. I'm pretty sure. Although we'll find out in a second. Burning Overload could be a decent comp. Yes, that's. I'm actually gonna test that briefly here. But yeah, I agree. Tars, it's going to be more relevant on a non-polearm account, obviously.
Let me try my
Okay. Okay, was that with the attack buff? What? She went to 3,000 from like 2,900, 96 or something? What? Okay, whatever. Not sure why she just gained like 2% more attack. Or yeah, we're getting like more consistent 50Ks. Right. I think Masanori's on our on his lower health version, so don't compare the health there from Masanori. But just the damage numbers from Arlecchino there. Yeah, I don't know. I think her signature was definitely still better than Jade Spear. But yeah, both were functional. Jade Spear passive, but Jade Spear's passive. Oh yeah. Sorry, Jade Spear's passive was how I gained the extra like 2% attack. Yeah. Sorry, that's correct. I forgot. I'm dumb. But yeah, 2900 attack. Very nice. Okay, yeah, the 2900 attack is with because she was at 2500 attack before. That makes sense. Okay. Anywho's, let's go. The other new artifact set. It's useful in contexts where you're abusing burning / burgeon. It's not useless. It's just like it's something like, hey, if there's a proper loadout system in the game, I would like the artifact set more. It's not useless. I would keep pieces that are good on it, obviously, as always. But is weird. You really gotta like be doing pretty specific things in the game to abuse the new burning set, unless they release a character that makes more sense with it. But. All right, so this is the last main really competent team that I want to briefly test here with Arlecchino fully leveled. Since we're at Masanori, we'll test it with Masanori quick. So yeah, the main thing is, like, as I mentioned before in the stream, compared to like Xiangling, which I showed in the Abyss with this team, I don't know if this nest is going to be better than the Xiangling variation. But the general idea is that by nature of compared to Hu Tao, by nature of her keeping her infusion when she is on field or off field, right? Because her infusion is just based on her having her bond of life, and it only is lost when you actually hit enemies. I can use multiple skills on Shenhe and Rosaria per rotation, but in my limited testing so far, it does feel a bit more awkward to use this team compared to Xiangling, because Arlecchino still wants to be on field, right? But it works, unlike with Hu Tao, where it basically doesn't work because of how much Shenhe's and Rosaria's ER needs to skyrocket. And from what I can tell, Arlecchino can get some vapes, melts in this team. And that's relevant in the context of particularly like when I activate her C2, for example. If I set up things properly, I could try to like specifically melt her 900% multiplier C2. But generally speaking, she applies enough pyro that Rosaria is going to be the one melting, which is fine. And that's the same way that the Xiangling variation works. So anyways, let's fight Masanori quick so I can show it. And I can take this to Abyss too if we want. But I think I'm almost at 3 hours and I haven't moved on to my main account. I want to test some things there, so I should have done you first, but it's fine. Yeah, so you can see he has pyro on him. We're getting a nice big melt. And I probably should have already swapped. I probably should have swapped much earlier to the other characters, to be clear. Yeah, I mean, it works. I didn't necessarily properly showcase the swapping aspect, but kind of sad that Chevy wasn't on the banner. Yeah, I agree. I wish she was. It would have been nice to get a C6 Chevy on my main account, but it's not the end of the world.
Stabilize.
God dang it, I keep on forgetting. Ugh, frick.
Do your master's bidding. Judgment. Shiver.
So let me do something. Yep, that was about the timing. You ever gonna do your next phase, bro?
Transfixed.
Solidify.
Cryo incarnate. Lights out.
Yeah, I mean, teamworks, right? Getting the feel for when to swap to Rosaria and how to use their skills again is going to be the nuance there, and timing of potentially maximizing the value of melting some hits on Arlecchino, because she will melt some of her hits, because I do like the setup for the cryo before switching to her. So like I can consistently melt certain hits, and that's why I think I'll be able to consistently melt her C2 trigger, which is potentially relevant, but it might require some more specific setup. I'm not sure. Might have to be a little bit smart with it. I don't know. This team works pretty well. Do you guys want to see it in Abyss, or do you want me to move on to my... Oh, wait. Do you want... There's one other team, but if you want, I can show this team in Abyss. I'm pretty sure it's going to work very well. So this is going to be another competent option for me to do something like, for example, if I wanted to use this team in Abyss before, Melt Rosari specifically, I had to use Xiangling basically as team because, as I mentioned, Hu Tao doesn't really work. And not having Xiangling means I didn't have Xiangling for like a higher DPS potential Chivalrous team. So now I can do, you know, a higher DPS Chivalrous team, something that looks like this, with just using Raiden and, you know, doing damage. And then I could do this, right? So I could have a DPS maximized Chivalrous team and a near DPS maximized Arlecchino team, depending on what I want where, right? So she gives a lot more options by nature of being good in this team, by nature of having her vape team, and by nature of having the Chevreuse teams. There's a lot of teams that she can potentially work with, and she frees up Xiangling enough so that is like one of the most meaningful values of having her. Ultimately, I don't think Arlecchino is the difference maker for whether or not I can 36-star the Abyss. Like, I've been, just for anyone that doesn't know, I have been able to 36-star. I've been keeping a streak on this Abyss, or not this specific cycle, but just the Abyss in general for a while. And I was able to 36-star every single new enemy cycle. I didn't streak, but I was able to 36-star every single new enemy cycle since Yao Yao released, which was over a year ago. With the only exception being the Abyss within the Inquisitive Baptist. So I basically what I was doing was I was 36 starring, and then I would like skip a couple because like 27 starring because I didn't care about the one extra wish I got from the Abyss, right? But every enemy cycle I made sure to do my best to try to 36 star, and then I started streaking last like September, around when 4.0 started, I think, or maybe slightly before 4.0. But I think one of these in here was the Inquisitive Baptist cycle, or maybe it wasn't. No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because I'm pretty sure I was able to 35-star Inquisitive Baptist, and then I gave up trying to 36-star because the elemental requirements is too hard. I think I can handle it the next time it comes around. I'm pretty sure I'll get my revenge, and I don't think it'll be that hard, but we'll see. I think it is in the. I heard it is in the next Abyss cycle, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, do you guys want me to test normal account things with Arlecchino, or do you want me to do anything more on this account? The only thing other than on this account, and this is something I don't think is going to work well for as far as a team goes, is Virgin Arlecchino on this account. Well, specifically, it's like Virgin Overload Arlecchino. What
The campaign begins.
Tarzan Blammo mentioned earlier, which is basically this, but then Candace and Yayo. And the reason this is probably not going to work
What's wrong?
is
Are you in danger?
is because the Yao Yao Candace combo kind of relies on Yao Yao being on-fielded with Candace's infusion to get extra Hydra application out to be able to generate a meaningful amount of cores. The team DPS might still be high enough with Raiden and Arlecchino that it still functions, to be clear, but the Dendro Hydro engine won't work properly is my guess. But I guess I can go test quick. I don't see anyone in chat that says they want to see the Melt team in Abyss. I think it'll work fine. You saw it functioning. What's your highest damage on this account? I have no idea. That's the wrong button. Purveyor. What? Does it not work? There we go. Apparently 493,244. I've never tried to nuke at all on this account. I imagine if I do like a nuke setup with Arlecchino on poems only, her C2 could probably get the highest now, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's do high health so he doesn't just die instantly. Yeah, and then we'll switch over to my main account here shortly, where I can test a lot more things. I was gonna test. I was gonna test an attack goblet, by the way. I guess. Okay, I'm gonna test this quick, and then I'm gonna test an attack goblet versus a pyro goblet on the two-piece builds. Okay, so how the frick is this gonna work? Just like this, probably this. Get rid of that. Yep. And do that, do this. Okay, honestly, working better than I expected. Okay, what I should have done there was Yao Yao probably at that point. At least Yao's skill again before I. Okay, this is weird.
Illusion shattered.
I'll be honest, that was better than I expected. It's Masanori, to be clear, but that was Masanori on his high health version.
What could the children be up to?
Okay, that one I'm gonna have to test more. I don't know. That was really interesting, actually. Arlecchino Raiden would probably be switched to just a Dragon's Bait build, and be on full trigger overload and or hyperbloom, whatever, build rather than her weird hybrid build here. So she's still triggering meaningful overloads. This is basically just it's like 70% of max damage for overload and hyperbloom damage. I don't think she was triggering any hyperblooms there, to be clear. I think virgins were being triggered a little bit. I don't know. Will Melt Nave work? I mean, I don't think we really have good enough cryo players. Like if you saw just a second ago, I was doing Shenhe Rosaria, right? Arlecchino only really melts the first hit, and then she starts applying enough pyro to so that Rosaria is the one melting, which is fine. But if your goal is to see big damage from Arlecchino, right? Like 2 cryo units here is not enough. At least with Shenhe and Rosaria. It might be enough if you do maybe, I don't know, Kaya and Rosaria maybe, or Kaya and notably like Charlotte actually might be interesting. No, then Kaya isn't necessary. Kaya doesn't actually apply that much pyro, or sorry, cryo. I don't know. We don't have many fast cryo appliers, right? Like basically any. Charlotte has a bunch of front-loaded cryo that I don't know if I have her on this count. No. Charlotte has a bunch of front-loaded cryo on her burst that would enable probably at least 2 or 3 vapes, or sorry, melts. So like, there are ways you could use melt to get a nuke setup, but it wouldn't necessarily be ideal for like sustained damage compared to vape. And that's just because pyro, when triggering melt, consumes too much aura compared to triggering. It only consumes half the amount of aura for a Hydra unit, right? So generally speaking, pyro pyro units enable cryo units to melt, not the other way around. Just like Hydra units usually enable pyro units to melt, not pyro units enabling Hydra units to melt. You can do it, but it's harder, and generally not necessarily better. But it's something that's fun as an option to try to see a bigger number, though, sometimes. For speedrunning, people use Ayaka as a cryo applier for the melt. Yeah. Well, there you go. Right, using Ayaka's fast cryo application in a burst. So, yeah, support Ayaka. There you go. But yeah, I don't know. This team I'm gonna have to mess with more. That's just the nature of the freaking Dendro reactions, and there was enough reactions happening constantly that. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. I might have to like watch that footage over and see like what she got for a vape or whatever vapes. But I don't know. That team worked surprisingly well, at least against Masanori. But I'll have to test that in Abyss. I'm not gonna full test it here this stream. Better than I thought though. And yeah, I think that's all I got for polearms only. Oh no! I was gonna test the pyro goblet thing. So let's do that in this team.
An insurmountable prob.
So first we will try. Okay, I want to reconfigure the build to use this as an off piece. Sorry, I had a gross like little gassy burp come up in my mouth there. Let's see. So I think I'll try like 2-piece MH or something. Do I have a crit damage circle? I do. I have a couple. I guess try this, and then try this, and then okay. Okay, this might be more crit rate than I need, but you know, we'll do that. Okay, and then now that's an off piece. All right, so this is not necessarily the build I would stick with, but the reason I did that is because now this goblet is an offset. This is probably the closest comparison I can get to a pyro damage goblet. Again, it depends on the exact context. Like with Bennett, the more attack buffs you have, and we do have like some attack buffs going on from like Chevrolet and his team, right? We're gonna have a 40% attack buff, but that's without you like using Toma with no blast instead of Shungling. That's the only attack buff going on. So we should be able to see right the difference here with a 674 base attack weapon. Attack percent's value goes down with a lower base attack weapon. So it depends on the weapon you're using, depends on the team you're using. But I think this is a good like middle ground. Some attack buffing going on with a high base attack weapon. With a high base attack weapon, which is and we'll see. Although notably, this is also with C6 Chevrolet. This is the most likely context basically, wherein an attack goblet might be better. So we're going to use this one, and then I think I have, where is it? I think it's, yeah, this one right here. So not exactly the same as crit value, obviously, because it's much more, it has like 5% less crit rate, but more crit damage. So, you know, but same general crit value, very similar crit value. So we'll see how it do. That's the last thing I want to test in this count though. Again, remove C6 Chevrolet from the equation here, and so I can test that. And we can see that too. So we'll see what the damage is like with Chevrolet, and then I'll also not use Chevrolet. I'll just not use her skill. So actually, I'll do no Chevrolet buff first, right? I will just we will have the passive active for the resistance thread, but not the attack buff, right? And also not her C6, because C6 requires doing her skill as well. So I'm not going to use Chevrolet's skill. The only thing that's going to be active is the res shred here. And we're just going to be looking at like the first few hits of Arlecchino's damage, basically.
What's one
Didn't crit. God damn it. Can you not block damage? You actual fuckwad. I hate this dude.
Witness my rise. Transfixed. Shine down.
one strike will suffice?
Okay, 40k. 40k and it starts dropping. Okay. So 40k starts dropping. That's without Chevrolet buff. Okay. I need to clear the Bond of Life, because if I don't clear it, she might have full Bond of Life versus like not full in a normal situation. Okay. So this time I'm not changing the goblet yet. She still has a Pyro Goblet on. This time I am going to use the attack buff from Chevrolet. And this includes the damage percent bonus too, for C6 Chevrolet.
What's
Right.
one
Laid bare. There is no escape.
I'm ready.
Final warning.
I'm gonna wait a second for damage bonus to build up. Okay, I think that's max damage bonus. Really? Stop. 50k, 62k. Okay, 50k-ish. Alright.
Overruled.
Alright. I just want to kill him for good measure. Alright. So we had 40k. I don't know what the 60k we saw was, though. That was... What was... Was it actually 60k? I don't know. Doesn't matter. We'll just say 40 slash... or 50 slash 60. So 40k... Pyro goblet, no Chev. 50/60. Pyro goblet with Chev. Alright. Now we'll switch to the attack goblet. Whoops, wrong button. Alright, so obviously go to 2900 attack. A bit more crit damage, bit less crit rate. So that is obviously an effect. So naturally the actual number we see on screen doesn't reflect the reduction in our average damage from having lower crit rate. So that is a factor we can just kind of approximate a little bit. But we're going to see here. Wait, do we have the attack buff active from Chivalrous? I don't actually know how to tell if her attack buff is active. Actually, no, I know how to tell because... No, it shouldn't be active because she had 2900 attack with Chivalrous's attack buff before on a Pyro Goblet in this team. And now she has 2988 with an attack goblet. Okay, so it should not be active. Okay, that's good. So we're going to start with not using Chivalrous' skill. So no damage bonus, no attack buff from Chivalrous.
Laid bare. Illusion shattered.
I'll let it build up a little bit. There we go. We are getting like the same. It was 40k. It was 40k again. It was exactly the same. Without using Chivalrous, at least. Okay. $40k attack god. No shit. Alright. See if it's notably different with. I'm gonna guess it's not gonna be that different. the fact that it was exactly the same without Chivalrous, it's probably gonna be pretty similar with Chivalrous' buff up. It might change slightly. It might actually be slightly better with Chivalrous' buff up because of the damage percent from C6 Chev. But also we're getting attack percent, so we're kind of getting a balanced amount of both stats. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. No, I don't have to do anything. Okay. Yes, I have tried her vape. I tried her vape with Candace on polearms only earlier in the stream. Yes, she can vape consistently with Candace. It just takes a little bit of smarter play.
Shine down. Stop right there.
All right. That's 60k. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think attack goblet with Chivalrous' buff up is better. Right? Because I was seeing like 50 and 60 with the Pyro Goblet with Chivalrous' buff up. So the only thing I changed was the attack goblet. And that was it, right? So with Chivalrous' buff up, was getting 50 to 60k. But it was more 50k hits that I saw with the Pyro Goblet, whereas this time there was more hits around the 60k range. I could be wrong. I'd have to like actually review the footage and whatever to double check that, but they're very, very similar is basically the ultimate conclusion in this context. And again, like when you start to have a lot more attack from someone like Bennett, again, Pyro Goblet probably better. The exact percentage difference, but in this context, I think what we saw was just like the mix of the balance of like Chivalrous' attack buff and the damage percent bonus I was getting from C6 made it such that the attack goblet ended up being slightly better. But if I switched her to a lower base attack weapon, maybe even Homo, you would start to see damage bonus winning again. Probably see damage bonus win with deathmatch, right? So just keep attack goblet in mind as a consideration, I think is all I'm really saying. Because it might be more relevant than you would expect is the vibe I got from using that there. That's kind of it. I think, what was I doing before? I think I was doing this. Onset. Oh, no, I was doing... Wait. Onset. Oh, no, I was doing a Shimanose. Yeah, okay. Right, I was doing this. I think. Yeah, something like that. Okay, good enough. Alright. Sweet. So yeah, that's all I got on polearms only. Let's switch over to my main account and test some things there. 3 hours and 14 minutes in the stream. Zero, 3, 14, 30. Main account. Testing. I don't have to level anything on my main account because I already did that. You're welcome. No more leveling. You say she's better than Nuvi? It's a bit of a weird comparison. Nuvi has much more like AoE control. So like, for example, where Arlecchino was not ideal for the let me log out while I'm rambling here. Where like I showed Arlecchino was kind of not ideal for the second chamber on the first side of this current Abyss cycle, with the fact that she can only heal herself, but she's taking constant damage from like the Geo wave from those knights, and the solution to that would be like, okay, use a shielder, except for those enemies punish shielding too. So like Arlecchino felt really awkward against those specific enemies. And Nuvilet would feel very good against those enemies. Which is not that surprising considering this Abyss was basically made for Nuvilet and Consulate, right? It's just... It depends. I would say, generally speaking, Nuvilet is probably a stronger character, but I think he's a lot more boring. So far, like, I am enjoying thinking about the ways I can use Arlecchino more than Nuvilet. But there's also a bit of, you know, asterisk in that that's definitely recency bias to a degree. Recency bias combined with the fact that I've gotten very bored of Nuvilet. Like Nuvilet, you play one way, he is not that interesting to me. Like, he's not very interesting for me to think about. He's a good character. He's just not very interesting to think about doing different things with. Whereas Arlecchino feels like she is to me because of the different nuances of the different little things you can do and the different ways that Pyro can be utilized for weirdness with like Virgin and whatnot, right? So it depends on your preferences. I'd say Nuvilet is a easier character to build with MH synergy and easier to make teams that probably deal competent damage. But which one looks more fun to you, right? That's what I'd say. You have Nuvilet, you're debating if you should get her because you have many other DPSs like Hu Tao, Shao, Raiden, Ito. Yeah, you seem to have the... You like the on-fielders problem. And if you like the on-field... The problem with on-fielders is like, if you're not interested in playing them, they're not very useful. Arlecchino at least has the upside of, with her aspect of having the bond of life and keeping it while she is swapped off field, has more potential teams that she can function in, but she's still an on-fielder, right? So, being that you have so many on-fielders already, do you really need another on-fielder? Realistically, probably not. An on-fielder is probably not going to change your account if you've already pulled so many 5-star on-fielders. But if your account's also at a state where, like, you know, you just think she looks fun and you want to have fun with her, that's why I got her on my main account. She's not going to change anything on my main account. Like, there's no world where, like, me not getting her was going to be like, oh god, I can't clear this Abyss. Like, no. She just seems like fun to me. And she has interesting team options and enough nuance to play around with. So, yep. I have the, like, 4-star only problem. I mean, yeah. I relate. Okay, so for my main account, you can let me know what you want me to test. The main thing I want to test and show off here first, though, is Marshal Hunters on her, because I almost said Hu Tao. She takes, right, if you have a method of taking self damage, she has the ability to heal herself with her burst. So, as long as you can burst consistently, right, and you don't take too much damage from the enemies or too much damage from burning, which is it's enough asterisk that, like, yeah, that's a lot of asterisk, like, because you're making a character that to many people is going to be a fragile character, and doing a Burgeon playstyle is going to be even more fragile. But Burgeon can enable Martial Say Hunters, and this is definitely her best artifact set if you can do it. And what I'm going to test out here first, and this I tested like very, very, very briefly yesterday, is this weird Ars build. So this is a similar vein to my hybrid Raiden build. This is a C0 Arlecchino, by the way, on my main account. And in a similar vein to hybrid Raiden, wherein, you know, have main stat, EM, Goblet, and Timepiece. Except for in Arlecchino's case, I actually put an EM circlet on too. Test out here first. It might not be better to have EM circlet. Probably is not better, honestly, compared to a crit damage circlet. If you have a lot of crit, but if you factor in the Martial Say stacks, ignore the ER needs because I think she probably needs more ER than this in a solo pyro context at C0. Although it depends. Like I could put Xingqiu on Fav, Delon on Fav, and it might be fine, right? We'll see. But yeah, she has 648 EM. With like EM buff from Nahida, she'll trigger, you know, towards 30k Burgeon damage. Ignoring that I have C2 Nahida, so we're gonna actually see a little bit more than 30k Burgeon damage, but the non-crit Burgeon should be around 30k. She has 600 EM, which is obviously also going to increase her vape damage a lot. So as long as you're applying enough Hydro on top of the Burgeon, or the burning aura happening, she should be able to vape pretty consistently too, on top of triggering like 30k AoE damage from Burgeons. And she has 100% crit rate with 200 crit damage. So this is a bit of a silly build. But again, it's probably really fragile. So you were using Xingqiu for his damage reduction, and his damage reduction compounding with her resistance increase might be fine. But they also really like having a lot of enemies that have hard, or enemies in Abyss. Like we just saw in Abyss when, you know, with like the second Chamber of Abyss. With that hard to impossible to dodge Geo Wave on the ground. Like she's going to be taking instances of damage that are very hard to avoid that might make it much more fragile than is ideal for the vast majority of players. So I don't know. This is just something fun to try ultimately. I do think Burgeon Arlecchino is potentially better than many tier characters are going to give it credit for. So what I also want to test here, after testing this, I'll probably try Crit Damage Circlet instead. Which would be a more feasible one. And I can try just EM Timepiece and then, you know, Pyro or Attack Goblet and Crit Circlet. And then I can try full EM, like just like do what you do on Hyper Bloom Raiden, right? And just do like 4 Peace Flowers of Paradise Lost and and just go full into the Burgeon damage, ignore crit, and see how that functions, right? Just do full Burgeon. I think the most interesting thing to do though is to do, you know, use Martial Say Hunters with EM main stats, because it can give you free crit rate, which means in conjunction with having crit ascension, even without many crit substats, you might be able to get pretty consistent damage out of her. So I don't know, I want to test different weapons combinations, different team combinations with Burgeon. I'm probably going to have a full video this weekend just testing Burgeon Arlecchino, because there's a lot of different potential team combinations she can have. There's non-double Hydro version. There's double Hydro versions. You know, I can replace Elon with, you know, the official. I can replace Elon with Raiden. I can replace, you know, Yai. I think someone mentioned in the chat earlier, right? You won the 50-50 God or C1. Nice, congrats. And yeah, yada yada. Burgeon Arlecchino, I think, has the potential to be very strong, but also like, its biggest downside is probably going to be a higher skill expression team because of making it her even more fragile. So I suspect the issue I'm going to have here, is that I'm not going to have enough ER. Yulon is currently on Elegy, and you're on Sack, so I don't even have anyone on Fab. I'll just keep you on Ember for now. So I don't have anyone on Fab. I don't think 104 ER is going to be enough ER with her solo Pyro. But forget, we're just going to try this first. And I'll try first chamber first, but this is definitely not ideal for the first chamber because Dendro resistant enemies, and then these enemies' attacks are annoying as frick. But we'll do it in the first chamber first, and then we'll try second half too. We have to try it in the first side because first side is more AoE focused and Burgeon is AoE focused, right? So this is just going to be the baseline weird hybrid Arlecchino that can get very big Burgeon damage, but also very big crits. but also I probably need more ER. So, anyways, we'll see. We'll see. If I immediately have ER issues, I'm gonna exit out because I have a different EM circlet I can use. But we'll see. So Xingqiu and Yelan, and yes, my Yelan is C6, but I have her on an attack timepiece and a defense circlet to heavily power her down. So my Yelan should be doing basically C0 Yelan damage, like an invested C0 Yelan damage, even with her constellations. Where's Xingqiu? And Xingqiu we need for the damage reduction, and Nahida is just Dendro. Okay, and second side, I don't freaking know. I'll just do some Yai variation. What's the deal with Nahida and Prototype Amber? How do you make Nahida better? Make her a healer. Bam. Prototype Amber. That's all. So, like, I don't have a healer, for example, for Yelan and Xingqiu in this team. So, if I take damage with them by accident, it's kind of just nice to have that for some survivability. It's kind of all it is. Also, oh my god, I just noticed. No, sorry. Do you see my HP? How do I keep on landing on such satisfying HP amounts on my characters? 24,324. 24324. Fantastic. I love it. Okay, anyways. C0 Arlo needs someone like Hirara to be shielded. Yeah, but the problem is, like, doing that, we need Arlecchino to take some self-damage to be able to get the... Actually, let's go show... Since I can't open the stat screen, let's go showcase this outside of Abyss quick. I don't want to do the local legends. They're kind of freaking annoying. No, I'm just going to do Masanori. I'm going to do Masanori because he stands more still. So the thing I'm going to want to show here is getting up the crit stacks, right? By triggering Burgeon. By triggering Burgeon and taking burning damage. So both are forms of self-damage that can trigger it. The burning damage is more scary than the Burgeon damage. And is one of the potential larger problematic aspects to doing this. But yeah, so using a shielder though would prevent the damage from happening to Arlecchino, which means no Martial Sace. So I'm not saying Burgeon Arlecchino can't work without with Hirara with the Dendro Shielder, but it might be harder to get value out of Martial Sace, or impossible. And so it might lean you towards just doing like a pure Burgeon Arlecchino. See. 98% crit rate, 207% crit damage. Yeah. In a single target situation, she does actually... she didn't actually take that much damage there, right? But as far as triggering Staff of Scarlet Sands passive, Arlecchino's skill hits twice. So on a single target enemy, you only get 2 of the 3 stacks, and the Staff of Scarlet Sands needs another hit on a skill to max out the stacks. So if you hit with 2 enemies, when literally just having 2 enemies versus 1 enemy, you get max stacks right away. You can get max stacks on a single enemy with Staff of Scarlet Sands. I don't think I got it there because I did it wrong, but I wasn't thinking about it. Yes, burning damage scales with the M2, which is part of the problem. But anyways, let me so get 2 stacks, and then after her mark cooks, you'll get another stack. The problem is that only you only get that 3rd stack if her mark activates and triggers the damage while she is on field, right? So you can see I have 2179 attack. I would not get the stack if 5 seconds has passed before her returning on field. So the way to get max stacks against a single target enemy is by potentially rotating a little bit differently. So doing something like doing my long animation with Nahida first, then doing you, then doing you. Hopefully not. No, it cooked. Yeah. See. Now I only have 2 stacks. Right, and that means a little bit less attack. But is it so big a deal that it actually matters. Not necessarily. What it does mean, that awkwardness does mean, now you can see obviously the damage I took there. I think a lot of the damage was from Masanori, right? So what you were seeing there, right, is like the damage from the burning and Burgeon isn't actually that problematic. But when you add on the self-damage, compounding with the fact that you're going to take damage from enemies, then it situationally becomes problematic, right? Is what I have noticed in my limited initial testing. But yeah, so Staff of Scarlet Sands being potentially awkward in a single target situation to get max stacks on means that it might be, like, compared to like Hybrid Raiden, where I feel like Staff of Scarlet Sands is almost really, really, really wanted for Hybrid Raiden, like, because it can make it like an insanely significant difference. And Raiden's skill hits like constantly multiple times, including when she's on field, so it's very easy to always get max stacks on Staff of Scarlet Sands and Raiden. Versus Arlecchino, it can be hard to get max stacks in a single target situation. But that means something like Dragon's Bane actually might be more than competent. It just means like if I do this hybrid build with Dragon's Bane, I'd want to switch off of an EM circlet and to like a crit rate circlet, so something like this, right? Which this might be, no, that seems about correct, right? So a little bit, less crit rate, obviously. But still about the same amount of EM and less attack. But I have more damage bonus. So like this should still be more than functional even. Which I can show this too. And yeah, I probably would want more energy recharge. I am pretty confident, because the main way you can mitigate the self-damage is by making sure you can have your burst freely up when you need it. So in this team, like, you really would save the burst. The ideal time to use your burst would be doing the EQE thing, because if an enemy is marked with bond when you use your burst, she basically gets full bond. Her burst absorbs the marks, gives her full bond, and that makes her heal more. And she heals based on her attack and her bond of life. So the more bond of life and attack you have, the more you heal. So that's kind of the nuance here. And this is a context where like it might genuinely make sense to do attack goblet with heavy EM stats, even with Staff of Scarlet Sands, rather than an EM goblet here, and just do an EM main stat timepiece. I don't know what the exact ideal attack stat spread is here for this to feel well, feel really good. The reason of doing something like attack goblet is because it makes her more survivable, because she heals based on her attack stat, right? But let's test like basically the same build, but all I did was swap. I swapped off of Staff of Scarlet Sands, so I lost the crit rate from it, but I gained EM, gained damage bonus from Dragon's Bane, swapped to a crit rate circlet because of the lost crit rate from Staff of Scarlet Sands. So this is a very similar build, but I'm going to have a lot less total attack stat is the main difference. So it's probably going to be worse because of that, but how much worse, I don't know.
Witness the power of Gua. Rain. Quiet now. Things are about to get dicey. Roll. Sharing my knowledge.
Still hitting 30k virgins. You can go to your next phase.
Lake Bear. Go on. Busted. This is where.
See, healed up there.
Ring cutter. Quiet now. Here comes the attack. Busted. Take it easy.
Okay, Masanori is too squishy. But yeah, I mean, like, you can't tell me like I did make mistakes there. I did take meaningful damage, and Abyssia will take more damage. But like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, you are making a more fragile team, but I don't know. The potential value gain from being able to use Martial Says on her is significant, and one of the reasons I like this is because she has the ability to have like a lot of different teammates potentially. Like, I think Dendro Traveler might be actually more than competent. Let's test it. And hopefully Dendro Traveler has a build on them. I think they do. Good. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. Let's play around with this a little bit more. Let's try an attack percent goblet. Why not? Let's try. I'd prefer. Yeah, let's try something like that. So we're still on D-Bane, but attack percent goblet now on Martial Says. So less crit damage than I had before, but I have more crit rate, so pretty similar crit ratio, but more attack instead of the EM. So we're gonna get less burden damage, but more talent damage and more healing. Right, would be the idea here. And this Dendro Traveler. So the Dendro Traveler, the main thing is Dendro Traveler going to apply enough Dendro to meaningfully give value to Burgeons, or is Nahid irrelevant? Nahid is realistically going to be very much wanted for this team. It's going to be a big damage upgrade for the team, because that's just how Nahid freaking be for the most Dendro teams, especially any Bloom-related team. But I just want to see if Dendro Traveler is still, you know, functional in some form.
Let me lead you a breath. No, my... Quiet now. Things are about to get dicey.
Yep, they are. Still getting max stacks without a problem. Yeah. Like, so you have flexibility. That shows you have flexibility for Burgeon Arlecchino. You have flexibility for weapons. There's a lot of relevant weapons, right? Like, other than D-Bane, there's also like the relatively recent, I think. Actually, I don't know. This was actually like almost a year ago now at this point, maybe. But this event weapon, if you have it, right, is potentially relevant. You know, this D-Bane is obviously quite relevant for this build. It's functioning pretty well there. But like, there's also formats of like you don't have to do double Hydra. The reason to do double Hydra here is because, you know, you can try to get vapes on Arlecchino more consistently. But you could also just do, you know, a Electro unit to add in some overload to the mix. And like the value of this is like Raiden could refund Arlecchino's burst a little bit, and Raiden can get her own, you know, transformative reaction damage. You could do friggin' Beto, right? Like Beto would be more damage reduction, although Beto's shielding might actually make it so you can't trigger martial saves, so, you know, asterisks. But I don't know. You get the point, right? You could still do Bennett if you wanted, right? If you really wanted the attack from Bennett should still function. But again, you probably aren't vaping consistently. But hey, you know what? Let's test it. Maybe we are.
You want...
What 5-star spears are next best? I mean, in the Burgeon context, I think Staff of Scarlet's Hands might be her best. But I really shouldn't. Okay, frick.
Rain outlines your...
I didn't hit him. Oh well. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna redo this because I didn't even put Bennett down.
Everlasting as the moon. Propagate. No, my sword.
Just want to get my burst back, please.
Rain outlines your fate.
Okay, let's redo this because I'm done. Beto is nice with Arlecchino. Yes, 100%. Beto is really nice with Arlecchino. I planned... I'm not quite done leveling her. Notably, I haven't leveled her talents at all. But I am planning on hopefully finishing leveling up Beto this week. Both for testing with Arlecchino and with... Actually, it's going to take all my freaking resources, man. Hey, look, under 2 million more. Nice. Apparently I have 7 of these. But yeah, I need to farm a little bit more of these. I can get Beto maxed out. Now I need to farm some talents, and because I want to level up, obviously get more damage reduction on her. But yeah, if you do like Beto and Shincho together, I think Arlecchino is probably immortal. Alright. Alright. So, this. I just miss again? Oh my god, I'm terrible. Whatever, it's fine. Oh my god, I can still vaporize on this team. I did not expect that, to be honest. I have 3k attack. 500 EM, 87, 175 crit. ER still might not necessarily be enough, but... Okay, I took some damage there. Whoops. Let's ignore the energy needs. I didn't get any energy on Shincho because I missed his skill before, but... I don't know.
Witness
Alright, see how much that heals. Not bad. That was without Bennett buff. I healed that much.
Strike will suffice.
Oh, gotta do this. Oh crap. Well, yep. That's just a Dendro Traveler problem. But hey, the thing is, like, the the benefit of this team, right? The interesting aspect of it, even though, like, Dendro Traveler failed, they're still doing Xingqiu and Bennett together with Arlecchino. She's still getting her meaningful talent damage. Like, the EM is still giving you value, even if the EM is not being used for, like, I don't know. I really like the idea of doing Virgin Arlecchino instead of just doing pure Vape Arlecchino. I feel like it evens out the team's damage performance at the sacrifice of a little bit of fragility and enables this artifact set for her, which is vastly her best artifact set if you can use it. But it's only really going to work in the Virgin context, or if you're using Farina with her, I guess. But I honestly think Farina is probably going to make her more fragile than Virgin is, because Virgin has options for you to do, you know, well, I mean, Farina you can use Xingqiu too, to be clear, but you get the point. I don't know. That works quite well. It's just, when we go to the Abyss here, we might run into the issue. Oh, I didn't farm artifacts on Polearms only. Whoops. I might go back to Polearms only before I end the stream then to do that. We might run into the issue in Abyss, of course, where it's too fragile against enemies that are hitting really hard. And the solution to this, I think, is mostly just to make sure we have some extra ER to have good flexibility with our burst. But ideally, to heal the most in the burst, we do want to, do things like using skill into burst into skill, and that's not always going to be available to stay alive. But I don't know. My first impressions are that Virgin Arlecchino is about as like it's really good. Like the fact that Devane Arlecchino with this Dragon's Bane, Martial Slay Hunters, good Martial Slay Hunters artifacts to be clear. EM Timepiece, Attack Goblet, Crit Rate Circlet, right? With these stats worked that well. I think it's pretty compelling, personally. But anyways, we're gonna switch to. We're gonna lose some of our crit, and we're gonna get some more ER here. Do I have a crit rate circlet with ER? I do. I have that one. So I lose some attack percent. Yeah, that only has one ER line. That's not really that worthwhile. I mean, that one might be worthwhile actually with the EM. Yeah, okay, we'll use that for the EM at least. And then we gained EM in there, so we can lose some EM here. We're going to lose some crit too, but that's fine, I guess. I would like an ER heavy, crit damage heavy flower. I'm going to have too much crit rate. Well, no, that's not too much crit rate. I don't know if that's enough ER though. I will have too much crit rate if I switch to it. Ugh, okay. See, my perfect Martial Slay artifacts that I need right now are all crit damage and all ER rolls. Like, if this piece had rolled 3 times into ER instead of the 2 extra defense rolls, it would have been a god tier piece. But almost. Oh well. Do I have an EM piece with ER? Nope. Okay. What about, do I have it in the dumpster? I do. Well, that's a crit rate. Darn it. Nope. Well, okay. We're going to try it like that. Alright, so first we're going to try the first side because it's going to be harder. And this is the first side is where I suspect there are going to be more issues, but it's also where, like, highest risk, highest reward, where like we can get the most value from the AoE damage potential. But also first chamber is going to be the worst because Dendro resistant enemy. We're doing some Dendro damage and the buttholes. So we'll see. And this is with D-Bane again with the attack piece. So this is with a much lower power build than I could potentially have with that Staff of Scarlet Sands build I showed before, right? We'll do Nahida, and then we'll do the. I don't know. Do you guys want to see the Xingqiu Yalon variation first? The fact that we can vape consistently with, I don't know. We might not be able to vape consistently with Nahida though, because Nahida might be too much Dendro. There might be too much Like, the reason I was able to vape consistently with Bennett, Xingqiu, Dendro Traveler might have been because Dendro Traveler applies less Dendro than Nahida. But we can test it. So we could try something like this. And the value of Bennett is, particularly if like we use Arlecchino's burst while Bennett's burst is active, that's going to be a lot more healing. Like, it's going to be pretty easy to full heal Arlecchino from basically no health with Bennett's burst. On top of the fact that, you know, Bennett attack buff, go burr. So I don't know, let me try this. I want to try this first just to see if Arlecchino can still vape even when we're not doing double hydro. That's the idea. Where is Xingqiu? There he is. Okay, and we'll just do what I mentioned before. Yes, I am really liking Arlecchino.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. With teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Wanted my
Oh
full
god,
attention,
yeah,
did you?
yep.
This is where I fall.
Okay, well, I mean, you saw the heal there. Yeah, the burning aura was a bit of a problem there. In combination with whatever damage we took, I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't have done things like that, but
Rain.
oh my god, really?
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Witness my wrongs.
Nice full heal again. Yeah, okay. See, that's what I'm talking about with the healing potential. You don't have marks on you, do you? Okay, well, that's fine. I don't think I was vaping, by the way.
Everyone hold hands.
So yeah, Nahida seems to be almost a problem, which is almost interesting in a way, because maybe Nahida is just not an ideal teammate because of the too much burning aspect. I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting to consider. Also, oh my god.
Dreamwork. Let's
Oh, yep.
which must go on.
Yeah.
The moon
Heal up.
lays bare.
Okay, these enemies are really annoying with this team. That's all I can say.
Temple of Wisdom.
Version show.
Let me lead you away. Everybody stand back.
This shall
She died. Okay. Yeah, these enemies. Let's try that with Dendro Traveler now. Let's try that with Dendro Traveler. I'm just curious how much of the issues there were potentially from. This is a lower power. That was a lower power build, to be clear, right? But how many of those issues were from Nahida? I am not sure. It will actually be interesting to me if this feels better with Dendro Traveler, because that also brings up the potential of like doing other Dendro teammates over Nahida, even though they have less Dendro application. Like, the less Dendro application can be a good thing, even if it limits some of the Dendro core generation. But as long as you're taking enough self damage that you're still generating martial say stacks, it shouldn't be that much of a downside, and it's still additional transformative damage. But I don't know. It's interesting. You and then butthole. Not even necessarily going to full clear this or anything, but again, not an ideal chamber either, to say the least. I needed to make sure I the man. Freaking Pyro Mage is gonna make Dendro Traveler's thing really annoying. Put it right here and then try to. Yeah, okay, we got it. Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
this is where
This again. Okay. Yes, I purposely did that because I didn't want her to die, believe it or not. Really annoying I didn't get the sack sword reset before, but Why did you start attacking now? What are you doing? Why? Okay, the Genshin auto-targeting, Jane, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. These enemies are danger resistant, by the way, which is part of the struggle here. Also, I forgot to mark them. That's also part of the struggle. Oh my god. Oh my god. All the energy dishes abound. Let's just try to get to the next enemies. Okay. I'm also seeing, I think I want more energy recharge to be comfortable. I think... Yeah, this chamber sucks for this team. I bet even against like the Dendro resistant, man, they just configured this Abyss to say fuck you to some Dendro teams, to say the least. So it's not that great of a showcase. But let's try like the second chamber, for example. Let's do something like that. That has no healer, but it'll be fun. So let's try Nahid again. And then let's try the double Hydro variation, actually, I mentioned before, for more core generation. This is double Hydro, but then with the slightly lower, the lower tier potential like damage build, because I'm not using Staff of Scarlet Sands or anything. For Arlecchino, I could get meaningfully higher damage, I'm sure, with Staff of Scarlet Sands. So, did you get her on polearms only? Yes, I have. Go watch the video.
Right now, emerge. Right here.
I got more than C0R1.
Adorn my nights, wind strike.
Nothing lasts forever.
I forgot to Tignari, but whatever.
Right here.
Can't see?
As you wish, me.
One with nature.
Right now, emerge. Right here. Please hold for just a
No
minute.
rest for the wicked.
A gift for you. One with wind and cloud.
How long have you been streaming? Long enough that my brain is not talking. 4 hours.
Let my magic begin.
I'm probably gonna have to test a lot more stuff with this. So like this is
Right
like
now, emerge.
the weird complexities and issues we're having here with the Virgin is exactly why I'm probably gonna make a dedicated video for it.
Adorn my nights.
As it's the potential for it is very high, but it's also weirdly complicated. So let's see how it does when we're not dealing with annoying enemies. This thing is Dendro resistant, right? But I don't think that's really that much of a problem.
Here. Gotcha. This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
Overruled. Everlasting as the moon. Transfix.
Quiet. This is all about to get dicey. No, my soul. Let me read you a verse. The Temple of Wisdom.
Now,
Go on. Overruled. This is where
full heal. Oh, almost full heal. My bad.
Rain outlines your
Like,
fate.
see, it does work. I don't know. It's really interesting. Like, is that not compelling? I feel like it is. I don't know. It is to me. Like being able to use Marchessays in Virgin team context, and there being flexibility for combinations of Hydro, Electro, depending on like how reaction soupy you want it to be, right? It's really interesting. Let's do it against the other enemies.
Right now, emerge.
One with the force. One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call.
I probably should have taken a healer to this team, good lord.
I hear everything. Keep up. Can't see?
Right here, right now. Midnight Phantasm.
Never. Again.
Okay. No, who needs Kazuha? Not me.
You! And Shroud! Just keep up.
Emerge.
Oh my god. Okay, I kind of want Kazuo.
One with the force.
I'm just trying to get through this chamber. I'm not gonna fight the third chamber because I don't care about the stupid plunging BS.
Emerge. Wings of darkness.
Can't see?
Alright, this is gonna take an annoyingly long time without Kazuo.
Always darkness. Right here. Emerge.
Really?
And Shroud! I hear everything.
So my ratio, I'll show the build in a second, but I was talking about it earlier. If you wanted to rewind. I put her on a lower power, weird, hybridish build for Virgin.
One with the force.
Midnight, Phantasm. Right now. Right here.
I'm not bringing a healer for this. Was a mistake. God dang it. It's fine. Just. Why is it going through the air? The geo waves were going through the air. Oh my god. The air is probably better than ground, honestly. F off. I hate this mechanic on this chamber. I'm so sick of this abyss. I cannot wait till it's gone. Okay, Jesus. Just want to test this team against another enemy. I don't know why I did that first. Doesn't really matter.
Ring cutter. Know my sword. Here comes the catch. Busted. Eat yourselves a hoot. This place hurt a little.
Quietly now. Busted. Transfixed. Witness my wrongs. Laid bare.
Grow. The Temple of Wisdom.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me read you a verse.
Did I absorb it? Oh, I did. Nice. Okay. We're still getting 50k vapes, right? And this is a much lower power build that I did on purpose.
I see everything.
And to be clear, if I hadn't, scuffed the first side, this would be a 3-star clear. I'm not really trying specifically for.
Laid bare.
Oh, what the frick happened? Oh, what? This one's not marked. That's really funny. Can I absorb the mark from these? No? Okay. Thanks for more jank on this boss Hoyoverse. Like, really? I can't even get the mark. Like, those didn't count as dying, so I didn't get any bond. What the frick? Okay. So, for those that don't know, this boss is jank in one way already, but most notably in that Fischl's A4 passive doesn't actually deal damage to it, and Mahoya refuses to fix it, and I think they're just assholes, and they're just leaving it that way on purpose. And they're probably never gonna fix that shit. And what the fuck? So, anyways, the main body probably could have been marked, I imagine, but it wasn't within range. So, anywho's, I don't know. That worked well. Let's try another variation of it, though. Let's try with, actually, before we do an abyss, let's go to Masanori again. I want to see what happens with Beidou. Also, I'm going to go back to her higher damage build, too, because I like higher damage builds. But yeah, so that was D-Bane, right? And it was working fine. And that's with a quite powered down, not crazy Xingqiu or Yulon. So, but I want to test more Staff of Scarlet Sands shenanigans. So let's do that. Only weirdness with Staff of Scarlet Sands, of course, on this set is I have even more of an issue of of too much stuff, too much crit. Like obviously that's 10% over. So let's try. That. So we're going to do EM attacks. This is a lot lower EM, right? 120 ER. Yeah. Try it like this. So 2200 attack, way lower EM, but with Staff of Scarlet Sands, a bit higher crit damage. Quite a bit higher crit damage, obviously, because we were using a crit damage circlet versus an EM circlet. Although honestly, I kind of, you know what? No, I'm gonna switch to an EM circlet again, but I'm gonna use this EM circlet actually, because this one, so a lot lower crit damage, but that one has 18 ER, so now I have a more healthy amount of ER, similar amount of attack still, because obviously, yeah, yeah. So that should increase burgeon damage and might actually be I'm not gonna say it's better, but I like the balance more for the burgeon damage. But let's see with Beto quick what happens. Beto is not fully leveled. She only has level 4 talents, but it's worth testing. The thing I'm curious about is if Beto will have too much shielding. Because if she has too much shielding, we will not be able to take self-damage to trigger the Marshal stacks on her. But the value of it is, of course, like Beto gives damage reduction with her burst up, so that's potentially very valuable, right? Alright, I don't know why I started with that, but it's probably fine. Really? Okay, well, do this. What? I would like to ask my brain a question, but I don't know if it has the capability to answer questions. Why? I don't know why I pressed burst there. That was obviously not the correct thing to do. Ugh. It's fine. To be clear, I enjoy it. It's not a. I don't think that's a downside of the character. I knew not to do that, but my brain decided to do it anyways. You know? Also, Beto is not on the right build for this team either to get her ER consistently, but it's fine. There we go. Okay. Try again and don't press her frickin' burst this time. Doesn't her Q do only one instance of heal? Yes. Wouldn't EM Goblet be better? The idea with the attack goblet is to increase her talent damage more. And to allow her to heal more, yes. Because she heals based on her attack and her bond of life. Let's actually put him on full health, actually. We might need that. Needs a drink of water. I have to end the stream soon just because I'm getting hungry and crap. I need to test things. What? Oh, yeah, it was just the dialogue. Yeah, okay. Alright.
No, my sword! Rain cutter! Rain outline! Just wait for you. The Temple of Wisdom!
Yep. Okay, did hit him. Good. Okay, yeah, the shield is probably not going to ever go away, which means, yeah. So, Beto is an interesting option.
Everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
Because the stacking of both Beto, and I don't have enough ER for Beto for this team, but the stacking of Beto's damage reduction plus Xingqiu's damage reduction, which also stacks with the Arlecchino's like 20%-ish, 20 to 30% resistance reduction too, like compounds like it should be a very survivable team combination. But this specific context, adding a Dender unit to the mix for Burgeon stuff, because of the shielding, does not enable her to actually proc Marshal stacks. So this would be a team context where you wouldn't want to use this artifact set, basically. But that's fine. So main other unit I think is interesting to test
Stay
here would
close
be
and be
Raiden. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Raiden on the Staff of Scarlet Sands. And then, should we just leave Arlecchino on Jade Spear? Yeah, sure, we'll just leave Arlecchino on Jade Spear, honestly. We'll leave Arlecchino on Jade Spear. 400 EM. I don't know if it's actually better to leave her on the EMs. It's probably not better to leave her on the EM circlet with Jade Spear. With Staff of Scarlet Sands, and I think it genuinely could make sense. So yeah, you know what, let's just try crit damage. And we'll leave her on Attack Goblet, just again for the higher heal. So that's a little bit lower ER than I want though. So let's switch to this. Something like this. A little bit higher ER build. 2100, 130 ER, 50, yeah, okay. Seems pretty balanced. So this would be a Jade Spear build. Raiden is then on her hybrid build. So the idea is we're doing hybrid Raiden and weird Virgin Arlecchino. Does this actually make sense to you? I don't know. We'll find out. This one I'm actually just gonna go take to Abyss. Yes, hybrid Virgin. Hyper Virgin, hybrid Raiden. So yeah, Beidou, Xingqiu, very good combination with Arlecchino, but doesn't enable MH. So, it's fine. I'm sure I will like Beidou, Xingqiu variations still, just not with Dendro. Well, I mean, still could use Dendro, but not with MH build. It would be with whatever other artifact build, either normal Arlecchino build or a Gilded Dreams build. Actually, would be kind of... I think that's actually an interesting idea, is doing a Gilded Dreams build with Beidou, Xingqiu, and Nahida. That would be an interesting thing. Do you guys want to see that? I could try that in Abyss. I could try Beidou, Xingqiu, Nahida, Arlecchino, but instead of MH, because you can't use MH with Beidou and Xingqiu together, it would be Gilded Dreams and just getting the value from Gilded Dreams attack and EM. I think that's interesting. An interesting option to try. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, hyper. So, Xingqiu and Nahida. Alright. And let's throw it in case we actually go through the full thing. Put a healer on that side. Don't know if we'll go through the full thing, but we'll see. Nice, just got 30 crit damage feather, congrats. Sure, okay. Sure, remind me if I forget then. Oh my, I'm not triggering, I should just put Fab on Xingqiu. No, we should just do Raiden to deal with these buttholes. Gender resistant buttholes, that's all I can say. Oh, I didn't even mark him. Whoops. Well, good job, me. Okay, I'm just gonna use Raiden again then. Oops. Did I not crit? I just showed like 0 Arlecchino and only hybrid Raiden. It's fine. Can you not be a butthole? I hate these things. Ow. Okay, and then let's do this, heal up. Yep, nice. Now we can try Raiden. Okay, I didn't play that very well, but it was fun. Let's try it on the next chamber.
Right here. Right here. Odds reveal us.
Remember, health comes
Do a
first.
full physical build. I mean,
Can't see.
it's gonna be about as good as any physical build is. Maybe slightly better because she has a lot of normal attacks, but nothing in her kit actually benefits physical damage. She has to have her infusion up.
A bitter pill to swallow.
You also don't get to heal, so that yeah.
I hear everything.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Lost 50-50 to Mona. Rip. Sorry. Best of luck getting her if you are still going to continue or not. Oh, and then you got back-to-back Arlecchinos. Nice.
Transfix. Shine down. Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge. Witness the power of Gugwa. No, my...
I forgot to skill first. Whoops. Lost like a lot of the heal from that. Of course you lived.
Laid bare.
You are pyro enemy, so
Shine down.
can you just die, please? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey. Make yourselves at home. Let me lead you a breath. Inazuma shines eternal.
Okay. Oh. Alright, do this.
Sting as the moon.
Overruled. There is no escape.
Why are you all spread out?
See everything.
It's freaking, I hate these enemies.
Share my knowledge. Time to know my sword. Witness the power of Gugwa. Now you shall perish.
Oh, I used all my stamina.
My turn. Witness mine.
Almost dead, but hey, look, full heal.
Transfix.
Ring cutter.
See?
Commit it to memory.
When you play it right, it's very survivable.
Full of wisdom. Illusion
Not
shattered.
that I'm playing this ideal, per se. Or that these are the ideal builds. I don't know why I'm not using Arlecchino. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a reaction soup team, obviously. But the fact that she has the versatility to be used in those kinds of teams and use a compelling artifact set that allows her to do something unique like getting meaningful talent damage while also getting meaningful transformer reaction damage
Right here.
is a compelling aspect to her that not really many other units can do.
Keep up.
Like no other units can do it, to be clear.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the
But it's a
better.
really fun aspect to her that I'm enjoying.
A sight to behold.
I need the dockhand assistant.
Emerge.
Why? Why do you need dockhand?
Can't see.
Odds reveal.
Can you go to your next phase? Thank you for wasting my time. Does she work with Yunjin? Yes, you can watch earlier on the polearms on the account, but
Right here. Emerge.
like, should you build Yunjin for her? Probably not.
Side effects.
If you already have her built and like won't need to use like, I don't know, your better supports for her on another team,
One with the
she could be a
Let's
not
nip that in the bud.
useless option for her, right? No, I didn't even 3-star. Whoops. Wasn't
Nothing
paying attention.
lasts forever.
Oops. I blame the boss not going to his next phase and doing 20 more attacks on me. Doesn't matter. Not testing that team. Alright, let's see how we can survive this. Did I get... Oh, I did get the energy. Okay. Hold on.
Grow.
Do
Make yourselves at
that.
home. Know my sword.
Why? I got pushed back. God, freaking buttholes. You killed Raiden. How to make her full healed burst EQE.
Overruled. Hey! Make yourselves a home.
Just play it a little bit slow because they're being buttholes. And of course, I'm gonna have all the energy issues this time around, but it's fine. We'll do E, we'll do Q, we will full heal, we'll do E. Swap out. And I really wish I had changed on the tab. Oh boy. I'll try riding this time. Oh god.
Know my soul. Ring cutter. Committed to memory.
Do this to heal other people's. Arlecchino is the least dead person here right now.
Overruled. Witness my illusion.
I probably should have done more normal attacks for that. I thought the burst would kill it. That was pretty good. I scuffed because of the energy issues at the start. And awkward because of Coppelia's things. But, I don't know. That worked well. Realistically, I think... Yeah, I think Shinjo really wants to have in that team. Like, having to get the sack sword procs is annoying as shit, in my experience. I'd rather... It's not bad if... sack sword is obviously one of his better options, but... Interesting. What talent should you upgrade? Normal attacks. Over, like normal attacks should probably be level 10 before you even bother taking... before you bother taking the other ones to like level 7. The burst is relevant, but it's the skill is basically mostly irrelevant as far as its damage. And then the burst is relevant if you're using it, but there are contexts where you might not be using it. Obviously, you're seeing me use it a lot, so it is more relevant, like in my context, right? But it's not always relevant. You can play teams where you don't touch your burst. So, yeah. Okay, let me try that beta variation then. But we had to change her build around. So what do I have for Gilded Dreams? So we got that, we got that. Let's try that piece. We'll do that. Attack with some EM, that's an interesting option. Because Gilded Dreams gives a bunch of EM, and then it gives attack for each. It gives EM for each elemental party member who's a different type. So let's try attack percent timepiece. And then that's a Dendro Goblet, so note that. I have a crit. Oh, I don't have a crit damage. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Let's just use that, and then let's use Homa. Ooh, what? That was weird. Okay, so Homa build. Oh, that's not great. Homa build with. Should we do Pyro Goblet this time? Let's try Pyro Goblet. Let's try Pyro Goblet because we need the heal less in this context. In fact, we might not even need a burst at all in this context because of doing Beto. Since we're doing Beto and yeah, so let's try. Yeah, let's just try a Pyro Goblet this time around. All right, 77, 226, 111 ER, 1800 attack on Homa. Yep. Okay, let's see how it goes. And after EM buffs, she'll still get like 500-ish EM. But this is more like this is just a normal Arlecchino build, basically, right? I just did crit, but on Gilded Dreams, probably needs a little bit more ER. I don't really have a good ability to give her more ER with the artifacts I have, I don't think. I mean, I could put an EM timepiece on her instead, and that might be better. But yeah, I don't have that great of Gilded Dreams artifacts, and so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. It's a good crit ratio. It's just like a normal Arlecchino build, but we happen to be on Gilded Dreams, and because we're on Gilded Dreams, we're getting EM, so may as well get more value to the EM by doing Dendro. That's the basic idea here. But we're doing Beto instead, so do something like this, and Beto is not fully leveled for me again, so I could get more damage reduction. So if anything gets through Beto's shield, it probably would not get through. Like, we probably will take 0 damage, but if we take any damage, we probably wouldn't actually take damage when Beto is fully kitted out. Also, Beto probably does not have enough ER still, which is annoying. But oh well, we'll see. Doot. Using burst isn't a lost damage. It can be, but if you need your burst to stay alive, like in the context of the teams I was playing here, it's like in this team, since Beto and Shane Cho might be able to keep me alive, I very well might not want to ever use my burst. But in those other teams, because of the fact that I was abusing Virgin self-damage, giving Marsha Say stacks, using Marsha Say Hunters, I was taking some amount of self-damage, I really needed to use the burst. And I think a lot of people will find in general, just because they're taking damage from enemies from whatever reason, will want to have the burst up to heal. And it has a very high ability to heal, as you saw. I had like 2k-ish attack in most of those instances, and when you do EQE, you can basically get a full heal almost always. So
Eyes on me! Grow! Make yourselves a room! Know my sword! Witness the power of the wild!
oh my god, I hate Xingqiu on Sack Sword. Oh my god, okay, yeah, these freaking enemies. What a terrible abyss for Arlecchino. So look at that. Yep, still full healed there. Okay. I really need more ER on Xingqiu, or not Xingqiu. I mean, yes on Xingqiu, but that's just fab. Well, I need more ER on Beto, so kind of not a great demonstration here because of that, but... You just die. I hate this chamber so much. I think I got the other one? Yes, I did. Okay. I didn't try your fab! Oh my god, I hate... Okay. Number one... I have to do charge attack. Number one thing you have seen this in my main account testing is I've become a hater of Sack Sword on Xingqiu. It's for this Abyss cycle. Oh my god. I forgot to do this. Okay. Well, I think I've just played this bad. But also energy issues because of Sack Sword. Stop! Sack Sword baloney and no energy on Beto means, you know, right? But see, minimum health. That was basically minimum health, and I still near full heal, right? But of course, that you do that at like the start of a rotation. So doing EQE means swapping to your other characters. That's why I kind of like the idea, right, of okay, this is not working obviously without fixing Xingqiu, and Xingqiu just put on path, but I need Beto to have more ER there. I think that team will work fine if I had Beto properly built. Just Beto on an emblem build would be all I would need there. She's pretty energy hungry as a solo Electro, so probably in the 200-ish range is my guess, and I think she only had like 150 on a Thundering Fury build because I was doing weird main DPS Beto things testing. So yeah, not that surprising that didn't function. I'll test that more, I think, on my lonesome. I don't feel like effing around with builds that much later, but yeah, you on Sack Sword, I actually just hate everything about that. So, do I have more Sack or Fabs? I do have more fabs. Okay. I think I'm gonna level another freaking whoops. I think I'm gonna level another fab sword for Xingqiu. Cause good god, was sack sword so annoying. Oh no, wrong thing. Good god. Don't throw them away. Those are valuable. Alright, yeah, an R3 fab sword should be more than enough. I do have 2 leveled already, but now I want a 3rd, so, you know. Do I have the materials for it? Anywho's. I could obviously just swap him to one of the existing fabs, like from Dender Traveler or whatever, to be clear. I just wanted to see what I have. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I don't know why I have so many of those, but work on that later. Alright, yeah, there we go. Just give him Dender Traveler's Fab Sword for now. And hopefully never have to touch him again. As long as I trigger Fab consistently, which this build should trigger Fab very consistently. Should be fine, right? Anywho's, Wakana's Arlecchino, C0. No weapon. That was with Homa. Yeah, I don't know. The Gilded Dreams idea with Beto I think will work well. I just don't feel like effing around with my Beto's build right now. I have to futz with all my emblem pieces and... Actually, I guess, you know what, I could probably just throw Fab on her now that I think about it. Although, can I? Oh no, it's level 6. She's gonna do no damage then. Yeah. See, Beto can do meaningful damage in like an AoE context with an emblem build, a proper emblem build with Beto leveled at level 90. Since the aggravate, you know, since she's doing a lot of transformative reactions and she's doing aggravate damage, she could do meaningful damage. I just need to fix it. So I'm not gonna do that much with that team right now because I'll mess with that more as I level up Beto. So yeah. And yeah, Xingqiu would be more comfy most of the time with Arlecchino, yes. So like Yelan will give more damage bonus to Arlecchino, of course, but Xingqiu is just the damage reduction aspect, right? And especially when I'm not doing anything with like shielders with Arlecchino here, it's quite nice. But I was doing something with shielders a little bit, but I was trying to like double dip in shielders with Beto and Xingqiu, but I didn't have their bursts up or crap, so you know they weren't doing crap. Anywho's, should we? I guess I should try the boring team, the Yelan Kazuha. This is the one like all the 3 crafters were being boring people with. It was Yelan Bennett. There you go.
You want me on your...
This team. See how this is. She should use a different artifact set for this. We'll keep her on Homa, why not? Actually, I don't know. You want to see Homa or Jade Spear? Should be. They're basically the same. It's just that I need to switch artifacts around a little bit. Oh, frick! What do I do for these? I should do Gladiator, I guess. Yeah, sure. Let's try. Wait, Gladiator requires us to steal a Miko piece, though. I lied. Let's do Crimson. Yeah, let's do that. Should I just do 4-piece Crimson? I think I can do 4-piece Crimson. I don't know if 4-piece Crimson actually really makes that much sense, though. But screw it. Let's do 4-piece Crimson. So I have really good Crimson artifacts, so I can't not try it. That's my logic, at least. Attack versus Circlet is actually interesting in my situation for this Crimson piece. This is a 40 CV Crimson Circlet. If you're not using Bennett, I think that could actually be a good piece, but I'm not. We are using Bennett right now. Oh, I have this piece. I forgot about that. Okay, what happens if I use this and then Jade Spear? Obviously, I'm not using a crit damage piece with Crimson and a crit damage weapon. Okay, this is a pretty nice looking Crimson build. I don't know if it's actually relevant. It might be better to do 2-piece versus doing 4-piece Crimson, to be clear. But I'm going to try this, just for the funsies. The problem with actually, you know, now that I think about it, the problem with 4-piece Crimson is after you use your skill, you get the 2-piece set bonus increase thing. But normally, you know, you use her skill, whether you're doing E swap off or EQE, you use your skill, you swap to your other teammates, and they're going to take like 5, 6, whatever amount of seconds, and this only gives you a buff for 10 seconds, right? So it actually does not make sense to do 2-piece Crimson, like at all. Okay, that's fine. What can we do then? Let's see. That's still a really, really good piece, but we can do something. We can do something better than with like just 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, or 2-piece Crimson, 2-piece something. Let's just do 2-piece Shimas because I'm lazy, or maybe maybe we do Glad because I'm lazy. Actually, this is a 40 CV piece, though. What do I have for Glad pieces? Give me a second. Sorry. Wait. I have an onset Goblin. Oh, frick. Yeah. Okay. So do this. Yeah, okay. And then I can do an off-piece circlet. Okay, let's go. Okay. Which also means I can do... I don't actually have... My circlet luck is so terrible. What about this? This has a lot of attack. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Alright. 2500 attack. That's a lot of attack. 2-piece combo, 2500 attack, 78, 207, 126. Alright, let's try that. So this is the, right, this is the team that all the theory crafters calc to, like, vape Arlecchino around. Should I do it in the... I kind of want to do it in the second side just because I'm sick of the first side BS from these enemies. Yeah, we're just going to do it second side. Make things easy. I don't think this is a team I'm going to play, to be clear. Like, ever. Because I think it's kind of just boring, is all. But it's not... It's going to be probably quite good. I just am going to be more inclined to more interesting teams like I've already been playing here. What do I do for this side? I don't even know. Let's just do Nubilet because it's AoE. Nubilet, official, you. I can brain. Actually, screw it. Let's just do something like that. That's fine. Wait, there we go. 4 Shimas? No, 4 Shimas doesn't work. Because 4 Shimas is the same thing as actually a 4-piece Crimson, but also even worse. You only get like the buffer, like, right, if you use your skill, because you have to use your skill, you have to let her skill build up on enemies. It takes 5 seconds for it to build up to max. And then you switch to her, right, so you use your skill, do your other teammates, switch back to Arlecchino, and do a charge attack, and then you have Infusion from getting Bond of Life. But you need to let that cook up for 5 seconds, which means you lose like most of the uptime of the Chimanel's buff. So it just doesn't make sense. Don't expect high-level Nubilet gameplay. I'm just going for mindless Nubilet gameplay because he's simple. Why is Nahida here? Don't ask. I don't know. Nahida is here because Dendro and Electro go burr. Can you stop? Ow. Ow. Stop. Oh my god, why? Freaking... Freaking enemies and their spammy bullshit. I'm redoing because I'm probably gonna do the vape team against the cube too. Gladiator set good on her, yes. It's probably going to be a lot of people's go-tos. These frickin' Dendro enemies. I'm so sick of this abyss. Specifically this chamber. I don't mind the second chamber that much, but... Stop! Fischl, could you actually like attack this thing? That's why I brought you. The bombs. Another benefit of Prototype Amber not Hida, by the way. In this situation, like, only Nubilat heals himself, so if you're, like, doing healerless Nubilat, you would... Well, we have Farina here, but you would have to have some amount of healing if they apply these enemies apply their bond to you. All you really need is a little tiny bit of healing, and Nahida can do that. Why? What? What? Okay. Whatever. Dane's life release, do you plan on a C6 R5? No. Why would I do that? I think the rotation is something like this. And then I assume that... Really? Oh. Okay. The reason, so what I was watching for there was having Pyro Aura on the chickens, because I want to be able to swirl Pyro. If I don't swirl Pyro, it kind of invalidates the point of doing VV Vape. So I thought what was going to happen there was once I did Bennett's Q, it would overwrite the Hydro, but apparently it wasn't enough. I might be able to do something like a charge attack. I don't know. I don't know what exactly the ideal rotation is. It's fine. I'm just gonna make things easier, which I think is what most people end up doing anyways. I'm gonna make things easier on myself by just doing just sacrificing some VV uptime basically by doing Arlecchino into Bennett, into Swirl, into Elon. Squirrel Pyro, exactly. I don't know why I dashed there. Don't ask. Don't worry about it. Okay. Maybe less bottles. Stop. Yes, I should have redone things there. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I just need to not die. Why? They keep on combo attacking specifically Fischl. Why do they hate Fischl so much? Oh my god. I am so sick of these enemies. I can never see them. That's my problem. Like, there's too many teams in this game because too many things going on that you can't see them because they're tiny little fricks that zoop around that one side of the screen or the other, and you have this magic rainbow vomit everywhere. You can't see shit going on in that team. Whatever. It's a Nubilat problem, to be clear. Not just the enemy problem. Alright. Bennett Bob ended up pretty quick there, but didn't quite properly one rotate it, but I mean, yeah, pretty good. Baiju better than Nahid in this situation? Yes, I actually do normally use Baiju with Nubilet in like this team contest. I normally don't play Farina with him, so it's a problem of Farina's also making things more fragile. But whatever, it really doesn't matter.
Hey! Share my knowledge!
Silence! The tides beckon.
Sure is nice of them not to put any Hydro Specters there. Gee, I wonder why they did that. Maybe it's because Nubilet was running during this Abyss.
Settle down.
Probably should have, you know, done the other characters, but it's fine.
Everyone's
I'm not really thinking in this. I'm half looking at chat while I'm doing this anyways.
strike a pose!
Can these... Why? Why are they... Okay, I could have positioned better.
I see everything! The Temple of Wisdom!
What? What? Why?
Time to shine!
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Really?
Bow your head.
Everyone hold hands! Make yourselves at home!
Difference of Dendro Aura comparing Baiju and Nahida? It's not even comparable. Baiju just like... Baiju would basically be in the team to like be able to allow Official to at least aggravate.
Be not perturbed.
Whereas Nahida like contributes meaningful damage of her own, buffs meaningfully, like and applies way more Dendro, so you get way more core generation. So like if you're gonna do like a Hyper Bloom team, for example, like where someone suggested putting Raiden instead of Official, which is fair, you know, put Raiden in a Hyper Bloom build instead of Official there, and yeah, it makes a big difference, Baiju versus Nahida, so it depends. In the context of just using Dendro to enable Official to aggravate, though, it's not that different. Well, he still might not apply enough Dendro.
Quiet. Teamwork is strength!
Wind strike.
These are about to get dicey. Busted!
Transfixed. Witness my rise.
Quiet.
Oh, good. And now we don't have... See, yeah, this boss is really awkward, Arlecchino. Okay. You can mitigate that just by being a bit smart, but...
Quiet. Everybody stand back!
Into the wind. Clouds high.
Like, I don't know what I'm going to do here, because I can't... Well, no, wait, can I absorb the mark from this? Nope, I can't. Yep, it has the same issue it had before. I can't get the mark from this dude. So you really got to make sure you save the... We'll redo it. You really got to make sure you save using her skill for when that phase starts, basically. Which makes her a bit awkward against this boss. So, it's interesting, though. It's fine that she has awkward enemies and whatever. Yeah, yes, Yulon C6, but with a fucking attack percent timepiece and a depth circuit. That Yulon is doing very similar damage to a low constellation Yulon. The C1 Yulon is kind of helpful there for mitigating any energy issues. Can you be not a butthole and just die, please?
Settle down.
Goodbye. Really? Why did you not die?
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humble.
I love that they... What dicks? Oh, yeah. I love that they put the ground wave in this abyss. I swear to God, they only did that just as a... Oh look, Nubilet floats over them. So dumb.
Settle down.
Oh, you were saying to use C6 Yolanda to clear the mini robots? Yeah, I could, but I refuse to. But she's also not going to do that much damage with her C6 because of how powered down she is. I'd rather just try to play this. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Play this a bit more properly. I don't know if you, by the way, if you didn't notice, I saw like, yeah, the 140k or so. This. Oh wait, I didn't get, okay. I definitely intended to like mark her and then get the bond from her. Can you go to your next phase? What are you doing? Okay, well, it'll probably be fine. I still bungled that a little bit, but... Oh, I have some infusion. That's interesting. Okay. Just gonna wait.
Transfixed. Take it easy. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Here.
Busted. Here comes the catch. Quiet now. I hear children sing.
Really, this little freaking butthole just shot at me from distance. Okay. No, I should have done EQ with EQE there. I could have. See, this is the reason. Like, I think it's valuable to still have. What am I doing? I think I'm just losing my mind after streaming this long. And playing this game this long today. What was it saying? I think I'm just losing my mind playing badly. I've been streaming too long. This always happens when I towards the end of my streams. I start playing much worse. How invested is Arlecchino? I mean, I've had an account for 2 years. Or this account is over 2 years old, I should say. And I have lots of 2-piece combos, and Arlecchino is very flexible 2-piece combos. So I have very good artifacts on her, but they're 2-piece. This is a C0 Arlecchino. You stop.
Let the mighty be humble.
Can you just die? Please? Bro? Thank you. Why don't you use Zhongli instead of Kazuha? Because Zhongli, I never plan to get him. The only thing interesting about him is his fast normal attack chain.
Gotcha. I'm going in. These are about to get dicey.
Oops. 173k there, nice.
Transfixed. Witness my
No, I'm gonna save her skill just to be a little bit smarter.
Quiet now. Let's light it up.
Think he's gonna go to his next phase? Maybe not. Okay, maybe I need to do a little bit more damage to him. Oh crap. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. That's what I want. Okay. I'll let the other ones get to me.
Laid bare. Everybody stand. Busted. Here comes the catch. Quiet now.
What am I doing? There we go. See, just took not being stupid. Wow, go figure. I'm not doing the third chamber. Frick the plungy thing. So yeah, I don't know. This Bennett Yolande Kazuha variation. It doesn't feel bad to play. It's still fun. It's an option for her. It's a good option for her. Probably one of her better ways to get consistent, high damage numbers from her. And yeah. But as you also saw, because of how, Yolande does some meaningful damage there, but you really want to have Yolande saved for setup with Arlecchino, so it had that problem there, wherein like, I needed to like save doing things at certain times, which made that boss awkward. If you compare like the experience of fighting that boss with a team that has more diverse options for the ways it deals damage, it can feel a lot easier to deal with that thing, right? So even though this team might have like higher potential DPS output, right? But it's just a good example, like the context being different and the context in which you can use Arlecchino being very different and her still feeling good. So can she work with burning with a new burning set? I mean, yeah, technically in all those Burgeon variations I tried before, you could... Well, no, wait. Does the new burning set require character being off-field? I don't remember. After leaving combat. Wait, after leaving combat. That doesn't mean off-field. In combat. Okay, no. So it works... Oh, okay. The effect still triggers if the character is off-field. Okay, so yeah, it works on-field and off-field. So yes, in the context of Arlecchino being used in these Burgeon teams, since you are having burning happening, as long as the burning is happening every 6 seconds, cat is trying to get in the room, then yeah, it should still work, right? So, yeah, this set is functionally very similar in the specific Burgeon context, very similar to this set for Arlecchino, but. I don't know. So if you happen to get for some reason a cracked 4-piece set of this and absolute garbage of this is still far more universal. This would only work specifically in the weird Burgeon contexts, which I like showcase today. And I don't know. I still gotta mess with them more. I gotta figure out like the teams I like the most. Obviously, I tried like a number of different variations with different tweaks and different builds. I'm gonna be messing around with that probably a bit more today and tomorrow, and yeah, I don't know. Burgeon Arlecchino definitely works though. That's at least I think I showed that pretty properly well. Whether or not you necessarily want to do the Marchessaise thing versus just and heavy EM like I was doing, I don't know exactly. I will mess with it a bit more, but it's very interesting as an option, I think, and I think it's quite compelling. With the only downside of it making her a bit more burst reliant. But even in the context of like the Ceylon team, I kind of wanted my burst up still because it's nice for like healing when you take damage. Wild. So I don't know. I feel like the only time you don't really care about her burst is specifically in the context of when you have enough defensive utility, like shielding defensive utility, which would be in the context of like with a properly built and usable Xingqiu and Beidou like I showed, or with Zhongli, then yeah, you might be able to never use her burst, but otherwise I think her burst is very valuable to have active, because when you need it, you're going to want it. And as long as you have it available, she can be pretty survivable, is the general vibe I got. So I don't know. She's really an interesting character. Let's we're gonna end off the stream with some artifact farming on polearms only, and yeah, I think there's probably more teams to be clear. By the way, I wanted to test on the main account, but I'm gonna do that on my lonesome. I don't think they're that interesting, and I already tested variations of them on polearms only. Like I wanted to test Chevre's variations. And Candace with Arlecchino, for example, but not on polearms only, just to see how potentially relevant that is. Realistically, probably not that relevant. I can kind of answer that for myself without having to do it live. And obviously Chevre's teams, they're just basically going to be the same as they were in polearms only, just slightly different because I don't have C6 Chevres or whatever. Yada yada. You get the point. They'll still be functional. I showed debane. Yeah, no, I showed the main things I wanted to test, which is mostly just the Burgeon stuff. It's really only dipping our toes in it a little bit, but hey, I don't know. It's interesting. Let me know, please, anyone in the comments that tries it. Let me know any insights you find, any like little things, like preferred teams if you find a Burgeon team you like with Arlecchino. I think it's very compelling because like a lot of people have already farmed. Like if you're like me, I probably have a good at least 3 full months of resin, 3-4 months of resin in the Marchessaise domain, and Burgeon enabling Marchessaise to work on her, even on just like a normal build, not even necessarily doing my weird EM heavy build. Like just do Vape Arlecchino with Bennett, Xingqiu or Yelan, and add a Dendro to the mix like Dendro Traveler or Kirara. Kirara would be shields and that wouldn't be ideal. You get the point. I haven't tested Farina with her yet. I think it'll be fine as long as you just use a team-wide healer for the rest of your teammates like you normally would with Farina. And it also will make her, again, a bit more burst reliant. But as we saw with Virgin, as long as you just have your burst available and you can use it, it should be fine. Is my general vibe. Yeah, I don't know. Dia Virgin. Dia Virgin is kind of terrible for a lot of reasons, but I'm not going to get into it. Don't flex artifacts, it hurts. What do you mean? This is just, it's just RNG, guys. And like the good artifacts is a matter of statistical inevitability. Like you can math out the probability for getting pieces like this. I don't have that insane of artifacts on my main account. I've just played this game for over 2 years. And I've farmed a lot of artifacts. You get good artifacts. It's statistical inevitability. It's law of large numbers. I'm not flexing artifacts. I'm just showing them and talking about what artifacts you can use in this character. Like, sorry for showing my fucking artifact screen. Like, just saying, I don't understand what your frustration is. I was showing my artifact screen when talking about artifacts on a character. The only time I flex artifacts is when I like do a joking thing, like on my polearm account, like, haha, look at this decent Hydro Goblet, like my Candace's Hydro Goblet, which doesn't even matter. It doesn't, like, I could delete that 50 CV Hydro Goblet on my polearm account and not blink, and like it would be fine. Anywho's, let's switch to polearms only quick, do some farming. Nah, I need to be done with Genshin for the day. I didn't believe it, I know. I know. Also, I forgot to farm. Freaking have to log back to this account after the stream. I forgot to farm Beto Boss. No, I mean, unless you have a C2 Arlecchino, probably no to Shimenawa's, because you need to do skill into. I have an absolutely cracked 4-piece Shimenawa's on polearms only, for example, but you need to do skill into your other characters with the C0 or C1 Arlecchino, because you got to let her skill build up for 5 seconds before you can get the Bond of Life absorbed. If you just do skill onto an enemy, right? Is Yanfei better than Arlecchino? No. Yanfei can be functional, which is a pyro DPS, but if you do skill into charge attack, you can see I only get like a tiny little bit of Bond of Life. So she's gonna run out of her infusion, like after just like a little bit in her normal attack chain. Can you stop? You're preventing me showing this. There we go. See, so like it was like 2.5 sequences normal text. That might not actually be that much of a problem in certain contexts. So maybe if you're doing something weird like trying to like balance out Raiden's and Arlecchino's field. Arlecchino, by the way. Oh, and that was with her signature weapon. I got extra 25% bond of life with that. That's why I forgot about that. So without her signature weapon there, that would have actually been much less. I would have like 3-4 less normal attacks that I could do there. So you get the point. Shimenawa's is kind of just no, because of that build-up requirement on her skill, which honestly I kind of swear they might have only put that in her kit just to make it so Shimenawa's is not very good on her. I don't know. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate. But 2-piece combos or gladiators is probably the default recommendation for most players, assuming you have farmed a meaningful amount of bosses. If you have, but don't like go out of your way to like strong boss gladiators if you don't have like a 4-piece gladiator set. Just do 2-piece combos, And you can farm her new set, right? If you're a newer player. If you're a newer player who doesn't have a buildup of a stockpile of good other artifacts, then it's more worthwhile to farm her new artifacts. I think, assuming you couldn't get more value out of other resin efficient domains though, which is a pretty big asterisk. Gotta go to the domain. By the way, I freaking hate this domain. I farmed it just a couple times last night. I hate this domain. The reason is quite simple. Yanfei needs no ER, just like Toma just put 3 PCL. Are you talking about Burgeon Yanfei? The way that Yanfei's normal attacks work though, like, or you'd have to do charge attacks and then she's gonna have normal Yanfei stamina issues. Like she can't do normal attacks to trigger Burgeon. I'm pretty sure. I've never actually tested it. I could be wrong. But yeah, this domain is awful because it starts with these buttholes. If you make sure, yeah, I failed, man. That annoys me so much. Why did they do that? Absolute assholes. Screw you, Oil. Like, it's just like 10 seconds of time wastiness if you don't manage to get behind them so that they run backwards versus forwards. Like, awful. Can you stop?
Transfixed. Nice and spicy. Stop right there.
Really? So I don't know what the best team is to deal with this mess of a domain. The biggest annoyance though is just the buttholes that run in the start, so you know. I don't know. Probably not gonna use that artifact, but you know, worth a shot. Please. Why? I also love that like you don't even have a restart button, right? So it's just extra insult to injury because they're dicks and they don't give you a restart button. So it would literally be faster to potentially restart. And ridiculous. I hate it. Also, the Geo shields are just annoying because, you know, magic rock shields are enough to, you know, block the hit of the character that cleaved an island in half. It makes sense, right? It's not like it's terrible, but it's just overly tedious for no reason at all other than just being dicks by putting those enemies, I swear. Sure, okay, thanks. HP, huh? Probably no. I don't even think I need to bother locking this because there's so few HP scaling characters in the game. Why don't I need an HP timepiece that's 3-line? Even if this rolls 40 CV, it's not useful. I have way too many HP timepieces on this account. Why do you E then Q then E? Because you can? Like, I don't know. Like, right there, I was hoping it would deal some damage to them, but their shields blocked it. That's why I was talking about the shields blocking it. This is the content that Mahoya wanted for you guys, by the way. This is what they decided. They wanted me to give you content by standing still and waiting for them to run to me. So, you know, thanks, Mahoya.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Final warning. Inazuma shines eternally.
Arlecchino's, I guess I should clarify, just in case you were just recently joined the stream, or don't know, Arlecchino's burst resets her skill cooldown. So if you're using her burst, ideally whenever you use her burst, you want to get all the circlets. Ideally, when you use her burst, you always want to EQE. Not that you always are going to end up doing that, because sometimes you're just going to use her burst if you need the heal, even if it's not ideal to use it at that time. Or you can use her burst in situations like if you're, like I've had situations where skill is on cooldown for like 10 more seconds, but you can use the burst to reset the cooldown if there's like a new enemy wave starting, and then use the skill again. But generally speaking, you know what, wait. I wonder, okay, after the next one, I'm gonna try just running backwards, and maybe the solution is just run this way. Well, then the other ones in the middle are gonna be... Ugh, man. I don't know if there's any good way to deal with these buttholes. I don't know why I did that. Really? Why?
Now you shall perish.
Okay, let's try running backwards instead, since forwards is clearly not working. I don't think this is gonna be useful, but I'll lock it. Why not? Maybe there's gonna be maybe the character that really uses that set perfectly will be a polearm unit. Who knows? Yeah. Okay.
There is no escape.
That definitely is probably gonna be more consistent. Definitely should have started with her. Whatever.
Drop your weapons.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot more smooth way to do it. Still annoying, but it's more deal withable. Thanks for the wrong. Oh, yeah. That's yeah. Yep. It's relatable. This is gonna be the experience that me and many people have. Ah, wrong set, man. Wrong set, but it's fine. I got a circlet. Maybe the circlet will roll well. If this was my main account, I would say that circlet's not gonna roll well, because I have never gotten a circlet that has rolled more than twice into crit, and it's upset on my main account. Sorry, a crit damage circlet, I should say. Like this one. Would be very nice to get attack percent on the last stat. Or flat HP, same difference. Who needs stat value? Not me. Okay, I'll take it. Flat attack is the second best stat I could roll into. If I already get one usable artifact, I'll be very happy. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Let's round it out, though. Let's be nice to me, game. And round it out with another crit roll. If this is another crit roll, it's a properly good artifact. Okay, well. I will temporarily keep it. It might be okay. If that was attack percent instead of flat attack, I would say it's still a very good piece, but being flat attack means it's very likely I will get a piece that is higher value than it eventually. Let's do at least 5 more. Is that the autolock artifacts for the new set? No. My autolock is my brain. Yes. That leaves me 3 more. That's fine. I'll probably just leave those 3 more. Alright. So rip that artifact. But hey, at least I got a double crit 4-line burning set piece. Wee. Trick Mihoyo by unlocking the circlet. Does that work? Maybe it works. We'll do it next time. Oh,
Illusion shattered. Nice and spicy. You asked for it. Final warning. Stop right there.
no, I didn't need to do the charge attack there. Dude, go rest. I don't think you can take the pain anymore. No, I can take the pain. Oh, okay. If that, weird. I will take it. If this had a crit rate, that would have been painful though. Yeah, that would have been painful. I will still lock this because I don't know. I already got like 2 pieces of the other one. Like, if this rolls heavily into attack percent and or ER, could be a more than usable artifact. I don't know if I ever will need it, but hey, anyway, this is interesting though. If it rolls double crit, particular. I don't know if I will actually use... Well, I don't know. It might make sense to use an EM timepiece on Arlecchino on in certain contexts, but mostly, really only one context, which is the vape context with Candace, but I don't know if it'd really be that much better, per se, so it's probably not a useful artifact. But maybe. It's nice to have options.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Stop right there.
Okay. Really? Will you ever try a sauce build? I tried a sauce build earlier. Wrong main stat game. Another burning artifact. Well, I'm getting close to the burning 4-piece set. If this rolls crit damage, and then I have that 4-line piece, and then I have that circlet. Perfect. Perfect. Will you ever try a sauce build? But yeah, sauce build on polearms only. I mean, sauce build and polearms only maybe in that goofy Candace Yao Raiden team, maybe. But I think Raiden would rather have sauce in that team than Arlecchino. So yeah, but anyways, I tried a sauce build earlier in the stream if you didn't see on the main account. I will be messing more with sauce build as well tomorrow, probably, mostly because I'm kind of Genjin'd out for the day, if it's not obvious. Alright, now we figured out the flow for this. This feels very good. Go to sleep now. Good night, Saluna. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kuru. Kuru. Is that your name? Yeah, Kuru. HP again. This is the third HP Sans that has given his crit. It's trying to tell me to build with Staff of Homer. No. I mean, you could do that if you're really cooking that much, but... Hi, please. Thank you. Oh wait, it does actually make sense to still charge attack with your weapon here, because it gives 25% bond. Even if I'm not absorbing bond on those enemies, that's why. Stop. Stop giving me... Yeah. It's fine. Can you just give me like one competent piece? I would appreciate it. It'd be a nice way to end off this... Ow. Nice way to end off the stream. Oh my god.
Stop right there.
Yeah, I really, that's a good showing. I mean, obviously they position those enemies to like be good for Arlecchino because they know people are going to use Arlecchino as domain, but still is a good showing. They do situations like that. Stop with the... What is this goblet, by the way? They do situations like that kind of very often. So, like in the current Abyss, where enemies are relatively grouped close together, or you can do some kind of grouping strategy. I said I wasn't going to use more resin, but I am. Or you can do some kind of grouping strategy, and then be able to hit them at the same time, just because she has fairly wide AoE on her attacks, which is very good. Didn't mean to press that button. We're going to use 3 more resin, and that's it. That's all I got. Using any more fragiles doesn't do anything because I only have 1 more. Feels like Navia's domain? Yeah. It's almost like they do it on purpose. I will level up the 4-line from the burning set if I don't get anything here in these 3 runs. And then it's gonna roll like 48 crit value just to be an extra slap in the face. She feels really good to play. That's all I can say. She feels great to play. That was a sentence. She feels great to play. She has a lot of different team options I can conceive of using. Stop. She has a lot of team options I can conceive of using her in. I have like 8 potential artifacts for the burning set now. Oh boy. Thanks, game. She feels good to play. Has a lot of potential team options. Has interesting nuance in like using her bursts and with their healing stuff. I don't know. I think she's a very interesting character. That's all I can say. Ow. Surely, one good piece. We did get that circlet, but then it rolled bad. So, you know, can you like, okay. I mean, now all I really want to see is just not the burning set from this last resin. Is that so much to ask for? Let's heal Arlecchino up. Blam. Is that 100k on a charge attack? I think I saw 100k there without a reaction. Seems okay. This is still C0 Arlecchino on this account. I haven't activated Constellations. Oh, wow, one of the right set. What a world. Screw you, stop it. It's okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. 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 Alright. Well, that was some artifact runs. Good way to end the stream. Relatable, I guess. You know what? I'll take banner luck over artifact luck. If that, no, not that. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, that's the second best stat I could have rolled, so you know what? It's fine. Why? Why? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, where's the friggin' feather? Let's see if we end it with a bang. Either, okay, I'm praying for all flat HP or all crit. You know, either would be fine. Or, I mean, some mix of ER is fine. This is a good artifact. It could be a good off-piece. It's also 2-piece attack, right? And, I've spieled about 2-piece attack combos on many a stream. I've talked about 2-piece combos on Arlecchino. Like, it's... Alright, the dream is real. It's very possible that... This is insulting. I don't need this. I needed flat HP! I'm being sarcastic, but... Okay, this is just a nonsense piece now at this point. Like, what, it can be a 35 CV piece with 2 ER rolls at best now? And it's not even going to be exciting with having 1,000 flat HP or something? Okay, actually, I mean... there's a 35 CV with 1 ER. 40 with 1. 30 with 1. No, 30 with 3 ER. 30 with 1 ER. Okay, yeah, like I have enough artifacts that like there's not a world where I care about this, I don't think. I don't know. Yeah. Pfft. Whatever. That's fine. Didn't need the burning set anyways. Nobody liked it. Nobody likes it. It's fine. Okay. Well, that was yeah, that was a way to end off the stream. So yeah, I don't know. I really like Arlecchino. That's my first impressions. She's pretty good. Which is not surprising. She basically most of the things I thought she'd be good in. She ended up being a little bit more fragile. Like the version team variations ended up being a little bit more weird to play than I expected, basically. But I still think they're going to be more than workable and a very, very interesting consideration. So yes, please, if you test out different version variations, let me know what you try and how much you liked it. Because I think it's compelling, the idea of using Mars to say Hunters on her, and using whatever version team variations. But wow, all the way down to 8.6 million Mora here. So I don't know. It's very interesting. That's all I can say. I don't have much more than that. Vermilion or Emblem? Emblem is the eternally valuable artifact set on this account. But Shao could get a slightly less than the potato build. I mean, he doesn't have a potato build. He has like a very good build on March to say Hunters available to him. Was chat? What do you want? Strongbox, Vermilion, Emblem, or there's not or Gladiator. I will do the first one that I see in the chat, and then the stream is ending after I get some garbage. Emblem is the best, to be clear. I know this. I could also do Echoes of an Offering. Glad? Oh boy. Okay, I think you chose the worst one, but hold it until Gilded Dreams Fodder. That's actually probably the correct choice, honestly. So you know what? I'll do one Glad dump because you wanted it. Here you go. Garbage. Garbage. Sure. Not useful, but I'll take it. I think I already have a better piece than that. Basically has a chance to be. It's a 4-line. Is this relevant? I don't know. I'll lock it. No, I don't think it is relevant. I have like a ridiculous piece. That's an ER piece in Gladiator already. Okay, well, that was exciting. Yep, Gladiator was the choice. Good job. And see, now I'm going to show you the correct choice. Blam. But yeah, I think I might go with that suggestion, though. Good suggestion, Sylveon, holding until Gilded. I think I will hold until Gilded after this one. Said the gambler. Maybe? Maybe? No. 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 Wait. It's crit and ER on a 4-line. It might be good. Kind of not great still, but sometimes all you need is crit and ER. So, you know, like, this is this is genuinely one of the better pieces on the account. It gets a lot of use, swap between different characters. So, you know, don't undervalue crit rate and ER, and don't undervalue ER in general. It's the best stat in the game, and don't undervalue ER, especially on Emblem, the ER for damage set. Anywho's, yep, Arlecchino good. I do suspect it's very likely I will very little use Hu Tao, especially after Activator Constellations. But honestly, even without Activator Constellation, good lord, I can't even talk anymore. I need to leave. Even without Activator Constellations, she feels so good to me at like C0, R1, C0 even with some other weapons, right? I don't know. And on a normal account, I don't think any of the, as I said before, I don't think the constellations are necessary at all, because you have so many other avenues to increase her damage that you don't need to. And I don't even think I needed to on Polearms Only, is my general feeling. But they'll be more useful on Polearms Only, so. And yeah, I don't know, I like a lot of the nuances of her kit. It takes a lot for me to like an on-dealer this much, I think. And I really like her. The time will tell if I maintain this opinion, though, because, like, I did like Nuvilet. Nuvilet had a very strong, like, first impression. And then, like, I just got very bored of him. But, I don't know. I think Arlecchino has more interesting teams and nuance in how you actually use her that I think she'll remain engaging to play for time immemorial. Memorial? I don't know. For a while, is all I can say. And, like, she's the first real Pyro DPS that I pulled from my main account, right? Like, I never pulled from Hu Tao on my main account because I never really wanted a C0 Hu Tao. And I pulled for Arlecchino. So, for what it's worth. And I don't regret it. So, yeah. You got C6 R5? No. No. I have C4. This is on Polearms Only. I'm not going to go for any constellations on my main account. I will probably do some streams over the next couple weeks, doing some exploration content, doing quest content probably, to try to see if we can grind out a little bit, because it shouldn't take that long to get to like 1 pity, right? And if we get one more 5-star, and we get C5, like we win that 50-50 for C5 Arlecchino, then C6 Arlecchino is potentially a very real possibility and worth losing my mind farming the entirety of the world. It'll be hard to farm out potential 2 pities worth. It'll also be extraordinarily sad if we like win a 50-50 for C5 and then lose a 50-50 for C6. but you know what? It'll be fine. I figure it's worth a shot for the fun of it. Why not? Why not? It's a good excuse to try to do some more live stream content. And if I can like crawl my way to a C6, that feels like a deserved C6, right? I'm not gonna spend money for it, but if I can crawl my way to it by finishing out the content in the game that I haven't done, that seems like it might be fun. So fun in the losing my sanity sense, I guess. But hey, anyways, yeah, 2 videos this weekend currently planned are for Virgin Arlecchino. Going more in depth, probably in nuance. Well, not necessarily more in depth, but once it'll either, I don't know exactly what's gonna look. I haven't planned it out. This stream was literally my first actual real testing of things. But Virgin Arlecchino is gonna be some mix of like me just messing around in the same vein as I did in this video, and some mix of me being like, these are my recommended team configurations for Virgin Arlecchino, and here is why I think it makes sense to consider playing Virgin Arlecchino. And the video title will probably be something like, I was right about Arlecchino, since I said very early on in the beta that I thought Virgin Arlecchino was going to be a relevant choice and have interesting team options. And I still think that right now. It's just a little bit higher skill requirement than I think I expected, which is a potential major downside, and I will mention that, obviously. So it's not like I think this is the number one. I don't think Virgin Arlecchino is necessarily the number one Arlecchino team people should do, but I think is a strong consideration is my current feeling, but I gotta play around with it more, so we'll see what that video ends up being like. I don't know, probably just be a rambling mess like it normally is. And then I'll do a video specifically on polearms only, testing more, probably showing C0 Arlecchino with the teams. Basically I showed this this live stream, this VOD, and then I will activate the constellations, probably one by one. Yeah, well, C4 doesn't really matter for testing purposes, but I will probably activate C1, C2, C3 one by one. I don't know, that might also make the video too long, so I don't know what it'll look like. We'll find out. Frick if I know. I'll find out when I make the video. You're streaming on Twitch too? I mean, I have Twitch linked in the description of, I think, my videos usually. I don't know. I might try doing like one Twitch stream for like the boring questing overworld things. Since, you know, I don't know. I like the YouTube. I don't know. It'll work fine on YouTube or on Twitch. So I don't know. It might just be wherever. If I do one on Twitch, it's probably I'll just like test out one stream on Twitch, but then most of them will probably be on YouTube. But Twitch I intend to use more potentially for non-Genshin games. So that's why I still link it in my description. Anywho's. Do you think you'll win your 50-50 on Pyro only? I hope so. That would be very nice for you. Or at least if you're doing Pyro only, hopefully you'll get a Dia or a Diluc, because they're also Pyro. Anyways. I hope your comment didn't count as self-promotion. Was it self-promotion? I mean, are you doing a YouTube video? I don't know. I guess. I don't care if you're self-promoting that much, as long as you're not a butthole about it. Anywho's. How do you save for long periods of time? By being picky about, like by figuring out what you like in the game and being picky about it. That's all. At this point on my main account, I mean, I'm just like for polearms only, it's easy. The pickiness is it has to be a polearm character or a polearm weapon. It's because I only use those. On my main account, it's generally speaking, supports are much more useful at creating teams that are interesting and fun. And on-field DPSs are only as useful until you get bored of them. And Arlecchino does technically qualify as that, but you know, the more potential teams I can conceive of a character being useful in, the more likely it is I'm interested in them. But it also matters on how they feel to play, for example. So like Linny is honestly a perfect example of a character I kind of hate. I hate how he feels to play. I think slow charge attack DPS units feel like garbage, generally speaking. I liked Ganyu for a while, and they're okay overworld units. Like I liked Ganyu for overworld for a while because of like her useness in overworld. And if I got Linny early on, I probably would have felt the same about Linny early on. But I do not like how he feels to play. And then he also has not interesting teams because he's made to be mono pyro. Like you can get really big. Instead of doing reaction damage, he's made to just put a bunch of pyro units with him, and then you can have like one animo unit with him, and he'll do big pyro damage. Wow, how interesting! Like I don't like it's so boring. So, you know, and like once you get bored of just doing that play style, he's a freaking useless character, ain't he? Right? So whereas Arlecchino has so many more team contexts and variations I could imagine using her in as a pyro DPS. Basically anywhere you can imagine pyro application being relevant, she potentially has a use, is my current feeling. So, you know.
Finger next time?
Level 90 C1 Lisa, nice. Anywho's, I think that's all I got. Saving is, yeah, just, you gotta be picky, but you like picky in a way that lets you balance out saving and whatever. Their gambit, Mihoyo's game plan as far as making money is to try to make you want all the things, but not give you enough resources to get the things. And so you got to try to find the balance of being just picky enough to not want all the things. Bye-bye.